You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't.
All right, here I am. All right, everyone. I'm back. I'll probably be making a lot more shows now. I got my own place, so I don't got to worry about anybody complaining about me talking so much at night. Anyway, how the hell is everyone? Because I got to tell you, there is so much craziness going on now. It's getting worse and worse, and they're trying their best to get us, you know. And I don't think they're winning. They're getting nervous. You know, I think they're going to use the nuclear bomb scenario now. That's the next thing they want to do to put fear into everyone. You know, want to make like Russia's going to nuke us. Everybody better watch out. You know, they're here. Hey, you want some fear porn? You got to go to InfoWars if you want fear porn. Because I think lately, starting to think Alex Jones, that's what he does. He promotes fear porn. Here's an article from InfoWars, fear porn. I'll show it to you. Poland begins handing out iodine pills on fears of Ukraine nuclear plant meltdown, right? And they're telling you that. And then there's another article about how Russia's threatening a nuclear war. I'm starting to really believe that Alex Jones is some type of controlled opposition. Maybe he doesn't even know he's controlled opposition. Maybe he's just doing what they want him to do, so they're just leaving it alone because it seems like everything he puts on his website is the end of the world. You look at it, everything, it's doom and gloom. Now, I'm not saying some of the stuff that he's talked about helped us out a little bit. Here, watch world on brink of nuclear wars. Putin mobilized armed forces. So they're going to try to bring us to our knees with this nuclear war. I really do think we're going to go to the Gateway Pundit anyway a little bit, and then we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. But I really do think something is coming. I don't know what it is, but something's coming. It's too quiet right now. You know how the calm before the storm? My guesses, I'm going to tell you a few of my guesses. I'm thinking they want to cause like a tsunami. It's very easy. They just let a nuke off in the ocean somewhere and maybe hit the East Coast with it, wipe out a couple of cities, or hit us with an EMF pulse, blame Russia, and we lose our power grid in chaos, because that's what these people want. And when I say people, you all know who I'm talking about. We're talking about the globalist elites, the draconian, evil people running this world, okay? A lot of you don't want to, not people watching my show, but in general, a lot of the public don't want to believe there's some kind of evil forces out there. Look, the stuff that's going on is just not normal. So you better start to wake up and start looking, because you're either going to take the red pill or the blue pill like in the Matrix. Okay? I mean, over the last 2 years, I've witnessed with my own eyes. Now, if you can't witness it with your own eyes, shame on you. I've witnessed ritual satanic abuse on the population. Well, what do I mean by that? All this propaganda they're putting on the news, all these lie after lie. We all see them. They're lying. We all know they're lying. But they don't care. They want us to know they're lying. They want to drive you to the point where they weaken you so much that you just say, you know what, I give up. I'm not going to bother with this shit anymore. I'm not going to look at the news. I don't want to know what's going on. I'm just going to live in my own little bubble. Okay? And that works for a while. You know, first they're going to come for the Trump supporters. That's who they're coming for. Okay? They're going to come for the MAGAs. Then after they're done with them, they're going to come for the socialists. Okay? They're going to go for those people. And then after they're done with the socialists, they're going to come for all these like woke people. And the woke people are going to cry and scream. But guess what? There's going to be nobody there to hear them. Nobody. So this is what's going to happen if we let this happen. We got to become lions. How are we going to become lions? Well, I'm going to go over it later on. We need to become lions or we're going to get eaten. You want to be sheep or you want to be a lion? That's your choice. If I'm going out as a lion. So, you got to see this orchestration, that what's going on. If you look at what's going on, it's like everything seems like a movie, like they're orchestrating this chaos. Hitting supply lines, hitting the fuel, telling us there's no inflation. Could you imagine Potato Head is telling us there's no inflation? And when I say Potato Head, you know who I mean. Our wannabe president, Mr. Biden. Okay? That Potato Head, who's not as dumb as you think he is. He's on there acting. I wouldn't be surprised if it was an actor. Some people claim it is, and they got masks on. I don't know. All I know is he's a potato head. All right? And he's denying everything, and like it's constant contradiction and lies, right? So the governments right now are basically destroying us throughout the globe. All the governments, they're all in on this thing. I don't know how they did it. They did it. And we're in a basic planetary meltdown. That's what's going down. The whole planet's melting. And I don't mean from climate change. Okay, because that's a whole nother story. That's another one of my theories. Maybe they're going to break one of those ice caps off. They say they got one the size of like, I don't know, the size of Florida, and it's breaking off, and it's going to make the sea levels rise. I mean, who knows what's up their sleeve? They got something planned. I don't know when. All I know is it's too calm right now. There's a calm before the storm. There always is. And it's really all the black nobility from Europe, from back in the day, all these bloodlines, you know, the King of England. All that. The bloodline in England is really Germanic anyway, not even English. Okay? The best is, you know, look, I don't know anything about the Queen of England. I could care less about the Queen of England. She ain't my queen, so it doesn't really matter. But I see all these people that used to call her a lizard, call her all kinds of shit, her whole family, they're lizard people and all these, they're devil worshippers. Now, she passed. And I see these people, like I used to watch this guy from England on InfoWars, and he used to talk bad shit about all the royalty. Now he's not. He must have got a phone call. Listen, if you say anything bad against the royalty, you're whacked. You're done. They're going to sick MI6 on you. You're done. We'll kill you. Every single person is paying homage to the Queen of England. I don't care who it is. They're all scared shit to say one bad thing about her. I don't know her, so I can't say nothing bad. There are a few little guys like me out there probably saying stuff. They don't care about us, okay? I got like 300 subscribers. If I'm lucky, I should have 3,000. But that's beside the point. That's because of YouTube. But, you know, the black nobility of Europe is causing all this. They got Davos, World Economic Forum. They got all this shit going on. Secret meetings behind the door. Choosing how we're going to live the next year of our life. Making the rules and regulations behind closed doors. So, let me see if I got some notes here. Let me check out. I mean, these are uncomfortable truths. Let's just face reality. I'm not telling you stuff you want to hear. You know, some people want to hear this stuff. You guys got to catch up. I got to catch up. I mean, I've been watching it all, but I haven't been on, you know, making shows. I'll be making a lot more that I got my own place now. But, you know, we have to reclaim our Constitution. I mean, it's basically gone. Even though we think we have it still, they're doing whatever they want. This is a republic, not a democracy. So every time you hear them saying, about democracy. No, we're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. Okay? We're not a democracy. I don't want to be a democracy. All right? So, yeah, we are a threat to their democracy, all the MAGA supporters and stuff. They are a threat. That's because they want to be part of a constitutional republic, not part of their socialist democracy. Okay? So, these draconian demon devils, whatever you want to call them, they're basically causing all this chaos. And we need to get rid of big government and the politicians. Let's talk about Mar-a-Lago, right? Now, the real reason why they did Mar-a-Lago, and, they're clowns, they actually did Mar-a-Lago, raided, these leftists, they have a great sense of humor. They raided Mar-a-Lago the same date as Watergate, okay? The exact same date. Go look it up. They just like to put little jokes into things, okay? This is what kind of people we're dealing with. We're dealing with psychopaths, okay? Now, I was watching one statistic. This was a cool statistic, mathematics statistic. So, this guy that was handling all the electronic voting machines and all this shit, they tried to kill him. He proved, this guy that was like proving that the ballots were fake because they weren't folded, all this shit. So he's bringing up this point. It made sense to me. The American public, the people, we control $150 trillion worth of assets. Now, when you combine the government with the people, basically the government controls $450 trillion worth of assets. So you have about 7,000 politicians in the United States that really matter. Mayors, governors, secretary of states, all the congressmen and senators and so forth. So there's about 7,000 political leaders in this country that control this whole country. If you took $1 million and gave each and every one of them, here's $1 million a year. We're going to take care of you. Just do what we want you to do. If you did that, 7,000 times $1 million is only $7 billion. I think I would invest $7 billion to control $450 trillion. Okay? So this is a lot more about the money than anything. Greed and money. Okay, what's going on? So these draconian evil people, okay, they're basically controlling $450 trillion worth of assets. I mean, you want to hear a stat, another stat? Here we go. So I had to write it down. I can't remember the exact number. So in 9/11, and 9/11's no joke. Let's face it. It was a real bad day for everyone, right? 2,996 Americans, unfortunately, died in 9/11. 1,455,590 Iraqis died during the invasion of Iraq for something that the people there didn't do. They didn't do anything. And 1,455,590 Iraqis died in the invasion. And them people didn't do anything. Okay? They were innocent people just like us. There were some soldiers that died, but let's forget about that part. The Iraqi soldiers, they were scared shit of Saddam. But what's the trade-off on that? So the imperial power, America, ooh, that's what we are. We're the imperial might of the world. Killed 1,455,000 people. And we as Americans, during 9/11, 2,996 died. We were ready to blow the whole planet up. So you can imagine what's going on out there. There's a lot of stuff going on that we have to pay attention to. And we don't pay attention to the other side of the coin. We just think, because we believe all this propaganda that they put at us. Okay? They have a picture. I'm going to try to find it. They have a picture that they found in Epstein Island, a painting of George Bush, okay, sitting on the floor with wooden blocks, okay, like Twin Tower blocks that fell, and he has a paper airplane in his hand. Now, this was found on Epstein Island. You go Google it. You can look it up. Here it is. I'm going to show it to you. All right. He's got these, whatever you want. I forgot what they call those wooden things. Let me look at the comments before I continue. And Joe, what's up? The government cloned the queen. The government cloned the queen. No, they had her on ice from what I understand. I heard she died a while ago, months ago, and they had her on ice. How you doing, Pops? You're killing Pops. They murdered a lot more than that. Jammer Funk, what's good? Baines, Pops Lane. I'm going to put a link up in about 20 minutes or so. I just want to get some points out there. So here we go. George Bush, this draconian demon. Look at this. They found this on Epstein's Island. I guarantee this clown was really doing this. I mean, why would they have this painting there? They make a joke out of everything. They got another one of Clinton in a skirt. Yeah, there it is. They found this on Epstein's Island too. So this ain't this is not that funny if you ask me. Something's up with that, you know. So let's get back to business. All right, let me get back to business. So look. First thing we got to do is we got to get out of this old. They've basically put the planet in some type of trance, okay, with all this propaganda, this witchcraft, all this shit they're doing. You think when you're watching TV sometimes, you're watching a movie or you're being put into some kind of spell. They're hypnotizing people. I'm telling you, some people just don't fall into it. I didn't fall into it, and I've watched tons of television. I never fell in their trance, but people seem to be falling into a trance. I don't know what's going on. I go out and I see more people now than 3 months ago still wearing face diapers. I don't know what's going on. The CDC said that it's over. COVID's over. So why are they still wearing face diapers? I don't know. But it seems like people just like to be in that trance. I don't know. They're just in a trance. It's crazy. But believe me, on August 8th was Watergate, 1974, and Mar-a-Lago, August 8th. It's not a coincidence. They plan everything. It's all optics. What they're trying to do is they're trying to really make sure Trump don't become president again, because Trump now is more powerful than he was when he was president. That's what they're really scared of. He's more powerful. His rallies are bigger now than ever because people are going through the nightmare. You know, gas, food, inflation, shortage of every resource on the planet that's been being controlled by these draconians. All right? So they're scared. They're freaking out. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to stop him. They're going to invent shit. They're trying to say he overvalued his properties to get loans. Now, let me explain this to you. They said that Mar-a-Lago's worth $75 million. He had it down for like $750 million or $850 million. Now, it is the biggest piece of property over there in that area, okay, in West Palm. But here's the deal. If I own a house and I want to get $10 million for it, it's only worth $1 million. That's my choice. But when you're doing business with a bank and you're borrowing money from a bank and you're going to put an asset up, you don't think the bank is going to, you think the bank's going to, let's say, lend you $200 million and not send an appraiser to see what you're putting up for collateral is worth $200 million? So if Donald Trump put $800 million for Mar-a-Lago and the bank went there and said, and valued that property at even $500 million and lent it to him, that's the bank. It's on them. Donald Trump don't got to explain himself. This is how fucking desperate these Democrats are. Okay, they're desperate. They're trying to get him and his kids for some bullshit. They overvalued their real. Who gives a shit? If he thinks his house is worth $200 million and the bank comes there with their appraiser and goes, yeah, it is worth $150 million. We'll lend you $150 million. So that's part of doing business. They make it sound like Donald Trump said, yeah, my land is worth $850 million and the bank took his word for it. Bullshit. These people that own these banks, they don't let money out unless they know they have it secured, okay? So stick that shit up your ass. These lying Democrats, they're trying to invent anything. They're freaking out. And the real thing they're scared of is because they know if he gets in again, people are going to be behind bars. I hope this time he does it, because the last time he said he was going to put Hillary in, he didn't do shit. And then Trump didn't do it. So did he pick the wrong Department of Justice? I don't know. All I know is he didn't do it. So I'm wondering about Trump. Is he two-faced or not? Time will tell. I hope he's not. I hope we all get a president that actually cares about the people. Seems like Trump did, so hopefully he's not part of the swamp playing us for fools. I mean, everybody though, judges, everybody. It's going to be real hard to overcome this, but we will. We need lions though. There has to be people out there. You have to speak your voice. You can't be scared to say shit. You got to stop apologizing for shit that's right. Okay? And then apologize. Like, what is this shit? Yes, there are two genders. Why do we have to have 10 genders? There's a man and there's a woman. What is going on? Why do we got to apologize for that? I don't understand. Actually, I do understand. They understand. They just want to make you crazy. They just want you to, like I said before, to go, you know what? I give up. I don't care anymore. I'm going to ignore all this shit. So now you're not watching anything what's going on. We cannot let these people, once we get power, okay, I hope everybody learned their lesson, even including me. Once we get our power back, we can't let these evil people in our government anymore. Everybody has to be filtered much better, okay? And we got to get rid of all these different organizations that give money to these politicians, okay? All these lobbyists and all this bullshit. Got to go. We really need small government. We don't need big government, okay? We got to downsize it. We got to get rid of this big government idea. The only thing we need the government for is to protect us from a war. We go to war, we need them to pull the trigger and say, okay, send the army out. Let's go. We don't need them to tell us what to do. We could have smaller governments, counties, and things like that to control that type of stuff. I have friends, and I was looking on the news. So, like in New York City, I'll give you a good example. Actually, this was in Chicago. So in Chicago, in like a millennial area where like these millennials live, this kid was coming out of the gym, and 3 guys jumped out of the car, gunpoint, put him at gunpoint. They were trying to rob him, take whatever he had in his car. They went in his car, they were searching it, and this kid pushed one of them off and ran away. They didn't pursue him. They just searched the car, then they left the scene. Later on, 2 cops spotted the car. They had the plate number. They called it in, and they were told to stand down. Okay? And these cops whistleblow. They couldn't believe this shit was happening. They were told to stand down. Not to go after the 2 guys that just held the guy up at gunpoint. They want the chaos. Understand this. You have to get this in your mind. They want the chaos, and we can't give it to them. This is what they're pushing for. They want the whole country to be out of control. And they're not winning because a lot of people are smart to the bullshit. I feel bad for some of these people that live in these big cities now because they're lawless. I mean, New York City, people are walking around mugging people in pure daylight now. Nothing's happening. I have friends that are cops in New York telling me, listen, we're basically not even doing our job anymore. We're just going out there like statues. Because if we do our job, we get jammed up for anything now. And they don't want to lose their job. That's what it's all about. It's all about, I don't want to lose my job. People because they're paying well now, cops. They're getting over $100,000 a year. The media, same shit with the journalists. They don't want to lose their job. Okay? But the only reason, like I said, I don't know if I said it before, the only reason why this country hasn't gotten taken down yet is because our forefathers were geniuses. When they wrote that Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights and all that stuff, it was perfection. That's why they're finding it so difficult to break this. They're trying to break this country. And them Bill of Rights are holding up like the Ten Commandments. Okay? They can't break it. And this is the problem they're having. And they're trying their hardest to get rid of the Constitution, to get rid of our constitutional rights. But remember, when you hear democracy, that's not, we are a constitutional republic. We are not a democracy. Okay? So when they throw that democracy word out there, that's because they're evil too. All right, let's see what else we got. Let me see if I got any more notes. And, you know, as far as the voting situation, I don't trust it. I don't know if it's going to happen again, just like in 2020. This guy, Bradford Raffensperger, that guy in Georgia, he was the Secretary of State, that everybody hates. Everybody hates. Okay? Got 75% of the votes. Just that passed. Really? This governor running in New York, 90% of New Yorkers hate her. The Democrats hate her. Everybody hates her. And she's running neck and neck. She's like a point behind the guy. But at the end, she's going to end up winning. We know that. All right? This is what's still going on. Now, in Arizona, I think they went to paper ballots. And Wisconsin, another thing, breaking news here. So we got a lot of hope coming out. Look, breaking big. Wisconsin County takes control away from Dominion, approves hand recount of governor, lieutenant governor, and U.S. Senator race in November election. So things are starting to happen. All right? The good guys, maybe they're starting to win some of the battles. That don't mean that we're winning the war, but we're winning some of the battles. Okay? I don't know who's winning the war yet. Right now, it looks like the satanic people are winning. But, they're the dark. But sooner or later, the light's going to shine. Newsom's 10-year plan to end homeless. Sounds great, but this video is from 2008. All right, so chief economist predicts house prices could fall by 20% because housing, in short, is in a recession. Yeah, a lot of people can't afford houses no more. The rents are out of control. Where I live, a two-bedroom apartment, like $2,000 is like normal. Who the hell makes that kind of money where you got to pay $2,000 a month, you got to pay your electric, gas, buy food? How much money do you have to make to live? So it's not getting easier. Now, the guy prosecuting Trump, by the way, trying to prosecute, whatever, not the guy prosecuting, actually the judge that signed off on the Mar-a-Lago thing, he was Epstein's attorney. So you got a guy that representing a pedophile signing off to have the FBI go raid Mar-a-Lago. And they said they were doing some crazy shit in there. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those guys were sniffing Trump's wife's panties. I'm telling you. That's how crazy they are. They even raided his son Brandon's room. Like, really? Would he have declassified information? The president declassified everything. Now they're claiming he didn't declassify. Yeah, Trump's that stupid to take stuff out of the White House when he's the president. He can say, everything on this table is declassified. Okay? He can just look at the boxes like the Wizard of Oz. It's all declassified. That's it. Where are they coming up with this bullshit? They're so desperate. I don't know how they didn't plant something yet. I guess they got them on film, so they really can't plan shit. I don't know. Maybe they're scared to lie. They lie like crazy, but I don't know what's going on with that. We all know, though, this is why they want to break your spirit. You understand? The media's compromised, the government, everything, judges, politicians, they're all. Okay, and we all know it. And this is the weak in us. They don't want lions. They want sheep. We all know this. And there's no innovation anymore. Like, there's no really new inventions out for a long time. I mean, the iPhone got a little better. They put a little better camera in the freaking thing. I mean, what did we really happen over the past 10, 20 years? Nothing spectacular anymore. We're like at a standstill because they're keeping it that way. They got technology. Okay? They got a lot of technology. They're claiming that they got technology that could kill cancer cells in your body. Some kind of like frequency stuff with radio waves and that destroys all the cancer cells. People don't have to die of cancer anymore. According to a lot of people, I'm looking at shows and hearing doctors talk. So why is it? Because chemotherapy, give you radiation. It's $1 trillion industry. They don't want to destroy it. They're greedy. We are being kept in like the dark ages right now because the people that control the technology control the planet. They want to dumb us down. They want us confused. They want us to say, what the hell's going on? I don't understand. This don't make sense. This don't make sense. Of course. Of course it doesn't make sense. That's the plan. The plan is for it not to make sense, to make you crazy. They've gotten me a little nuts, but I've realized that this is their plan. They're not stupid. It's the plan. Let me, I got some more stuff, but let me put a link up on YouTube if anybody wants to join. Let me go to YouTube and do it. And I got a lot more stuff we're going to talk about. But understand that if you're confused or you're saying, hey, this shit doesn't make sense, that's the plan. The plan is for it not to make sense. It's 100%. When you see Biden up there going, there is no inflation. He knows there's inflation. It's the plan to drive you crazy. All right. I put the link up there. Anybody wants to jump on, you could jump on. I pinned it on YouTube. And there it is. We are dumbed down already. Look around. Motor City Maniac. Absolutely. Absolutely. They want you to just go home, watch a little Netflix, watch your sports on Sunday, and root for your team and idolize athletes instead of idolizing the Almighty God, right? Instead of worshiping him, they want you to worship, who's the guy hitting a home run? Judge now for the Yankees. He's in 60 home runs. Oh, my God. I see more people talking about him than talking about the Almighty God. This is what they want. They want you distracted. People. These draconian people. Okay? These draconians. They're lizards, probably. They're destroying America from the inside out. This is the plan. Okay? And we got to start to stand up. People, you got to start getting involved. You got to get involved in your school boards. Look, you've heard this already, but this is what we got to do. We got to start getting involved. Got to make sure, even though we know that there's a lot of stuff going on, we got to have more people monitoring the voting, okay? We need retired cops, retired military to go to these voting places, volunteer, so they can't be pulling all that shit off that they pulled the last time. They're going to do it again. Just they're going to be able to do it less this time. And if we really take good measures, we can make it almost minimal. Because I can tell you right now, Biden, they're claiming he's like very close. It's all of a sudden Biden's catching up to Trump. Nobody's voting for that potato head. Let's be real. 350 million, let's say 150 million Americans vote. 140 million don't want potato head. So they're going to vote for whoever's there. Trump, DeSantis, I don't give a shit who's there. They just don't want a Democrat in power anymore. Even the people that were Democrats. When I was younger, I was kind of a Democrat, but Democrats changed. I seen it changing over time. I liked Ronald Reagan. He was one of the, is that you, Joe? Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's you.
Hey, what's good, up, baby? You got it. Pops, would you have me a stand for this phone, babe?
What happened?
I was talking to my girlfriend. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you said Pops.
Pops, I did. I wanted to say, Pops, you're a god. I'm up here. I got my girl listening to you. And, she's conspiratorial. You guys are worse than me. I thought I was conspiratorial, but you guys are on it 24/7. I was telling her you'd be perfect. She's loving you. And then when you go to politics, you seem to have a blind spot. Like you've brought into the propaganda that the right is better than the left or the left is better than the right. You're these lefties, woo, woo, woo. It sounds like you're leaning right.
Well, I'm leaning more. You got to pick your poison, right?
No.
So
don't take that shit.
We have to pick our poison right now.
No, you do not opt out.
Well, if we opt out, then we're going to get stuck with potato head again.
I
mean, we can all think Trump is in on it, and I'm real skeptical about Trump. But the country was a lot better when he was president than it is now.
It had nothing to do with nothing. It was a piece of shit country before. Why would I argue over I got shot and stabbed 4,000 times, but it was better when the guy shot and stabbed me 349. I sound like an idiot. Why are you even talking about crazy shit like that? They're evil. Trump is part of it. What are you doing?
Well, I believe they are evil, but I still we have to pick, no matter what, somebody's going to be the president in this country. If we all opt out, which is impossible, people will not opt out. What are we going to start? Our own government or start our own country? I mean, it's not going to happen. What you're saying realistically is the answer.
Yeah.
Everybody should opt out. Everybody should say, I'm not going to fucking work tomorrow.
And it'll change tomorrow if we could pull that off. But that's dreamy land shit.
We're lucky we can get people to take a face dive.
Right.
Now, how am I going to sit up here and tell people opt out? It ain't happening.
Well, I think opt out. I think just not vote would be just one part. This is my country. I'm proud. I'm taking it back. I need it to be like it was. No, some niggas took it over and gonna give me two choices every year, and I'm gonna argue over which one is best and let them make that choice for me. That's insane. They took my shit. Take it back. Fuck that shit. You're supporting that shit. You're telling motherfuckers to. Because niggas like you keep perpetuating and saying Trump is better than so-and-so. 4 years later, this dude better than that. 4 years later, stop perpetuating this monster, man.
Well, if you heard earlier in the conversation, I did claim that we got to get rid of big government. But
we can't support it at the same time. You got to fight it.
No, but we got to do something to get rid. We got to start from we need a beginning. So I still think there are better, in my opinion, politicians on the right side than the left. I think I don't think at
that level that we're talking about, it matters. They're all bought by the big corporations. I don't care that one guy is going to poison me and one guy is going to beat me with a bat. I don't even want to have that discussion, right? This is the discussion that you would like to have, but one's a little better than the other. No. You got to change that shit, bro. You got to cut that shit out.
About that. I believe that one is a lot better than the other. I'll go for conservative over these people that are like socialists. I'd rather have a conservative in
let me
office.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. I know your mind, it seems, I shouldn't say I know, I apologize. It seems that your mind is set towards this lesser of two evils shit. In your lifetime, have you ever had a president come in and make shit work? I mean, not
Yeah.
where you no.
Trump.
Listen to the end of it.
Trump ran the country like a business.
You didn't
That's
hear
how
the end
you're
of
supposed
the
to run a country.
you didn't hear the end of the question,
Go ahead.
obviously. Yes. To the point where a president came in here and secured your rights, gave you your guns back, gave everybody jobs. Has that ever happened in your
Yes.
lifetime? Who?
Yes, Trump.
I still don't have guns in fucking Illinois. What are you talking
What
about?
do you mean? He never took guns away.
I didn't say he took guns away. Have you ever
I know.
heard a president come and give you your guns back?
He gave most of the people.
My ass. Why are you covering up? What are you crazy
what are you
for
talking
Trump?
about?
You're
most
blind.
Of the people that had guns, he never took guns away.
I didn't say he took guns away. Why do you keep saying that?
Controlled by a governor. The president.
Why do you keep saying that?
But the president only has.
Are
so
you
much
deflecting?
Power. No, you're not listening. The president only has so much power. He
I
can't.
didn't ask you nothing about power. You sat up there and lied to me and said Trump gave us our guns back. He did not.
Well, I corrected it. I said he didn't take our guns.
Okay. That wasn't my question. My question was, has a governor, a president in our lifetime ever came in and made it where we could, all our rights were protected? You could flip off a fucking judge and you're okay. As the document says, we can make your own, have your own business. Has that ever happened in our lifetime without these motherfuckers taxing every cent you get, taking all of your fucking money, deciding if you can have a gun, what kind of gun you can have?
Well, we have had a couple of presidents that you can't change everything in one shot, but like Kennedy was talking about getting rid of all these secret societies, getting rid of the CIA. Trump came in. Trump told us the swamp was deep and that basically he's fighting. They weren't coming after him. He told us they're coming after you. And that's what they did. I don't know. I'm up and down. I don't know if Trump's part of the plan.
Exactly. No respect for up and down, bro.
No, but here's what I'm telling you. I don't know. But what I do know is what I see with my own eyes. And
you're blind. You see nothing. You're blind. You've obviously just been listening to one side of the gate when it comes to Trump. Listen, let me give you some stuff about Trump.
I'll even take DeSantis.
Let me give you some shit about Trump, Joe. That shit you said earlier about a judge who went against him and all of that shit. Trump has pulled this unclassified document shit 3 times. All 3 times it's been shot down. This special counsel, this was shot down by a panel of 3 judges. 2 of them were Trump appointees. Trump cannot, by thought, declassify a document. Yes, he must do it where there's a process where other people will know it's declassified. No, the president can't just be the only person who knows a document is declassified.
Well, he has to declassify it in front of certain people.
Exactly. He's saying I can do it by thought. I don't have to classify it around other motherfuckers.
I never heard that.
Exactly. You're blind. Anything pro-Trump you hear.
Something that I never heard and I don't know anybody.
You'll never hear it. You'll never hear it. You're very pro-Trump, and he's a bad guy. You don't you see all the negative shit he do?
I just told you 6 times. I'm not a pro-Trump, but he's the lesser of 2 evils, and it doesn't seem that he did such a bad job.
I know that's what you're saying, but you know.
How was your life? How was your life when Trump was president?
When Trump was president, I guess about the same as it is now, except I couldn't go outside. Everybody lost their jobs. Everybody got fired. Small businesses closed. Except for that type of shit, my life was okay, and that happened under Trump.
What happened?
My life changed under Trump. Fucking COVID. All these restrictions. I can't go outdoors. I gotta wear masks. I gotta get shots and shit. A third of our fucking $30 trillion deficit. Trump did that in his 4 years. He indebted and enslaved your kids. and you're selling out because I had a little more of the gas prices were cheaper.
He didn't put us $30 trillion in debt. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I say he added a third to that shit.
A third to what?
To the $30 trillion deficit. It would have been 22 without Trump. He signed away fucking $8 trillion.
You're saying? I don't have any knowledge of that. Show me.
Of course, because it's against Trump, which is my whole argument. You know nothing negative about Trump.
I know a lot negative. I can tell you.
How much did he give to Big Pharmacy?
I can tell you that Trump supported the magic potion.
Yes. How much did he give them of our money?
I never heard $8
How much did he give the big bankers?
Well,
he gave him 6.7 trillion, I think, in one day.
What do you mean? Who bailed
I'm
out
sorry.
The bankers?
Yes, the bankers in Wall Street. Trump was bailing them out every day. You don't even know because all you hear is good news about Trump. He was giving these niggas $500 million a day, $750 million when it's under 800 points, when it would drop 2 and 3 days in a row, propping it up. It was on the news every day. You didn't see it though, cause it's.
Well, where did you get that information? Turn me on to it.
Would that be difficult? Cause I watch everything, right? I can't watch one side.
I never heard that Trump was giving $500 million to the I don't know how many billion you said.
Here's one that you could look at. At that time, the guy who was talking about Ron, what's good, baby? Who was talking about it was the guy. Here's the deal, Brian, from Here's the Deal, High Impact Flicks and shit. He plays it down the middle. He'll let you know both are shitty. And he was up on that shit when that shit happened, when Trump and every day the market was crashing and Trump kept giving them influxes of cash. He was talking about it every day.
How is he giving them influxes? Explain. I would like to know.
You don't want to know. Yeah,
of course I want to know. What do you mean?
It's really quick.
Yeah.
Trump did take your bump stocks. Forgot about that. Bump stocks. Remember, for guns?
I don't know what a bump stock is.
Bump stocks.
What?
Bump stocks were for the gun. Theirs, weren't they?
Enlighten me. What is a bump stock?
I'm not a big gun enthusiast, but I think they're the little handle thing that makes guns easier to shoot or whatever. I'm not sure. You'd have to.
He took away our bump stocks.
He signed them off. Oh,
you mean the stock on the back of the gun?
Yeah. Yep.
I don't look into every detail.
Because it's against Trump. He don't listen to nothing that's against Trump, Ron. He don't know shit. If it's negative against Trump, he don't know about it.
I can tell you a lot of negative about
none of them want you to have guns. Conservatives are the ones that took.
Right? Do you think Trump wants us to have our guns, bro, Pops?
Do I think so? Well, he talks.
Do you think
like
Trump wants us to have his guns? Yeah.
But I think it's a master plan. I think they both take away certain rights, and
I don't disagree with that.
No matter what.
But we still have to choose.
Does anyone up here think that that Republicans or Democrats really want us to have all our freedoms? Does anyone believe that?
I don't
believe any of them want us to have
I think they're both taking what they want to take.
Yes, it's a game. We're stuck in the middle.
I don't care what you tell me. You still got to pick your poison.
I would disagree, man. I don't kick over the table and fight like a rabid dog.
No.
Who are you gonna fight?
Go ahead, Ron.
No, we have to come together, and I've said it. Everybody said it a long time ago.
Yes, agreed.
But you cannot come together if we're yelling at each other.
We can't come together if this guy is saying those evil leftists. It's 50%, 40, 51, 49% of us.
It's not
we
the
can't just do that.
I can count on my hands how many good Republicans there are, and I bet you there's just as many.
There's some.
If there's five,
garbage on both sides.
It is.
There's garbage on both sides.
Yeah, we're gonna pick through. Stop picking through the garbage.
Well,
if we're gonna come together, like Ron said, and you alluded to earlier, to fight these guys, like we'd have to all opt out at the same time. That will never happen as long as you deliver this message of the leftists are evil, and then the left says the right are evil. You are absolutely doing their job for them.
I don't know about that.
Well, think about it later. Then
I don't agree 100% with what you're saying. The right side is pro-abortion. The right side is more conservative. Yes, pick your poison.
Well, see, that's one of our problems. That's one of the problems. I don't agree with you 100% either. But you know what? I'm willing to listen. And that's what happened to our country. We're not willing to listen no more.
Yes. Your rhetoric does that. Left against right. Your rhetoric says all of those people are evil. You can't do that.
It's all our fault.
Wait, I've
it's
said
not
on my
their
shows,
fault. It's not their fault. It's our fault.
But if you look at some of my shows, I've always said on my shows, the best thing we can do is arrest every single senator and every single congressman and let them prove they're innocent, that they're not traitors. Every one of them, a Republican or Democrat.
I won't argue with that, but
and you can look at my old shows.
I can't argue with that.
Is we got to get rid of Potato Head, and we can't have that. What maybe they use this as an excuse, but I need to see a Republican get in there and pull the shit that Biden's pulling. Then it's gonna.
Trump did you blind so and so.
No,
Jesus, Obama did you blind so and so. Clinton did you blind so and so. Bush did before that you blind so and so. His daddy did before that. I can't stand motherfuckers only get.
You know what you're talking about because there are a few presidents that have gotten killed. Okay, Lincoln,
I think one-sided politics has to go in the trash.
I think Trump got in. This is my opinion. I think Trump got in because he was part of their club. Okay. He didn't win that election because they made sure he won. He didn't win that election.
Of course he did. And they took it from him because it was time for him to go. We probably outvote. Your vote probably ain't counted in 50 years, bro.
Well, they took it from him. It's one of two scenarios.
Straight up.
It's either they took it from him because that was part of the plan.
Yes.
Or they took it from him because he flipped on them.
Yeah, so I could think of 8 more scenarios why they took it from him.
He could have played their game, got in office, and then started going after them. And that's what could have happened. We don't know for sure if Trump is with us or against us. We don't know.
You don't? No. You know he's against you. You know that much, bro.
I don't know if he's against us.
Yes, I do.
I'm 50-50 with him.
He's against every one of us.
Oh, I'm 50-50.
Let me tell you one thing. I'll sit here and complain about these senators that worth $100 million in their bank account. I'll agree with you there. But then you're going to tell me a billionaire that they've been passing laws to protect for the decades? They've been passing laws to protect the elite. And Trump is the elite. He can pay all their salaries. He can pay all their salaries and still have money.
You don't believe there's any elite that are actually good people?
Trump ain't one of them.
Well, wait, we're not talking about. That's not the question.
Power corrupts.
Get off Trump for now.
Not power elite. Not power elite.
Powerful elite.
Maybe super rich, but not power elite. Not power elite.
Well, power elites, you mean running the show?
Yes, certainly none of them are good.
Well, there are billionaires out there that are good people.
That's totally feasible. Yes.
Not all of them. Maybe you can count them on your hands, but they're out there.
Yeah, but we should know Trump ain't one. You haven't been paying attention.
We don't know this for sure.
I know because I pay attention. I watch all sides. I watch Fox for days. I watch that bullshit CNN. I do all of that shit.
I don't watch any of that shit anymore because they're all counterintelligence. Like
yes, as are you apparently.
No, I'm not. What I'm telling you is, for the 15th time, no matter what you do, one of these people, somebody's going to be the president. And if you give me a choice between a potato head or DeSantis or Trump, I'm taking them.
They will continue to give you a choice
before they stick it in.
And you will continue to be satisfied with that choice. There are some of us, hold on, Pop, I'm not done. There are some of us that live on this plantation, that are slaves on the plantation, and when presented with 2 different masters, we choose none. Now, you give me this one's better than that one, I choose not to be a slave. Some of us are just in our shit. Some of us are like you. I'll choose the lesser of 2 evils. This master treat me better. I'm of the Fuck Massa. Massa can suck my dick. Tired of that shit. I'm too old. I did that shit when I was younger. Fuck that shit.
I didn't feel like a slave when Trump was president. I feel like a slave now.
I know, man. It worries me, bro. It makes me think that you saw something in him that's in you. And that nigga's rotten to the core.
I don't know.
He's been rotten for fucking decades.
Yes, man.
As soon as his dad stuck that gold spoon in his mouth.
It sounds like you guys are anti-Trump, and I'm
anti all of them niggas.
I'm anti-government.
Yes,
I'm anti-government.
Listen, I would say when Trump came in office, me and my brother, when he came in office, me and my brother was down with him, and was like, yes, we hope Trump wins. I didn't even start watching his political shit until I watched for myself because he was running for president.
Well, listen, they show you there's pictures with Trump with Epstein up in fucking penthouses. So we know.
Yes, but you'll excuse that shit and talk about all his good qualities.
I'll tell you all his bad qualities too, but what I'm telling you is no matter what you say, your solution sucks.
I haven't given my solution, bro.
Your solution is everybody opt out.
Yeah, you don't even know what that means.
That means don't participate in their system.
Yeah, but it's worthless without taking action, bro.
Right, and who's gonna do it?
Us. Well, certainly not those guys that are fighting over the breadcrumbs that fall off a master's table. This master will give me more crumbs. You niggas are worthless. That's why they say only 3% of people are responsible for revolutions, because most of them sit around there and do the shit you doing. Oh, really? I got a big crumb last year. I want to vote for those masters again. They gave me more hate.
No master. I just think he's the lesser of two evils.
Then you agree he's evil.
We have to start somewhere.
There is one thing. And
Trump has done a lot of good shit too. You just don't see it.
No. They all have. Niggas, so did Obama and blah, 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 blah.
Obama did shit.
I'm a fan of that healthcare shit that Obama did. As long as I've been paying into that system, you should give us health care.
That shit is more expensive than healthcare was before we made it.
And fucking Obama made it happen. You know what else is expensive? That big pharma shit that Trump gave away, which you apparently forgot. He signed away $6 trillion in a day. Did you forget?
What $6 trillion?
You see what I'm saying? Oh my God!
You're throwing shit out there, but you're not bringing me facts. $6 trillion how?
What do you think, Big Pharma? I can't think of their names right now. You know they got money from the government, yeah?
Who?
Do you pay attention to how much?
What company you talking about?
Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, all those guys.
Well, I don't know about $6 billion.
I said trillions with the T.
I don't know about $6 trillion.
Why not? Because you're so in Trump's ass.
No,
he can move a bus behind you and you wouldn't even see it.
I'm not agreeing with you.
He put your great grandkids in debt, and you just pass it over. You ain't took 2 seconds to Google it yet. If he did, will it change your opinion of him?
I don't remember him.
If I Google it and show
me, yeah.
And will it change your opinion, or will we continue to argue about how great he is?
If he put your great, I said, wait a minute, you're putting words in my mouth. So if you're gonna put words in my mouth, you're gonna have to start your own show. And then you can put words in my mouth. I said he's the lesser of two evils.
You've been pretty fucking pro-Trump, bro.
I'm not pro-Trump. I'm pro-conservative.
Hold on, let me.
$6 trillion he signed.
Yeah. I'm gonna Google it.
I know one thing. Every president that I can remember in the last 2 decades has signed off trillions of dollars that didn't come to us.
Yeah, Obama is what Obama did.
I don't remember.
Obama did to the auto industries.
Obama did to the big banks when he first came in. He gave them $700 billion.
That was actually passed during the Bush administration, and Obama passed it when he came in.
Check this out. But listen, Obama gave them 2 of his own. He gave them $700 billion. And then they gave it all to the executive. I'm talking about the banks, not the auto companies. They gave it all to the executives. It was supposed to go toward the bad mortgages. And then he gave them another 700 and said, all right, now y'all got to spend this one right. Are you telling me he made a mistake or oversight? All you billion lawyers didn't recognize that they can just give that to the fucking heads of the company?
Well, you're just popping a lot of shit with no proof.
Let me ask Google.
How you doing,
How much
Pops?
were you paying for a gallon
Hey,
of gas when Trump was
James.
president? And how much you paying for a gallon of gas now? And if you think energy and fuel don't run the world, then you're blind.
If
Because
you
that's
think
why you're in
if you think
inflation right
Biden
now.
made them gas prices, you're in the same boat. Because
Right.
look across the pond. Look across the pond. The
Very
prices are up
good.
everywhere. Oh, Biden doesn't control the prices in Sweden.
I never said Biden. Well, he controls the prices here when he stops you from drilling in America.
You buy
well,
into that bullshit, bro.
We could go back and forth on Trump, but I'm not saying Trump's a hero. I'm saying he's the better of two evils.
Well, you know, if a motherfucker,
and you guys need to get. We can't get people to stop putting face diapers on, and you think you guys are going to get people to opt out of a system. I'm being practical. You guys are being dream world. You're living in your own utopia. So here's what you do. You both go buy a little piece of land on a fucking mountain somewhere.
Yeah.
And go opt out. Okay?
Yeah.
I can opt out right now. I own my own house.
See how many people you got that'll come hang out with you.
Let me explain to you.
You ain't changing the system that way.
Well, that's your way.
Now,
you said go live under a tree, Pop. That's what you said.
People to opt out.
Yeah. That's what you're talking about, though, Pop. No one's talking about that but you. No one's talking about that but you, right? I can say crazy shit. Pops, if you believe fucking a bunch of dudes in the ass is gonna save the world, I never said what you said. I never said nothing about live under a tree and all and don't do nothing. That was you're attributing that to me. I'm talking about fight. You're not listening to me.
Needs to opt out.
Yes, I was trying to tell you my definition of that. Apparently, yours is living under a tree.
No, yours
opt out of that shit.
Don't vote.
Yeah, no, you can't vote. No.
All right. So what is that going to accomplish?
If you could remain quiet for a couple seconds, I volunteer to tell you what I'm talking about many times. First shit is to don't vote. The second shit is to take over the Constitution, make sure that anyone fucking in power has to obey the Constitution as is. And even down to the shit I do. You say a motherfucker ain't fighting. I pick up a camera. I'm a cop watch. I don't know if you forgot or not. I fucking fight every day across the fucking country. I've been doing this shit for 3 years. So that's me trying to change this fucking government. I don't have to fucking vote to make a change. And because I don't vote, don't mean I'm inactive and I don't want to fucking save my country.
But how is not voting going to change anything?
How is voting going to change anything? Ain't shit going to then change yet.
Well, that all depends. Where we start. Are we talking about the president or are we talking about local level government?
Oh, well, okay. I was talking about any entrenched politician that makes any money, has any power. That whole system is set up by the corporations. They control anyone at that level. You don't go fight to get a $300,000 a year job and owe all these billions of money to people and not owe favors. Grown men don't think that way. So anybody in that fucking office, Nancy Pelosi, all them people, they all have board seats ready on the tobacco companies' boards and shit. $30 million a year waiting on them when they retire. Anyone at that level, it's over with. But you telling me I should vote over Nancy and so, both rotten pieces of shit. I supposed to sit through the muck and determine which is less rotten. I think I could spend my times better ways fighting rather than helping either one of them evil fucks get in office.
You see the Republican Party is putting a lot of candidates that are corrupt, like Herschel Walker. You're going to tell me that guy is in on it?
He's a joke.
But it don't matter. He's a regular guy like me and you.
I ain't tell me
that a lot of these politicians now that are running for mayors in these smaller cities, for congressmen and things, there's a lot of regular Joes coming up now because they seen what happened and they want to stop this shit.
Well, more power to them if that's such a thing. I would assume Herschel Walker is some house nigga. I assume he ain't seen a black neighborhood since he was at Georgia Tech personally.
I don't believe that. I think you're just talking out of your ass.
As most of them guys, them rich black athletes, they don't come back home, man. They go buy a house and white folks and turn to OJ.
Herschel Walker ain't that rich. Let's see what he's worth. You're making it sound like you know all.
I said I assume. I'm assuming.
Well, you're
I bet
assuming
she's
is you're
worth over
making an ass
50
out of
million.
me and you. That's what you're assuming.
I don't know. The best projector what?
Just like you still got to show me how Trump was funneling $500 million or $500 billion.
Yeah.
Wall Street.
Pops, can I ask you a question? Do you still have faith in the system that
is
it's
worth
salvageable?
10 million, that's all. He's not worth like fucking hundreds of millions. So go ahead. What was you saying?
Pops, do you believe the system is salvageable?
I think we have to get rid of the system, but we need to get some good people in there to start changing shit and arresting people. If we don't,
but you know that, I mean, that goes against what Einstein said. You can't fix the problem with the same level of thinking that created the problem to begin with. You have to go outside the box.
But
which means getting rid of government and starting again.
But it's not good. But what you're saying is the solution, but it's not going to happen. So we have to figure out. Basically, here, let's put it this way.
Because what Joe's saying is correct. What Joe's saying is correct. You know,
I'm not saying they're all rotten, correct, but it's not practical. But it's not practical.
Eh?
But it's not practical.
Well, it's at the moment there isn't a presence online certainly that could replace the government. So I would agree with you with that.
I mean, it's like me saying, well, the real solution is for the Almighty God to come down. I mean, but he ain't coming yet. So we have to look at what we can do. Can you turn your mic
up a bit because you're a bit low, mate?
Who, Pop?
Pops, can you turn your mic up a bit because you're a bit low?
I am.
Yeah, because Joe's really loud because he's like.
I'm sorry. Here, let me lower my
next to his mouth.
Let me go into my mic settings.
MCM. How you have to sort of give me a 1 2 1 2.
Hello, my mic. Let me see.
Yeah, turn mine down.
I don't know. It seems like
it's like here. I have to keep turning it up and turning it down depending on who's talking.
Oh, that sucks. I've been there.
Well, I think I'm normal.
That's better, Pops.
That's better. You're up now. You're up now.
Yeah, I just didn't have the mic
closer.
You,
MCM? I think you was a bit quiet as well.
What I'm saying is I'm looking for a practical solution, and you guys are looking for the solution. There is no solution right now. We're caught with our pants down.
There is
what
a
we're
solution.
Saying is the solution that you're banking on, Pops, is not really the solution. It's the same.
It's not going to work.
It's more of like meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
Yes.
You keep picking one side, and then we're going to be stuck with the same situation.
It's true. You know, you can't get in a dichotomy of win-lose because that's their main trump card.
Let me give you an example how I think, though, so you know.
Let me ask you one question. Let me ask you one question.
Go ahead.
Now, if both sides came together as us as people, all joined together, and we all went into the Senate like January 6th, do you think it would have been the same outcome? Because I'm not for one side running in there and taking over the government.
Mate, we'd have all
if
got
both
shot
sides joined together and ran in there and said, we want change now.
We'd have got shot.
Well, they're not. They're going to have to shoot hundreds of thousands of people.
Well, they will. They will. You know, they murdered millions in Iraq. Millions. I mean, like what you said earlier, Pops. 1 point.
Where's soft though? Where's
soft? When did they kill millions in Iraq?
But what you're saying,
there was originally 55 million people in the country. There's now 10 to 12 million people left.
I don't know about all them numbers.
But, I mean, they don't.
No, they killed millions. Millions ran and left and shit, but they killed millions. Even low estimates put it in the millions of civilians alone.
That's one of the reasons why I wanted to come on, because one of the things the media never talks about is the true cost, the absolute catastrophe of war and the atrocity of it. It's like organized murder, as one guy said, and that's what's really going on. And we've got to stop that shit. I mean, that whole fucking thing, that's all supported by government.
Yeah,
they all support war.
Yes, man.
And now now Britain wants to go to war with fucking Russia. Are they fucking insane or what?
Yeah, they're smart. They know that they don't go
always
alone,
people like us that are ones that pay the consequences.
Well, yes, and they're very aware.
There's already been one Russia top talking heads who said we're going to bomb Britain into the fucking Stone Age. It won't even be a snack at 11 o'clock.
It won't take a day, right?
So let me explain to you, Joe Cool, my logic. So you can look at my old shows and you'll see that I'm not bullshitting you. So here's my real logic. but I was trying to tell you how to pick a poison. But here's my logic. This is all a show. Good guys are playing the good guys, and the bad guys are playing the bad guys. And then when we put the good guys in power, which is, let's say, Trump or DeSantis, that's when America is going to rally behind a president, okay? Because he's going to make America great again. We're all going to have good jobs. We're making money. Oil goes down, food, no inflation. And guess what's going to happen then? World War. And for America to be on board with a president to go to war, they have to love that president. They have to be patriots. You can't, right now, if Biden started a war with Russia, it would be hard to get soldiers. If Trump was president and everything's going good and all of a sudden he's the savior and now World War III starts, like Trump could be the real antichrist. And World War III starts, that's how it goes. And that's what I always said is going to happen. I always said, listen, I told you, pick your poison. I'll still
you're living in a tree shit. I thought that was far-fetched, but your theory that some savior will come in, that's just like a motherfucker saying Jesus is going to just come make it better. So some politician's going to be a good man and he's going to change the world.
You're not listening. To rally the masses, he's going to come in and make the people believe I saved you. I'll show you a video. He goes, I am the chosen one. This is, look, here, you want to see it?
I am the chosen one. I am the chosen one.
Right, so I'm not telling you they're not in on it. Don't look, Ron Paul sits there and goes after Fauci.
You're saying he's in on it, but let's vote him in the office and get it over with quicker.
Don't matter. Pick your poison.
I don't know. You pick your poison. I prefer to kick over the table and do it a different way,
but
man.
You can kick over your table, but your table ain't big enough.
And again,
that's the problem.
I would.
Yes.
January
3%. You can't get 3% of the population to revolt. Okay. I know that you couldn't even get 3%.
Here, let me give you my philosophy. I listen to yours. Let me give you my
I ain't done yet. Let me finish, then you can talk.
Holy fuck, bro. We can't unpack all that shit you just said. There's more.
What do you mean? I'm trying to explain to you how I broke it down. So I always said that this could all be one giant con. And they're playing good guy, bad guy. Could be. But I seen Trump do a lot of good, even though he has baggage. Everybody has baggage.
How do you not?
Where's your $6 trillion that you threw at me?
I found many
where is it?
235 billion here, 68 billion there, 98 billion there. I can't calculate all that shit up. That seems to be
where have you found this information? Because I like to see it.
All right, I'll take you 2 seconds here. Big Pharma
2. I know he signed off billions to the farm industry. And
well, billions is not trillions.
Yeah, I didn't know. No, I didn't even look at it.
I didn't say trillions, but I know he was signing money away.
To Ukraine, that the money disappears.
Pops, so just
in a 560 and comes back to America.
Pops, I want to clarify what you're saying. So, like, Trump gets back in office, he starts the war, and then what?
What I'm saying is that's one of my conspiracies, like one of my thought process. Like, is Trump the lesser of two evils? Maybe he isn't. Maybe you get what you wish for, and then you end up in World War III.
Right.
So I don't know which way to go with this.
Maybe you do.
So what you're arguing about, you're on board with it all then?
Look, these two guys on the right think they got it all fucking figured out, when there's geniuses in America that still can't figure out.
I never said I got it figured out.
I'd like to present my shit. I've yet to give a.
We might get farther. I'm not saying we might.
All right, here's just one $2.3 billion package relief. This is just $1 trillion package relief. This is just one.
$1 billion. You didn't. It's not
trillion. 2.3 T.
What is it? I can't read that. What does
Trump
it say?
signs $2.3 trillion spending package.
Yeah, that was when he was in office. He signed one. That has nothing to do with.
Wait. You just said it didn't sign no trillions away 2 minutes ago, but I don't want to argue about fucking Trump. I found a bunch more as well. I'm telling you, we tally them up. That fucking 8 trillion is going to sound accurate.
I don't think
let me
so.
give you mine. You said our geniuses here.
Well, you guys think you got to figure it out.
let's just, you wouldn't know.
Well,
You ain't heard our shit.
I heard you. You said
you can't listen and talk at the same time. It's not even feasible.
Heard you. You said.
Listen, I'm trying to talk now, and you're talking. I'm trying to tell you what I said, and you're doing what you do. Talk over it.
Go ahead.
You don't want to hear it.
I want to hear it. But
all right, listen, I'm not the most brilliant fuck in the world, but I do chase logic. And it's illogical that this battle of 50% on one side, 50% on the other side, we win anyway and get together in mass and make a thing happen. That's not logical. So what I have to do is win over both sides, find a common ground that we can fight on. I think that common ground starts with do no harm to people, because both sides can agree on that. Well, that's just the basis. I don't need to go on forever. But my philosophy starts there. We all come together, and all of our laws must revolve around we do not get to harm motherfuckers.
Can we, do you reckon we get 3% of the population in this chat?
You can't get, but it depends on the package Pop's fault, right?
We'll get to the Senate tomorrow.
You can't even get 3% of on each side to agree with each other.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And it's weird, Pops, because it seems like you say out of your mouth that you know the game is to keep both sides going at it. But then about the other side of your mouth, at the other side of your mouth, you're saying can just play the game, keep playing by their rules. It'll work out. It seems contradictory.
I know where Pop's coming from, and I can see where you're coming from, Joe. It's like I think you're both going in the same direction.
You think? I hope. I hope. I say you think so. I hope so. I don't think so. I think Pop is content being cheap.
You're like 100% truther. You're saying, no. What's the saying? There's no toleration of the lie. That's what you're saying, and
of the lie, yeah. Cut that short.
Maybe Trump's sort of like partially a good guy and can do some good and protects us from the fucking wrath of all of the shit they've got.
Yeah, for the next. But that's not logical, man, because they've got the system set up where even a good guy comes in, has to pay $1 billion to run for that office, and you owe a bunch of people as soon as you do that. The system's set up where no one really is going to come in there who can make a change. It's not even set up for that to happen.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. I mean, my question to Pops would be, if you get your way, Pops, and Trump does win and everything, he gets into office, what are you going to do when he's still working for Rothschild? At the end of the day, he delivers everything you wanted, but he's still controlled by Rothschild. So, are you really free?
Yeah, right. I mean, is he going to defeat the banking fucking mafia, the big oil mafia, the big corporations? Is he going to defeat all of that? No, he didn't do it the first 4 years. He didn't even come fucking close.
Do you know what? I read on a blog the other day when the Queen of England died. They were talking, and somebody said that the Massimo family runs the royal family of England, and they're out of the Vatican. I've never even heard of them. But they control the Habsburgs, apparently.
Mastino with the M?
Massimo. It's M-I-S-S-I-M-O or A-M-O.
I've read a lot of these books. I don't think I've heard of Massimo.
You talking about Monsanto's?
No. Talking about the family in the Vatican.
Like the Rothschilds, all them clowns.
Yeah, I've never heard of Massino's.
No. I've never heard of them either.
New guy, Mike, what's going on?
Hello.
What's going on, man?
What's everybody doing today, bro? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. They brought up mafia motherfuckers. I type in Massino.
Well, they probably are. They are the mafia, aren't they? They're all the mafia.
Yeah, same thing.
Every country's got one.
Mike, what you think about what we've been talking about?
Yeah, I don't even know what y'all been talking about. What are y'all talking about?
Oh, well, I'd like to troll Pops, but he's not here.
I'm right here now. I had to do something. I was fixing shit.
I was supposed to send me a link when he was going live.
I didn't even hear what the hell you guys were saying before.
Pops forgot to tell me he went live and shit, so I knew he was going live tonight. And I looked.
All I want to say is what you guys are saying is impractical. It's logical, but it's not practical. And you can sit here and talk your talk.
We tried the Trump experiment already, though.
Yeah, we've been trying that since I was alive, before I was live. It hasn't worked, so you know. Apparently not, so just roll with it. We get that that's your philosophy, man. And again, cats like you are worthless.
Try to change it. No, you're worthless.
No, you're not trying to change nothing. You're trying to pick one of the people who they put in there to change it. You change nothing. I'm not going to
get abused on my own show, so I have to ban you. There you go. I'm not going to get abused on my own show by someone. So, look, you can say what you want. This is a free country.
Yo, what happened, bro? I just walked into like World War fucking II.
Yo, bro. The guy's like telling me he don't even. He thinks I'm like this super pro Trump guy.
Joe Cool, yo. I mean, look, Joe Cool. Sometimes he just don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but he's a cool dude. You know what I'm saying?
He's just not a bad guy. He's just he talks.
Sometimes he goes off on some tangents and shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't always agree, but he's never really like abusive and nothing like that. You know what I mean?
He was abusive to me today.
That's what I guess he was, bro. I don't know what happened. I just literally seen you online.
He's a Trump hater.
I seen that you were on, and I said, "Let me see what's going on." And apparently, there was.
I don't love Trump, but he ain't half as bad as Biden. That's for sure. And it ain't Biden or Trump.
He might be twice as bad.
I don't know. He could be the devil in disguise.
So, Will, what happened?
So, are you willing to take that chance, though, Pops? That he's going to lead us into fucking World War III?
Well, we're going to have to pick our poison. So what do we want to do?
That's not logical. You're saying you're logical or practical, but that's not very fucking sensible.
But no, Biden's going to bring us into World War III anyway. But it's just going to be a little...
He doesn't know which fucking direction the toilet's in.
Yeah,
it may not be logical, but it's going to happen. I think this was a crazy look.
Biden's not going to lead us into World War III. The war has already started. Let's get that straight. It's nothing to do with him.
Well, we've been at war for a long time.
Well, I just
Russia can't even handle Ukraine, and you're going to tell me Russia's going to bomb England?
To go to fucking Russia, mate, because you ain't coming back.
That's bullshit. Russia's kicking the shit out of Ukraine. Don't believe what you hear. Okay, that's all propaganda, American bullshit.
Russia's throwing out their old fucking equipment with their best fucking military.
Russia's kicked the shit out of Ukraine.
Yeah,
they're ready. By who? Ukraine army's all surrendered already. It's
what I could tell you, bro, is that there's U.S. troops and shit fighting in fucking
Ukraine. It ain't Ukraine. It's
look up Willie beating cancer. Look up I got Funker 530. Look, there's all these YouTube channels you can look up. These guys are U.S. military.
I'll be right back. I gotta get my cigarette.
Yeah, bro, is U.S. military fighting on the Ukraine, but like that's why we're about to be at war with Russia, bro. Because we're already fighting them.
There's missionaries there already. Yes.
We're already fighting them, bro. They ain't playing.
That's why I'm saying look up Willie beating cancer. He's interviewed troops that are there in the bunkers. He's right there on the lines. He just left this week because he's been there for a time. But he's been interviewing soldiers and everything on the front lines. It's on YouTube. You can look him up.
I know who you're talking about.
Willie beating cancer.
He could be
He's from Australia.
He could be a front man. He could be another front man. You don't know.
This country's always on some fuck shit, bro. And I mean, now they're getting called out on their fuck shit.
Why is it they won't let us listen to Russian news? How come? Because Russia's kicking the shit out of Ukraine.
I would never believe a word of Russian news.
We wouldn't even know how to fucking.
They literally took over Ukraine already.
We wouldn't even understand Russian news even if we watched
Ukraine. They show you videos of Ukraine's army surrendering like crazy, scared shit out of their mind. They don't even have.
Do you believe Russian propaganda? Why would you believe Russian propaganda when you didn't believe it 20 years ago?
This ain't Russian propaganda that I'm telling you.
Oh, yes,
about.
it is.
I
Yes,
can't
it
even
is.
get Russian propaganda. We can't even find
all I'm saying
That's
is,
what you're hearing.
right? Putin wouldn't be scrambling and freaking out and threatening to nuke people if he was winning.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Mike.
What you gotta understand is
he's threatening to nuke people because
he's threatening to nuke people because he's getting fucked up by not even Ukrainians. It's like everybody just sent a bunch of fucking black ops over there and was just like, yo, go, you know what I mean, make this war last forever. And they were just they're just out there, bro, you know what I mean, fucking planking each other across
Tell
the
me
line.
why there's 10 kilometers of fucking cars lined up to leave going into Finland.
Well,
because they're winning. Because they're
everybody
winning.
here is being an armchair quarterback.
No, I'm telling you what's happening today.
You don't
There's
know
cars
what's
lined
today.
up and going into Finland, out of Russia. Millions of people are leaving Russia right now.
No.
Well, hundreds and thousands of them, not millions.
There's tons of people leaving Russia right now. They were trying to
Where are
avoid
you
the
getting
draft.
that information from?
They're trying to avoid the draft, bro.
Here, I'll
They're
tell
getting
you.
drafted because they're preparing for World War III. China's going to get involved too with Taiwan. America's going to.
This guy lives in Moscow. This guy lives in Moscow, inside Russia. YouTube. Watch him. He's in Moscow.
Now
he's a Russian. He will tell you the truth.
He'll tell you the truth.
He
lives there.
YouTube. I wouldn't
Who
take
controls you? Who controls YouTube?
Well, they're owned by the royal family.
Who controls YouTube?
The royal family.
The little hats.
Google. Who controls Google? The government.
Family.
The American government.
Pops, the royal family
CIA
owns
op.
YouTube.
All right, whoever it is, it's a CIA.
Well,
op.
they own the British government
I'm
as well.
supposed to believe YouTube?
Listen, man, it's not YouTube, it's YouTube, all right?
Anyway, I
It's
don't
not
believe
Google, it's Google.
You know, you show me one video of Russians getting their ass kicked, and I could show you one video of the Ukrainian soldiers surrendering. I mean, so what's really going on over there? You don't know. Everybody thinks they know. I don't know.
Exactly what's going on.
At least I'm honest enough to say I
I'm
don't
watching
know.
film footage from there.
It's all
the footage they want you to see.
It's all the show playing out, but what the show is saying, it's like saying what's happening in Sons of Anarchy. You know what I'm saying? If you watch Sons of Anarchy, you know what I mean? Look, it is a show. It's not really real, but people are really dying in this play. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's a war game.
The elites will stop at nothing. They will bring us this close to nuclear war, so we surrender.
It's make believe with real people's lives. You know what I'm saying?
They want control, and they will do anything they got to do to gain it.
Well, yeah.
The elite, you only get what the elites want you to get, and you have to face that reality. And you're not going to change it. You have to change it from within, not opt out.
Yeah, but yo, shit's getting really crazy, bro. Shit's getting really crazy.
You can't opt out because there is nowhere to opt to.
No. Shit's getting really crazy, though. You got to understand. Like
when they shut our power off and we have
chaos. People don't got too many options, you know, like our country, right? Like, I don't believe that Joe Biden is behind any of this shit. He's just like a retarded puppet on the hand of like
a pencil pusher.
Regime.
Absolutely correct.
Right. So this psychotic tyrannical regime is out there sticking their dick all over the world in every hole they can, and they're getting fucking pushback now from fucking multiple countries. And they're not taking their shit anymore. So it's kind of like they've backed them into a corner on purpose to force them to do shit to us so we can fucking start up a big ass war.
We're worried about Putin. What about all those biolabs we had in Ukraine? 25, 30 of them that there were American biolabs making bioweapons to use against maybe us. What about that? Did we forget that? Yeah, we forgot. Because they got caught up on Putin.
But they have biolabs in China, in Russia, anywhere where there's fucking minimal, like...
There's over 120 biolabs in the United States.
The most corrupt country in the whole East over there, where Russia is, was Ukraine.
Yo, what does it matter what biolabs they have, how many they have, where they have?
That's
what
where
does
they
that
were making.
matter?
In America, they weren't making the bioweapons.
What if they just have one giant biolab making really bad bioweapons? I mean, it's still bad. You don't need to have 100 biolabs for it to be a bad thing. One is bad. You know
what I'm saying is we forget about all the other shit. What about all the human trafficking in Ukraine? All the child trafficking in Ukraine? The number one hub for human trafficking was in Ukraine. What about
Ukraine
that?
doesn't rule the world.
How do we know
what pedophilia is?
But how do we know?
We got plenty of pedophiles here.
Oh, we got plenty of them here too. Don't worry about it.
So why are they the bad people over there when we've got them here?
No, but what I'm telling you is that was the hub in Eastern Europe, Ukraine.
Bro, it was just a hub over there. There's hubs here too.
Yes, there is, and we have to take those out too.
What about the American businessmen going over to the Philippines and having sex with 12-year-olds?
I agree.
I mean, it's over there too.
It's everywhere, but we're talking about the hub, the number one in the East.
I'm not talking about the hub. I'm talking about everywhere.
Oh, it's everywhere. But
I don't blame the world on Ukraine.
You ain't gonna have pedophile rings like you had in Ukraine, in the dead heart of America, like it was in Ukraine.
Like you could almost do any kind of atrocity to anybody as long as you just first accuse them of like being a pedophile. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like you just accuse anybody of being a pedophile, and then you can just like fucking blow their house up. No one will care. You know what I mean?
That's true.
So I feel like anybody that anyone that wants to get away with fucking doing some crazy shit just first claims that it's like evil pedophile ring now. Like it's like the new thing. It's like everyone is a pedophile ring.
I hear that. That's the go-to wild card now.
Yeah,
that's the new point buzzword. They say save the children, and then they just throw in whatever the fuck they're trying to plug.
I don't disagree with that. I agree with
that.
I
mean, they have fucking Donald Trump, bro, saving the children. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
But there is
motherfucker owned Miss America, Teen USA. He's a fucking pedophile too.
But there are pedophile rings, like the cartel controls. There's a lot of evil shit going on out there.
Motherfucker save the children so he could sell them himself.
Listen, they're trying to make pedophilia legal.
They're trying to do all kinds of crazy shit, bro. It doesn't mean that's going to happen.
No, listen. They want to get us to think that nuclear war is going to happen. They're going to push it to the brink where you're going to believe Russia's going to push the button. They want that fear.
Yeah.
They want people scared shit. And why do they want them scared shit?
As soon as Russia pushes that button, they're done too.
Yes, but they're not going to push the button. Why do they want people scared shit? Why? Do you know why?
They've already got us scared.
No, they don't have everybody scared shit. Why do they want everybody scared shit though?
Why are we talking about it then?
You know why? Well, because
if we weren't scared, we wouldn't be here.
I'm not scared. I'm telling you what they're trying to do. I'm telling you their plan. They want us scared shit so they can have control. They want us to surrender our freedoms for security, like they did in 9/11 when they let Homeland Security, a fucking army, on our soil, which is illegal. Okay, they let it happen because people wanted security and peace. That's what everybody wants.
Look at the word they used to sign that bill, the Patriot Act.
Right. See?
Yeah. How they fooled everybody by using the word patriot, because half of our country fucking bows to the word patriot. So immediately they voted it in. Immediately.
That's a good point, MC. That's a very good point. Yeah,
they do everything.
There's so much shit gone down the pipe, but if you wind it back, that is one of the big things that they did. They used that term to.
Yeah, I'm tired of that term.
Read what the fucking law says. They just think patriot. So they, especially
I can love my country without screaming that I'm a patriot.
Yeah, especially
that's right. I agree with that.
It doesn't mean I love my government. It means I love my country.
Me too. I love my country. I don't love we don't have a government. We have a mafia regime right now.
You're kind of right. I could agree with that to a point.
It's a tyrannical regime, bro.
Yes. Well, I heard this
I think all the governments of the world are in on it, though.
We've got a democratic.
But do you know why all the governments are on it? This isn't normal for human nature to be this way. Okay, it's demonic forces at work. If you don't think that this is some kind of spiritual war behind the curtain, then you're being fooled. Because there's a spiritual war going on right now between good and evil. And these people, some of them are demonically possessed. Normal people just don't do this shit. Normal people don't approve something that's going to kill millions of people unless they're diabolical. If you want to sit here and tell me somebody says, you know what, I'll kill 10 million people to get rich, that's one evil son of a bitch.
Yeah,
okay?
I can't argue with that.
All right, so when people try to say, oh, no, it's just about the money. No, it ain't about just the money. There's some evil, diabolical demons in control right now. They may not even be human. Maybe they're fucking lizard people, like some people claim. Maybe there's some reptilian people. You ever seen the movie V, where the people look human and they peel their fucking skin off and they're lizards? Maybe that's really what it is. Maybe there's some kind of aliens in these people. I don't know.
I highly doubt that.
I highly doubt it too, but it's just so evil. You know what? The devil never says it's enough. No matter how much evil is going on, he never goes, oh, you know what? I think that's enough. I think I'll slow down. No, he keeps pushing and pushing. They're bringing us to Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean, that's basically
you know what, Pops?
We're already there.
That's like money, that is, Pops.
We're living in Sodom and Gomorrah. Money has nothing to do with morality.
There's never enough for the devil, but you can never have enough money.
Yeah, but there were always rich and powerful people 50, 100 years ago. The morality now is shot.
Did you hear what I said,
in 1950 them telling little boys they could cut it off if they want to be a girl? That didn't happen in 1950. And you know why? One of the reasons is religious leaders wouldn't have allowed it, but the religious leaders sold us out too now.
Blame the bloody doctors, mate, for doing that shit, because they know better.
Well, the doctors and the nurses know, and they're claiming them as heroes.
All of those professional people, they should be up on charges for mutilating children.
They all have to be held accountable.
Because those people, they're all damaged people. They're mentally, they have an illness. And this fucking system's going along with it and funding, you know, all of this shit. We have to pay for that through our taxes, you know.
Any nurse, doctor, police officer, politician that has broken their oath to this country, if we do change this and we start to win and we flip this, because it will happen, the light will win eventually. All of them have to be held accountable. Every single one of them.
Yeah, we got Tom denying the evil.
Wind it back a little bit, Pops, about what MCM just spoke about, was that word patriot. That's a very interesting. There's a lot of that sort of stuff that we're overlooking in rushing forward to try and keep pace with it. And you know, that LGBT agenda and also the child trafficking and the paedophilia, they always raise that card whenever there's other stuff going on in the background.
Yeah,
you know, they want to change the money over. They want to start the fucking war so that they can cull more of the white population, get us fighting amongst ourselves. I don't know any Russians. I don't know any fucking Ukrainians. What the fuck are we all over there for? I bet the same can be said for most of you boys in the US, you know? And what's going on? We need to wind it back. And you know what Joe Cole was saying was correct, you know? And what you're saying, Pops, with a kind of last-ditch hope for the system is very dangerous territory, because there is no hope for the system. And unfortunately, there's a fucking huge amount of work to be done. And we have to bite the bullet and accept that is the only way we can move forward, is to do every single thing ourselves, to start from ground zero. That's what we need to do.
How do we
and believe me, it's taken me 15 years to get around to saying that.
We have to change the system within.
Because I've tried every other way. I've believed in them and given them a last hope and a last chance, but there's never any freedom coming from that system or those people. They have to be arrested, and we are the ones who are going to have to do it. And we are the ones, the longer that we leave them in power, are going to have to clean up the planet and all the damage that they've done, the pollution, the fucking chemtrails, and I think there's like a fucking continent now in the middle of the Pacific which is made of plastic.
Well, we have to.
I think it's bigger than fucking Greenland last time.
We have to get our legal departments like the FBI to arrest these people, but they control them.
No, Pops, we have to arrest the FBI and the CIA and all of those other agencies to do their jobs while they're employed.
Who's going to arrest
the FBI?
In
our own laws in England, they're supposed to go to prison. They used to be, it's treason, so it's the death penalty, but now they changed it to 14 years. but it's a very serious crime for not doing your fucking job in office.
Well, the only ones that could
If
arrest...
you can't use the law to force them to abide by the laws that they, you know, the reason that they're accepting the wages for the jobs that they're doing and they're not doing those jobs, if you can't use
you notice they still arrest these people and they still can't even find them guilty. That's the biggest problem. You know, how can you give them a jail sentence when they get acquitted?
A pedophile protector who's now attacking Trump. See,
Right.
I do hear you. I hear where you're coming from, and I do understand what you're saying. Trump was a lot less of a fucking lunatic than this guy.
I don't agree with that. I think Trump was a lunatic in himself. Okay. You know, I think they all are.
Give me a bit of latitude being in the UK.
But you got to figure we're having 70-year-olds run our country, and they're out of touch with society, and that doesn't fucking work. No matter.
By the way, Pops, that's a fucking amazing background. All right.
I still don't think you guys. I know you think you have the answer.
Oh, I don't have the answer.
I don't have the answer. I'm looking for the answer.
I'm looking for the answer.
You're not changing the system. The only one that could really change the system and start arresting the FBI, start arresting the CIA, start arresting politicians is the military.
The military.
And right now, our military is under their control.
The military should do it, actually. They are the ones that really should start the arrests.
But they're not.
The generals should be doing it.
If the brass get together in the military and they're patriots, I'll use the word. Patriot.
Yeah.
Okay, or they're country-loving people, the brass.
Yeah, they should be the generals.
There are 430 generals in the United States military. If a couple of hundred of them got together and said, this is bullshit, we're going after all of these people, this would have been over already. But for some reason, they even got their teeth dug into our military. And that's the only way out of this.
I think for the
Almighty God.
I thought, you know what, Pops? I think, well, the other thing, Pops, is if it ain't the military, it should be the fucking police.
Well, the police,
they already got the police in their pocket.
They got the police already. They're just paying cops $100,000 a year now.
Yeah, they got the police in their pocket already too.
NYPD, only 1,500 cops didn't get the magic.
Well, they're all working for the fucking feds. If they were working for the sheriff's department, it might be different.
Yeah, but that ain't practical.
I mean, who's paying their wages? Maybe that's the avenue to take. Is like get the sheriffs to, because I think that they issue the wages to the police unless they're all on the federal payroll.
It has been proven. All right, that the jungle juice is absolutely killing motherfuckers.
Yes.
It's like it's not even a conspiracy. You might not even get banned for saying it now. That's how proven it is.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, absolutely. Well, it's part of the...
well, we have to change the system within because we cannot fight the system. The system's just too powerful. So we have to change it within. And how do we do that? We start getting some honest people in there. There are honest people running right now. Not a lot of them, but there are people stepping up to the plate. Now, obviously, they control the machines, they control the ballots, but I don't think they could be everywhere. Like Arizona just passed a law to have paper ballots or some shit. Wisconsin just passed a law because you got a few decent governors still left.
So I think we need
they didn't have everybody. They had.
I got a solution to the problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the Almighty God come down. That's the solution.
No, but I mean, I've got a temporary solution until then. Everybody has, you know what I'm saying? I think we need to get a giant shipping container barge and just, start our own country in the ocean.
Well, Texas basically at one point wanted to break away from America, but that's maybe just politic bullshit.
You ever seen the movie Waterworld?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not practical. We gotta look. These people can't even take face diapers off. You think you're going to sell them that?
Look, pretty soon it's going to have no other option anyway.
We don't even have 3% of the population that won't wear a face diaper. Look, I live in New Jersey. I walked around for 2 years, and I didn't see not one person not wear a face diaper but me. I was going into stores, fighting with managers in the store. Cops were coming. They wanted to arrest me sometimes because I wouldn't wear the face diaper. So if I'm the only one that I've seen in New Jersey, maybe there's a few other guys like me. What is that? 1/1,000,000%? You can't even get 3% of the people to stop wearing face diapers.
There was a comedian who used to talk about it, bro. He called it like the pussification of America, bro.
How about the whole world is pussified?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know about the whole world.
Almost the whole planet is pussified. The western part, like Europe,
Pops,
America.
Pops, let me ask you a question, right? If you went to John Gotti's house, Pops, if you went to John Gotti's house,
yeah,
and like you just like found the front door was open and you just walked in and then see his wife was in there in the kitchen and you just decided to put your feet up on the table and order his wife to cook your dinner, and start. How long do you think you're going to live?
Not long.
Well, what makes you think that anyone in the government is going to do anything to fix the system? They're all following John Gotti's rules, and anyone who steps out of line is going to be have their head blown off.
And every one of them are benefiting in millions. Why would they change it?
They're either in deep fear. Well, they're probably both. They're in benefiting by it, but they're also in deep fear of being murdered, which is what the system does.
I agree up to a point, but there has to be some people that get in there and start changing shit. If we don't change shit, then basically you guys are saying it's hopeless.
No, what we're saying is that you have to stop having faith in the system and have faith in yourself and start again from scratch. It's the only way.
But you can't start again from scratch
without. There's no other way. It's too.
They're not going to let you.
They're not going to let you. The government itself. How are you going to? The government itself is the interface the royals use,
right,
to interact with the public. The entire system. So you can't use it, Pops. It's the whole system is supporting the power structure.
But bro, the Wicked Witch is dead.
All right, so if nobody goes and votes and we get another Democrat in there, you think it's going to be better than...
We are not going to have any Democrats.
They're Democrats.
Democrats.
You can tell me whatever you want about the Republicans. They're still not Democrats. They're not talking about...
No, they're Republicans. That's what they are.
Republicans.
They're a cult.
The Republicans and the Democrats.
The Democrats and the Republicans.
That's
at least the Republicans.
Well, apparently none of them have got any legitimacy anyway, because the real constitution is not abided by, and this is really a commercial constitution.
We need to fall back on 3 words. We need to fall back on 3 words.
To King George.
And I hear people preach it all the time. We, the people.
But you can sit here and...
Here's a loan, but you'll run this constitution and not the republic.
But you can sit here and talk the talk, but it doesn't happen. So you got to look for what solution.
Well, that's the law. Where do you want to go?
Happen?
You know,
I got 3 words.
Your solutions are hopeless.
Respect my authority.
You're not going to get the people to do
my solution is never tried. It's not hopeless. It has never been tried. We've tried your way. We've tried the Democrats' way. We've tried the Republican way, and nothing is working.
But like
we need to try something new.
And you think they're going to let you start something new?
You need to try the law, but the only way that you can do it in the law is if you have a grand jury of the public, and not the fucking politicians.
Right.
Yes, I agree with that.
Try to accomplish that.
Huh?
Try to accomplish that.
Well, but Pops, the law.
You got to bring each other together. You can't talk for one side.
Oh, you guys!
If you go to civil war, you're in a fucking world of shit, mate. You know.
But you're talking about shit that's not going to happen. It just ain't going to happen. You know, we got Tommy here from Pinoy News wants the country to burn, and he wants to split it up into like 6 fucking countries. It's a great solution, but it ain't going to happen. What don't you understand?
I think he just wants to split the country so he can make the Appalachia into the shape of a penis.
The elite is so powerful, they control the show, Mo. Okay? You get what they want you to have. They're scraps and crumbs. So what do? You have to change the system from within.
That's why I said we the people.
Yeah, well, you got to get the people in office.
I say we build a catapult, right? Like 20 feet high, and we launch bags of shit at the White House. You know what I'm saying?
So the plan was let me get this straight, though.
In protest for carbon taxes. You know what I'm saying?
The plan was Trump was to get him in office to expose the swamp. That was the plan.
Well, he was going to clean the swamp. Was drain
And
the
then he
swamp.
proved he was part of the swamp.
And then he was the swamp.
Yeah, I mean, that was the record. See, that's the thing, Pops. That's your hero, right?
No,
he was supposed to clean the swamp.
He came to clean the swamp, and then he became the
swamp. He ran into a lot of resistance. He didn't realize how deep the swamp was.
He fell in the quicksand.
No, what happened was he had to clean it out so his friends could move in. Now they took over the swamp. They're a bunch of swamp goblins.
If it was up to me, there'd be no government. But that ain't gonna happen.
See, the one thing about the powerful elite, they can sit there and say one side's worse than them, and then the other side will say the same thing, and you know where we're at? The same place where we were.
Well, they won't give a fuck if they get this war going because no one will give a shit anymore.
There ain't going to be no nuclear war. Don't worry about it.
No, well, just a war with Russia. We don't have to have nuclear war. We can have a conventional land-based war. But we're going to be fucked if they go.
What if they just throw an EMF pulse up in the fucking air, blame Russia, and the whole United States has no power?
They never do it like that, Pops. They want to kill as many people as possible. So
that will kill.
Yeah, they want to decrease the population, I think.
That's
without a doubt. There's no doubt about that. Bill Gates was on a show and said, with these new magic potions, we hope we can reduce the population by 15%.
Listen, all those boys who are going to the Ukraine, right, to fight against the big fucking bear, they're all fucking insane. And this is coming from a military guy out of Canada who's been in the army for 22 years as an infantryman. He says, today in modern warfare, if you're going to war, you ain't coming back because these weapons don't fucking miss. These missiles, these rockets, they're all fucking laser guided and fucking they can. If you use the mobile phone to send a text, they can fucking find your location and kill you just because you sent a text message. And they've actually killed people in Ukraine doing that shit.
Right, but we're at war with China.
You know,
and China hasn't even fired a bullet. China's killing us from within. I'd say
China's probably the bigger enemy. Yeah.
All our colleges, they're infiltrating. All our elite colleges like Harvard, all these big colleges.
Yeah, they own our sports.
Okay, so that basically China's winning the war without even firing a bullet.
Yeah, they just bought the whole country.
Basically, that's what they're doing. They're buying our farmland. Why is China allowed to buy our farmland?
Oh, American, very smart. We show you why capitalism is bad. We're gonna buy your whole country.
This is one thing I know from knowledge. Motor City, you see that name right there? Detroit was the #1 manufacturer hub in the world in 1950. You know what Detroit is now? It's abandoned. And you know who has the manufacturing? China. We gave it to them. Instead, we took it away from normal Americans.
Is a booming open air drug market.
Nobody's arguing that fact. I agree with you 100%.
Detroit is a current PvP zone. All right.
Why do you think they're flooding us with immigration? What's your I have a thought. What do you think?
Immigration?
Well, immigration has always been the cornerstone of America.
Right, but they're flooding us now.
Oh, I can tell you why. You want to know why? All right, check this out. It's because they currently just released an announcement that in 2035 they're out of money for the Social Security program. So at that point, everybody on Social Security is cut off by default. They don't have any more money. They announced it. They said we don't have any more money, and they're giving people who have Social Security extra money. You understand?
Well, give us our tax money back then.
No, they're giving. It's only for I think crazy people. You know what I mean?
Security, no tax money.
The reason why they're flooding us with immigration is the main reason is to keep the salary stagnant. They want to flood us with immigrants.
That's true. Yeah.
Because Americans don't even want to work for these slave wages no more. So now you got all these immigrants coming here willing to work for slave wages because it's a lot better than they were making in their country. So what they do is they keep it stagnant.
I'm telling you, bro. Look, why does the mouse die in the mouse trap?
Because he wants to cheat.
Because it can't get away.
No, the mouse dies in the mousetrap because it doesn't understand why the cheese is free. You understand?
Yeah, that's kind of true.
So that's why the mouse dies in the rat trap. And that's what's going to happen to the immigration right now. So all these people are literally coming here for food stamps. All right. And the problem is that once they all get here, right, they're going to find out that this country is actually trying to kill everyone.
You know, immigrants that come across the border are not allowed or eligible for federal assistance. But
you know
the
what,
federal, the country will make them stable and let them survive and not go hungry. So they are getting federal assistance no matter what.
They literally make them citizens, bro. Like it goes down. But
it takes 10 years to become a citizen.
Nah. They just put them in there, bro. They're like, hey, you go, here's money and here's everything you need. I'm telling you, bro, there's people that are coming in across the border doing better than me and you right now. Look.
You know what, Mike? What you said then, that's like...
Yeah. It's true.
That's like Joe Cool's side. That's what Pops doesn't understand. I mean, and that's a bit utopian, isn't it? Because you're expecting, what
it is they're trying to destroy the economy, and they want to take away all of the middle class money. They want to free up South America of its population because they're gonna fucking move there and build bunkers so that when America gets nuked, it doesn't fuck their life up. And they're trying to let everyone go to America because they don't give a fuck what's going on in America. They're trying to kill it.
Did you hear what you just said, though? It's like what you said was they don't realize that their government is trying to kill them.
Yeah, I mean, like,
what we're trying to do is to try and explain
why is the UK destroying their country by allowing tons of Muslims in there, creating no-go zones?
Listen, I'm not
raping people, killing people, firebombing people, like just going crazy, terrorizing the country.
I'm trying to get you to see something
else. Why is that happening? It's the
that
same scenario. It's the same reason. They're collapsing the economy, brother.
All the people are never
one guy talk at a time.
Is trying to kill them. See what
I haven't said much all night, to be honest. I just wanted to say a few things.
Oh, you can talk. I'm just saying, let's get one guy. Well, you're talking.
I'm just saying, there's a fucking global agenda right now to destroy the fucking economy, and if you can't see that, then you're blind.
Absolutely. I agree.
It's apparent.
100%.
Being sabotaged.
We're being.
The only thing I would argue. The only thing I would argue with that is the economy is already destroyed.
I'll agree with that too.
What I mean, most cities
they're making it worse.
Collapsing.
You know what though, MCM, their whole system, the whole thing that they talk about, the economy. Oh, we'll make more money. Oh, it's all about money. That doesn't matter a shit. That's bullshit. They can keep their economy. Let it fucking burn. We don't need it. That's not what
you gotta get a dollar out of this
government.
government if you're an actual citizen that was born here and paid taxes. You got to pull teeth, right? But in the last couple of years, they were just literally throwing money, just printing it out, like just your stimulus is here's thousands of dollars. Fuck it, it don't matter. You know what I'm saying?
The thing though, they can't do that because it's their fiat money. It's when bullshit you realize money. It's not real.
That the only time shit like that happens is when the ship is going down. You know what I mean? If they had throw money around when it's not going to be worth anything soon.
Yeah, but if they had to rely on oil or gold and silver to trade, then they wouldn't be able to print the fucking money.
They were trying to stockpile hard assets in the country because they know it's about to go down. Look around the world. Everyone's having energy crises. How's your electric bill? You know what I'm saying?
You know, someone said recently on a podcast that the crypto thing was really the freedom for humanity, but humanity's abused it and is trying to profiteer out of crypto. But crypto wasn't designed to be that. It was designed to be a liberation tool. But everybody's got to work in fairness to do that and not profiteer off of it. And that's why now it ain't worth a shit.
The only thing about crypto,
freedom over the fucking
the government could crush crypto in half a second if they wanted.
Yeah, they can just pull the plug on power system and crypto's gone.
They wouldn't do that because if they did that,
yes, they would.
Power. They would lose their own power.
They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it.
When
they have their own digital currency,
they can't do it. Think about it.
Yo, listen, crypto had its boom.
Their only form of control is the system. If they turn it off, they've got no more control.
China already. Wait a minute. China already did it. So I don't know what you mean
they already did it.
Bro, country
crypto. You can't use crypto in China.
Can't even use it.
You can't even buy anything with
Can't
crypto
buy
in
it,
China.
can't sell it, can't
Oh,
have
really? They're
it.
doing it in China. Yeah, well, it's
And
early
they'll do it
days.
in
Yeah, let's see
America
what
eventually.
happens. You know, they've already had a Tiananmen Square a few years ago.
Bitcoin went from like 60 grand to 18 grand. You know what I'm saying?
Crypto, one day America's going to have their own digital currency and say you can't use crypto no more. Game over.
Cash, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, no, crypto. You can't use crypto.
No, they'll never do that.
Well, California's living off crypto
they'll
right
never
now.
do it because that's their control system.
Well, I think they're going to do it.
What if they
if the shops are empty in the shelves for 3 days, there will be riots. There will be burning and looting. Okay, so they will never do that because they know the consequences. People change very quickly if they're hungry.
Wait a minute. Who do you know what consequences? The elites will all fly to a fucking island and stay there and let us all kill each other.
What I'm trying to explain stay in the island, we'll have our country back. That's what we want, them to fuck off.
Are you there, bro?
I agree with that. Let them all go leave.
Yo, Jammer Funk, bro. Do you know why the Almighty Creator gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth?
Absolutely.
It's so we could listen. You know what I'm saying? I think you need to listen sometimes. You know what I mean?
No, it's just that I get it. You know, I get what you're saying instantly, and I want to move the conversation forward so we don't go round and round in a fucking merry-go-round and start arguing.
Yo, Jammer Funk.
We're all talking about the same shit. We all agree on the same stuff.
What I'm trying to say,
it's like what Joe Paul says. What's our action? What action are we taking to change shit? You know, and that's what we really need to think about.
Well, the action is to wake people up so they
to
wake people up to see what's
all I'm
going
saying
on.
Is you have to understand that their goal is to make all these people hungry and starve and fucking fight and kill each other. You know what I mean? They want you to kill each other.
Absolutely.
It's super easy. If you just collapse the energy systems and the supply of food, everyone will pillage and kill each other. They don't even have to do the depopulating. They make you the bad guy. They just say, well, we failed at keeping the infrastructure up, and you guys tore each other apart because you're animals.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's what'll really happen. That's what they're planning. And that's going to happen in the midst of World War III that they fucking fabricated.
See, that's one reason
people lived through World War II and didn't fight in it.
So, no, it's going to happen because it has to happen to fulfill the Zionist agenda. It has to happen.
Look at the red heifer, and now that Texas sent the red
heifer.
It's
going down.
Now, if Joe Cool was up here, he could tell you what they did in Illinois. They just passed a law where they're not going to arrest you for a lot of crimes.
Yeah.
And he could have told you a lot about it because I heard him discussing it with somebody else the other day.
Well, he could have told us if he didn't sit there and tell me I'm a fucking asshole on my own show.
I know. I understand what you're saying.
I think he was
you told him to go live under a tree also.
It's my show, though. I could do that.
Yeah,
I understand.
You just relax,
I
man.
respect it. I respect it.
I won't go on Joe Cool's show and call him out like that.
Yeah, Pops, you just need to relax when someone does that, because if he does that, it means that you've got so much presence. He's in, fear of you, so he has to do all of that shit. He was just showboating.
I let him talk, but I let him do it for a while.
Yeah. Just give him rope, mate. They'll hang himself.
Joe Cool's fucking crazy.
Here's what you do: replay the video and watch how much.
I know what he said.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I know what he said.
You know Joe Cool, bro. That's just kind of how he is, bro.
I actually like him, but he went crazy today.
He's all right.
You know how he is, bro.
No, I've never seen him go like that.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just assuming he did his normal Joe Cool shit.
I don't mind a man saying his piece.
I don't know what the fuck he said.
He went. Well, watch the tape.
I think he was concerned with you, Pops, is that you're supporting Trump, i.e., supporting the system.
I told him, I'm like, ask my own son.
That's what he was.
I told him Trump may be the Antichrist. For all I know.
Pops don't even.
Yeah, he did.
You know what I mean?
Listen,
I just think we're all very passionate and opinionated. And sometimes it gets out of control. Sometimes you got to take a deep breath and fucking shut the fuck up and listen to each other.
Yeah, but understand that Trump could be. No bullshit. They say the Antichrist is going to be loved by millions of people. Who fits
and
that
I
narrative?
couldn't agree more with you. And
I've always said this. This is probably the plan. They are chess players. But here's the deal.
They need a scapegoat.
Players couldn't play chess without the pawns. You understand? If the pawns don't participate, you can't play a game of chess. Unfortunately, all the pawns are participating, and that's what the point I was trying to get to. You can't change the pawns, so try to change the system within, because you can't get these people to take a face diaper off their face. This is how sad we are.
That's because you instill fear into people, and fear controls your mental stability.
You mean they instill fear? I don't instill fear.
Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said. I didn't say you.
Oh,
I said when you instill. When I said when you instill fear, and I use it as a metaphor. You is a metaphor. It's when someone who's in control instills fear into the population, and that is one way to control them.
Yep.
You know.
Well, look at Alex Jones. That's all he does is instill fear.
Yes.
You know,
but it goes on the left too. The left controls their own part of their fear. You know.
Yes.
And that's why I said if January 6th was we the people, not we the Republicans or we the Democrats.
Correct.
That was a failure.
If Biden supporters were there and went in, they would be powerless.
Yeah, because the military would have stepped in.
Right. They would have been like, whoa, both sides are against us now.
Yep.
And it really should be that way. Anybody that is kind of a Democrat, from the old Democrats that weren't as bad, anybody that's a Democrat should realize that these aren't Democrats anymore. These are like socialist tyrannists. And they should wake up and realize that they're not Democrats. I call them Democrats because that's what they are to me. They're demons.
Well, I think all politicians are demonic, if you want to put it that way.
Hey, I'll give you an example. Ron Paul, the one that's going after Fauci for gain of function, right? He'll never bring up remdesivir. If you ever watch his conversations with Fauci, you know why he won't bring up remdesivir? Because John Paul's wife invested $1 million in the company that makes remdesivir. Okay? Ted Cruz, they're all showboats. They all talk shit, right? They get up there and they yap and nothing happens. Ted Cruz, as soon as he became senator, his wife got a cushy job in a bank, paying her like $1 million a year. She don't even know what she's doing. So
you know what Ron Paul's middle name is?
Their spouses are getting the stuff, like Pelosi. Pelosi's husband's doing all the inside trading. They're worth like over $100 million. How is that possible? We know they're all, look, 98% of the politicians, let's say 90, are corrupt, and the other 10% is scared shit. They don't want to, float the boat because they'll get whacked. Or they'll get
the
hacked.
only ones that aren't really corrupt yet is the newbies.
Right. You remember that newbie guy that was in the wheelchair, that congressman?
Yeah.
Hawthorne,
one that he served in Iraq?
Yeah. They got rid of him real quick. As soon as he started saying they're having coke parties and orgies and they wanted me to go, and as soon as he started bringing that shit up, boom, he's gone. Yep. You don't hear about him no more.
Disgrace him. That's the biggest thing. Disgrace him.
Who was that you're talking about, Pops?
Hawthorne, his name was. He was a congressman in a wheelchair, Republican.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
He was saying that they're all having like all the politicians, not even the Democrats, all the politicians. A lot of them are having like coke parties and orgies, and they invited him. And I don't know why they would invite him. I mean, the guy's in a wheelchair. What could he do in an orgy? But I don't know. Maybe it still works. But the point is, he brought this all up. And then you know what they did? They went and found one picture of him in a fraternity in college. I don't know if he was wearing a dress or some shit in the fraternity. And they showed that. And that's all they kept blaring. And now I don't even think he's a congressman anymore. I think they got rid of him. They got somebody else in there. But soon as you break, you pass that line, they get rid of you. They'll spend $1 billion to get rid of you, but they get rid of you.
But it's a double standard, because then like Biden will have like a dude in his cabinet that's like a demon fucking Satanist, an open pedophile. Satanist, gay pedophile, like
the Podesta. You know like, look at that guy Podesta. I mean,
like they literally have fucking like openly gay Satanists on their shit, bro. I forgot the dude's name, bro. It was a thing about it recently.
It doesn't matter. When America allowed people to worship Satan in public, game over. The Almighty God said, that's it. You drew the line here. Now you're letting them do it in public with this freedom of religion. Well, to me, if you worship Satan, that ain't a religion. That's my opinion.
I don't think he drew the line there.
I think the Almighty God just said, that's it. I had enough. Let them suffer. Let them suffer. You know, and now we're getting what we, in a way, humanity's getting what they deserve now.
Bro, Jose wants to know what happened to Jose wants to know what happened to the laptop and the emails, bro. I'll tell you what happened, bro. They made a comedy movie about it, and that's about it.
Yeah.
They're like, don't worry about it. It's just a comedy.
But you know what? Those emails has nothing to do with what our fucking country's going through. Has nothing to do with it.
No, of course not.
I mean, like, I'm tired of these little feeble fucking little issues that does not help the population. You know, that's just a fucking another diversion to fucking what's really going on.
Oh yeah, they want you to keep looking over here while they're stabbing you. You ever notice when they want
both sides do it, and it's not just Hillary's emails; it's other shit. Both sides do it.
When they want to pass something, all of a sudden a distraction comes so they can push that bill through, and you don't even know it went through.
Yep, it's just like 9/11. Boom, Patriot Act.
Right, but they're not hiding it anymore. Now they're flexing their chest.
Look,
and they're just doing it right in our faces.
Look, the reason why the emails was important is because they literally proved that our president accepted bribes from China, right? Sold out U.S. secrets and public favors. You know what I'm saying? Like, he provides favors for money to these other countries. That's the problem.
Yeah, it proved Obama committed treason.
Like our country has literally been sold out. You know what I mean? And that was proof.
That I agree with.
I agree. China already won the war without firing a bullet. They're geniuses.
But now, why would they bury it?
What do you mean? Why would they? Who's eating steak or something?
Me.
I figured that.
Okay. One thing I can tell you, the regimes in China have been in power for 5,000 years. One thing about China, they're a stable country. They will survive. They've been here for 5,000 years. They will be here when we're all gone.
But those people can live in grass huts and eat rice every night.
My point exactly.
Americans can't.
My point exactly. We are dependent on everything. China, them people, they can live on rice.
You go to the Dominican Republic. I lived there for 5 years. The people over there live off of the land.
Yep.
They eat yucca, they eat plantanos, and a treat. They buy like a big salami and they slice a few pieces and fry it with the rest of the plantanos and the yucca and the mangoes falling off the trees and the coconuts and the chinola. They live on rice, beans. Americans, you tell Americans you got to eat rice and beans every night? It's going to be a war.
Yep.
They don't have, like, in the Dominican Republic, they eat one piece of chicken that one person would eat in America. In the Dominican Republic, they put that on the table, and 4 people eat from that one piece of chicken.
Yep.
Okay.
I watched this vlogger. His name's Indigo Traveler, and he was just down in Haiti. These people are living fucking metal sheet fucking huts, and some of the walls are made of porta potties. Yeah. I mean, that's how they live. They have nothing.
And they live.
Nothing. $3 a day. That's what they're living off of.
They don't have electric.
Nope.
Actually,
I think they said the government's giving the electric away for free now in Haiti.
Keep them happy.
Just to keep them happy. Exactly.
They did that in the Dominican Republic also.
Yeah, but they rolled it out where what they did in the Dominican Republic is they would give the people electric, but like 12 hours a day, not the whole day.
Yep, exactly. Yep. That's
how
it works.
Why they give it to them is because they steal it anyway.
Well,
yeah, I've seen that too. They were stealing electricity.
Stop them from stealing it anyway, and they are going to steal it because they're so poor, and it causes problems. It fucks up the electric system. So the electric company, what they do is they give it to everybody for free. Then the people that pay for it in the rich neighborhoods, compensate the cost.
Yeah. But, you know, in the DR, because I lived there was a town that they weren't giving electric to. Like, they were giving them electric, like, 6 hours a day. So
the people... It was the water, bro.
The people revolt in those countries. You know what they did? They blocked. Now, this was like going through a mountain, this town. They blocked the main road with tires and trucks and burnt everything and wouldn't let nobody through. Because if a poor person has nothing to lose when you take away the one little thing that they have. Americans
their water
are spoiled. We know this. And if you take away Americans' power, you're going to have chaos in the streets.
It's going to happen.
Once people come self-sufficient, they just flip up the finger and say, no, don't even enter our land, you know. Yeah. And that's what happened in Dominican Republic and all these other little countries, you know. Yep. They have cartels that just take over the area and just say, cops, you come in here, we're going to kill you.
That's true. But, you know, could you imagine in America, it's so bad that I know I work with young kids. If they forget their phone at home, they got to leave work to go get their phone. They can't even live without their phone.
It's like they lost their best friend.
If they just cut the internet off in America, the America will go crazy. Forget about electric. Just cut the internet off.
I don't even carry a phone. I don't have a phone.
No, but this is how spoiled Americans are.
Yeah. Americans always have a phone on their hip.
If you cut off my electricity, I'd be a little bit bored in the beginning, but like I'd find shit to do.
Oh,
Let me tell you, I didn't have internet because I moved. So I didn't have internet for about 2 weeks. I'll be honest. I was at peace. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I watched movies like DVDs, and I was watching a lot of old classic movies like, you know, from 1950, which weren't as bad as the shit we're watching now. Okay. And I was actually happier. I got the internet back. It's misery.
I'll tell you what, I'm probably the poorest person up here. And I have no cable. I do have my phone that, you know, that's the reason why I'm on here. But if I turn on the TV, it's all regular, like you said, Pops, old movies, old shows. I can watch MASH. I can watch all that old stuff. I don't have no access to anything new, you know, right. Unless they put it on 2, 4, or 7. Them are the only bases.
Abbott and Costello, right?
Yeah.
That's comedy. They don't have to curse. They don't have to do dirty shit. They made you laugh just by being a normal human being doing funny little cute things.
Yeah, today, little skits.
Yeah, today the comedians, they're filthy, dirty,
they're
arrogant, vulgar, right. So how could you respect these people?
Well, you know, I said this too somewhere. I said, you know, what happened to America's funniest videos? Now it's America's disgrace videos. I mean, that we went from comedy, things funny happening, to people's demise is funny now. You know, if somebody falls and bashes their face in or breaks their arm and, you know, skating a skateboard, and all of a sudden this is all funny. So we're more of a violent, you know, disassembling fucking society.
They do the same thing over here, MCM.
Yeah, it's across the whole world. That's why I said before. That's why I said before, like the gas prices, you can't blame one president. It's happening across the globe. You know.
Yeah, but this is a globalist. The globalists are making it.
Well, that's OPEC. That's OPEC that controls the fucking gas prices. You know, we give power to these certain groups, and they take advantage of it. And, you know, to the point where it's an extreme.
America drills a lot of oil still. Don't be.
We're one of the biggest oil, you know, reserves in the world now.
We don't need nobody. That's the key. America could survive without any other country. No other country could survive that way. Only us.
I tend to disagree because there's countries out there, like I said, China, Thailand, they're still fucking got horse and buggies. They're using mules to pull buggies. You know, they're self-sufficient. They are.
Yeah, they're like the Amish of China. You're right.
Yeah. You know, so that what happens in the real world, what we live in, doesn't affect them because they're already poverty. It doesn't give a shit to them. They just day to day. I got to go get water, fucking 2 miles away. We'll go fucking work in the fields, get our food. I watched this, like I said, Indigo, China, Afghanistan. They fucking in the Himalayas. They're fucking bringing home fucking mule dung or the ox dung to fucking start their fires because there's grass in it and it's all fucking chewed up, dried up, and that's what they use to start their fucking ovens. They're still using clay ovens. Ovens. That's prehistoric shit.
But when the world goes into a shutdown, they're going to be surviving, like the Amish in America.
Yeah, you know what? That's what I was just thinking. That they'll outlive us, won't they? At least they'll be able to cook.
See, the Amish in America, though, are going to have a problem because when all shit hits the fan, everybody's going to go to the Amish and take their shit.
I remember back in the 70s when I was a kid, half the neighborhood had gardens. I can't even find a fucking garden on my whole block now.
All right.
And nobody knows how to even plant fucking seeds. And that's one of the simplest things to do. Just fucking dig a hole, put seeds in, and you got fucking something coming up.
But that was the plan. That was the plan to do that, to get people.
Yeah, to get everybody to rely on the manufactured food.
I think the only way Americans are going to learn, to be honest, I've always said this, is when they're waiting on the bread line.
Yeah. When we become self-sufficient, then we don't need the fucking politics.
Like in the Great Depression? When we go through that, like they did in the 1940s, that's when people are going to start to realize.
Well, yeah, the 1930s was the big Dust Bowl years. Everybody was fucking struggling, and they were, saving lard for fucking oil and, to cook their food. And people were surviving on that shit.
But the elites planned that. They wanted to take over then, but they failed.
Well, that's why I said the economy's already been destroyed. The only people that rely on the economy is the rich. Because the stock market, what have we ever made on the stock? Who here has made $1 million on the stock market? Not one of us. Nope. But I'll tell you, every one of them politicians have made fucking millions on the stock market.
But do you know why the stock market's rigged?
I heard recently that the government, through that pandemic, they only controlled 40% of the businesses. And I was surprised at that. I thought they had a lot more control.
Yeah, but 15 to 25% of them closed because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
More than 25.
But it just goes to show
I like to call it the pandemic.
That the power is with the people. The power is with the people. We are the ones that make it all work, not the fucking elite.
Here's how the stock market is super rigged for the rich. All the people, we the people, have a lot of people that work jobs to have 401ks and all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the market's starting to crash and you want to pull your 401k out, you get penalized, taxed, you get hammered, right? So you leave your money in because if you pull it out, you're going to get destroyed. And then if you're part of a pension, and if you're part of a pension fund, you can't pull it out. But when the market's crashing, the elite short the market. So they bet against the market. They make a ton of money where the middle class, we can't pull out because our money's there. We have to leave it there. We can't pull it out. So they're taking all our money. They're shorting the fucking market, taking all our money, and then we're left with our pants down. And this is what they do.
Yeah, once they destroy the market, and the first ones to feel the effect is us. Yeah, that's the problem.
People's pensions are going to get wiped out. Watch. People's pensions are going to get wiped out. It's only
the businesses that are floating on the stock exchange, though.
But they can short it. That's the difference. The rich,
but they're shorting. They control the stock exchange, so they're shorting their own businesses.
But then they don't care because they're short and they're taking all our money that we invested in their business.
Their bank accounts are already full.
It's their own fiat money, which they print out of thin air anyway, so it ain't worth fuck all.
Yeah, but then they buy it all after they short it. They buy it all back cheap, and then it goes back up again. That's what they did.
You know what Cesarian said years ago, that inside the seeds of evil is the seeds of its own destruction. Inside evil is the seeds of its own destruction. And I can see them doing it with it because they keep printing money. It's their main power is the money
monopoly
that they print out of thin air. That's how they get rich and maintain their power. But what they're doing is they're printing themselves into oblivion because their money isn't worth anything. And it's starting to become apparent now. You can start to see even the public, you know, even Joe fucking put my mask on, get a fucking jab, can start to see that the government's full of shit and there are things more important than money and their fucking work cycle, you know, and the control from birth to death that they've
I believe,
you know,
what you just posted there.
You know, the revolution of the mind on the internet, I think that is going to be the freedom of the planet against the system of control. I don't think there is a war to fight. I think the answer is not to fight a fucking war, to get all the soldiers to stop going into organized murder, and to realize the only defense that you need to have is of your own family and your own boundaries.
How you doing, MD?
How you doing, MD?
MD in the
Hey,
house.
I'm all right, man. Good to see you guys, man. So I came home. I just got home from Queens, and I saw you streaming. I was like, I got to jump on and show support, man.
How's your book doing?
Oh, pretty good, man. I just been, you know, the allergies and stuff like that. Just, you know, just going through that stuff. So
The new book is doing okay?
yeah, I've been working on the zombie book. I was still debating.
No, not the zombie, the Nightmare on Sperm Street book.
Actually, it's not really doing that great. I haven't really sold too many copies. Maybe like, I don't know, 40, maybe 30.
The title, I didn't.
I'll be getting a copy soon.
I didn't like the title.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna.
I like the book. I think the information was great in the book.
No, Scribe
I
said
didn't
the
like
same
the title.
thing.
I don't like.
He said the same thing. Yeah, he was like, Scribe was like, man, he goes, you know, come on, the title doesn't have marketability. A few people liked it. It was like 50-50. And
I quite like it. I quite liked it, actually.
Thanks. Yeah,
but I like the book itself. The information was really good.
I thought the title would have been catchy, like, because
I think it is. I think it is. Yeah.
Thanks, man. My thought was to help, you know, like younger women and, you know, and men as well, to say, look, don't marry a Nightmare on Sperm Street. And
I was promoting your book on a stream the other night, mate, because of that.
Really? Who was from?
Yeah. So
actually,
I think
Tony Bruno,
you know, a prophet is not welcome in his hometown.
Tony's a good guy, man.
What about Sperminator?
Well, Scribe had a really good title, something about sex ed, or it wasn't education, but I told him, I said, I think Amazon was telling me that I can't just change the title. They said you got to unpublish that book and then republish it with the new title, because they don't allow you to just change it. Or I was just going to upload it with a different title and see which one did better, but they don't let that go because they say you can't have.
Would it cost you a lot of money to switch it?
No, it would just cost time, which, you know, I could do it.
Switch it, Mo. I'm telling you right now. You got nothing to lose.
I think you've won it first time, mate. I don't think, you know, maybe in the States, or maybe it sounded a little politically correct when you said that just now. I think, you know, Nightmare on Sperm Street is good.
Wow.
You know what? Maybe not even the name itself was that bad. It was the cover. I don't know. It looked dark and gloomy. It looked dark and gloomy. It looked like a horror show more than it looked like what you were trying to get the message through.
Yeah, you're only drawing one demographic.
Yeah. You know, if you kept the title even, but changed that cover and made it something more like, I don't know, something not as gloom and doom.
And you know what's funny is I thought the cover was probably the best cover I've made to date, because I make all my covers, I guess, from being an artist and a writer. I was telling a friend today, I said, the problem we have is we don't write stuff to sell it. We write it to get it out, to get it out of us, and to just put it in like stone, to say, okay, I put this out there for this reason. Other writers write because, you know, writing is therapeutic, but they'll write for that, like write something about their life or something. And I tell those guys, write because you want to write. If you're writing to make money, you can't write that. You have to write like something that would make money, which kills your creativity. So the proper way to write and make money is to look at the market and write what's making money, which there's no creativity in that. So being a writer, the mistake is, which Jamer kind of sees it as a plus, and other people do too, and I do, is the creativity of saying, you know, I didn't tell anybody about the title Nightmare on Sperm Street. I saved that psychic energy, and I said, I'm going to save it till the end. But Scribe was like, it's hard to market. You know, he goes, look, man, when I came out with it, he was kind of, you know, he was really upset. He goes, man, you didn't even consult me on this. And I said, yeah. I said, you know, I read this book about animation by Seamus Culhane, who was one of the guys that made the Seven Dwarves. And he did say that, you know, when you work on a project, you shouldn't just let everybody know. It's only who needs to know. But I told him, I said, yeah, I should have went over it. I said, I probably could have got a better one. But Jamer sees what I'm seeing is that it could actually be a win in the future, you know, because people might, there's a way that I guess I would have to convey it to say, look, this is what I meant. You know, because
I don't think you do. I mean, that's the thing is, I don't think you do. Anyone who's got half a brain can work that out. It's got quite a lot of it's quite a lot of layers to the way that you presented the title and the picture on the book, and I think it's good. You know, it speaks on many levels.
Thank you.
You know what it looks like to me, MD? You know, I call it the way I see it.
No, you're right, and you got to.
Even if you had just Nightmare on Sperm Street on a solid black cover, that's it. No picture. Yeah. It looks like you got hookers on there.
Yeah, no, exactly. Even
and
one
it looks like a hooker mat. Like it don't. You're not trying to present the sperm on hookers.
I even thought when I looked at my 3 titles, and I said to myself,
"No, forget about the title. I'm talking about
even the book covers. I looked at the book covers, and they're all black book covers. That's why with the zombie book, I was saying, okay, that cover is going to be a white cover, and I have the design already I made. But one thing, I looked at the covers. But there was another thing I was thinking in Manhattan.
Pull up your book cover so we could talk about it. Go ahead.
Well, I you know, I was thinking in Washington Square Park, right by Fifth Avenue, and Manhattan, and I said, what if I had 3 copies of my books? And people were asking, and I said, hey, you know, I have some books I'd like to sell. And I thought about the 3 books, and I said, man, these are not titles that I could, you know, market. Now the zombie book, somebody might be like, oh, what's that about? You know, and it's not to say that anything's wrong with the first 3 books. It's like the niche might be small. I don't, you know, I'm not a marketer, but it seems that I'm becoming one little by little. But, you know, even the zombie book I was going to put on hold and just work in a business that I've been working with, you know, because it's, to support yourself as an author, the amount of work I put into Nightmare on Sperm Street, right? When I made those pictures, right? Those are pictures of you know, strippers, so they could be hookers. And I put the Y chromosome in between it. And then the sperm underneath, which my editor, she told me it looks like snakes. And I told her, yeah, I needed to redo them, but I was just getting a little lazy. And that's actually the print cover. The ebook cover looks better than that. So the ebook cover.
Here's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
This looks like 4 hookers.
It does. I
think if you would have stood away from the hooker look, you would have did a lot better. I think you're trying to tell women out there that are sleeping with men, not specifically hookers, but women, that you're sleeping with men. And this is what happens with sperm when it goes inside you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you needed a different, forget about the name. The name could be that, but you needed a different cover of something that looked a little more geared towards a normal person, not hookers.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But what is normal? None of us are normal.
But this looks like a hook. It looks like 4 hookers standing on
the
floor.
No, you know,
what if you had like an anatomy, right, with a bunch of sperms in it, right?
Or an egg.
Like a medical type of fucking looking anatomy.
I agree. I think
the name ain't that bad. It's just the hookers.
If you
I don't think it's the name. I think it's the cover.
Type of drawing anatomy with a bunch of sperms in it, and it was like an investigative looking type of cover, it would probably do the justice of, you know, conveying that it's like an investigative type of joint. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I need to, you know, and I was thinking maybe because maybe the ovum with the sperm, or maybe the brain, you know, something. But I guess when I drew the pictures of those girls, I kind of liked, again, like an artist, not thinking like a marketer or somebody.
Look at you looking all gangstery.
You
look like a gangster writer, man. You look like John Gotti almost. Like, look at you.
I thought he looked work for the CIA when I saw that picture.
Yeah, like you just look. Yeah, you definitely don't look like a writer in that.
Well, I knew it weren't the FBI because they wear black suits.
Yeah, Scribe told me I look like CIA, you know. But
a dramatic sex ed book for the new century.
That's
You
because
should have had a cover that represented that, like the new century.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know, I'm pretty good with advertisement. I actually should have went into that.
It just looks more like a. It looks more like a fantasy book than an educational book
just
type.
Looks like it looks like a bunch of stripper hookers standing there.
Well, that's where I said before. I said you're only drawing in one demographic of people. You have to realize how many people are reading these days, and I think Pops mentioned it, a plain cover. Because once you put a picture of something, you're only drawing in something that people recognize the image and they want to open it up and read into it. Now, if you put nothing on the cover and you have the title, more people are liable to or willing to open it up and see what's going on.
Yes.
Now, when you put an image on the book, you're only going to draw in certain people. Yeah. Now, if you have no image, you'll have more people willing to open it up and say, "What is this about?" You know?
Correct.
I was going to say earlier, actually, MCM, that the old books, they never had any pictures on them. They were all done as a lot of them were done as sets, so they all look.
My mom read 30,000 books in her lifetime. She's gone. She's one of those people that are used to read every day, and you don't have them people no more. We want instant gratification.
MD, I didn't buy that book. I'm not kidding with you because I hated the cover.
No, I absolutely, I can understand, and I'm going to republish it. And, 48 Laws of Dating, when I originally produced that, it was a black cover with the words 48 Laws of Dating. That book has sold the most to date. I think between that and the Black Pill together, I've sold close to 1,000 books of those. Nightmare on Sperm Street, maybe 35, 40.
Now, if you were going to go with a picture, you should have went with what my son said, something like with sperm hitting the egg.
No, I will. I might even produce it with a black cover, but
I just do black cover with the name.
Yeah. What Jamer was saying, I've interviews with this book. I haven't really done. I might have done 2, maybe, but the other books.
I've seen you do 1. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think
this is a very complex niche issue. That is being spoken about in the book, right? Yep. So it's not easy to convey what's being spoken about or what is even happening on the cover simply.
I wouldn't say it's a niche issue. I'd say it's a huge issue.
I think that by just putting words, though, it will also, like, if you keep the same title, it will also give people just they won't know what it is at all.
Yeah, it sparks that curiosity.
Yes. And their best guess will not be anywhere near what it conveys. Like, I wouldn't know unless because I only know because someone had already explained it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
no, you're absolutely right. I would also need interviews. I wrote a few people, but they just never wrote me back. And it would be where once somebody hears me talking about, what the book is about.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, why don't you do a bit more like what Robert Greene does? I mean, he goes out and promotes them all the time, does book signings at bookshops and interviews, and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, he's everywhere. And see, that's where Scribe and Pop and their ideas come into view, where he's saying that the word sperm in there, it's hard. He goes, how do I market this to a school, to a university? And I told him, I said, now I totally understand. Right now, we know.
I heard you speaking about it, talking about marketing it to Christians and certain type.
Yeah, and
they won't go for that.
Yeah, they definitely won't go for Sperm Street, but they will go for the devil in the sperm, or something with it's catering to their particular part.
Don't even put the word sperm on the cover. You don't have to have the word
sperm. It can't have that word on the cover.
Called poisonous seed.
You could use it, but you have to use it in a creative way. Sperm is the foundation of
marketing. A good marketing tactic. Now, this is just marketing, not any type of opinion or anything. If I would have put something like untouched by man, and that would be the version that's only sold to Christian or religious churches, because they're gonna say, oh yeah, it says that on this verse or something, or something catchy. Like a friend of mine was telling me, he goes, listen, to what the publisher of Eric Von Daniken did when he said, look, I want to call it Memories of the Future. And he's like, no, that's bullshit. He goes, we're calling your book Chariots of the Gods. And that was excellent. It sold over 100 million copies. I've been working at other jobs because, as an artist, I've done it all my life. It's hard to make a living doing that. And as a writer, which I guess is another form of art, even though I'm a good writer, my editor, she told me, she goes, look, you're a way better artist. Even my sister, I didn't, I thought it was maybe equal. She goes, no, you're crazy. She goes, you always.
Call it the seed of the gods. Okay? It is. It's the seed of the gods. Okay, you owe me. The seed of the gods. And get rid of that gangster-looking picture. Put something in the back that shows you as like a real person. You're trying to act like a tough guy with the gangster look. No,
you know what it was? Actually,
show the real MD.
I had a picture before that with a bow tie, and my friends were telling me, "What are you from? Like the Nation of Islam or some shit?"
No,
so I had to change that picture, right? And then my other friend told me, he goes, you look like a security guard at a carpet store with the one that's on now.
How about a picture of you with like a polo tee on or something?
You do look like a security at a museum.
Oh, yeah, he crushed me with that.
Museum security, bro. He got you pinned on that.
And I love it because I want people, my friends are always honest with me. And I told him, I said, look, I'm just lazy to take another. I said, I'm going to take another picture. I know I got to do it soon.
You know what you need, bro? You need a picture on the back of you wearing a Smash TV custom-made T-shirt. You know what I'm saying?
No, serious, Smash. You gave me an idea. Serious. The seed of the gods.
Seed of the gods sounds pretty good.
Sounds awesome because it really is the seed.
Anything with gods in it is going to make people...
It's the seed of the gods that people are using.
Well, Scribe had a good one. Now, so it's between seed of the gods. He told me, and he really created a good one. He goes, why don't you call it the dark side of sex? So I was
the dark side of sex ain't going to sell to schools.
You don't think so?
No.
Here we go.
How about the church? No,
because you're writing sex in there. You can't have the word sex.
Okay.
Without the seed, mankind wouldn't exist.
The seed, I'm telling you, man, the seed of the gods.
One thing I was thinking
Throw that at Scribe.
Listening to all you guys talking is that you're using titles in the books that have already been used, and you're taking that to apply that to your book. It may be a consideration to think about using just a completely original title.
Yeah.
And not doing something like, when Robert Greene came out with 48 Laws of Power.
How about the seed of man?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When he came out with the 48 Laws of Power, I mean, that was an original title for his book, and you should probably try and do the same.
How about the seed of man?
Yeah, you're right.
The seed of man ain't bad.
The seed of man is all right, but I'm thinking the seed of gods might even catch like some of the aliens.
It'll definitely catch way better.
Yeah.
Who cares if you copy people? Copy success. That's how you make money.
Yeah, I'm going to tell Scribe. I'll probably speak with him tomorrow because I think he's going to go live. I think he's only doing Sunday and Thursdays now. He sees how hard it is, and he said Tuesdays is just a lot.
We got a Patalachi in here. Burn it down. Burn it down.
Yo, man, fucking what's going on, Pops?
You want to burn it all down? So I got.
Well, you know me, man. I'm always down to burn motherfucker to the goddamn ground. You know how the hell I operate. Like, yo, I'm always down to burn this bitch to the death.
Your logic is great, but it's not realistic. That's all I try to tell you.
Well, like I understand that my logic is not realistic. Look, I study way more than everybody else does, right? That's the problem. I read way too much and I'm all fucking think too much. And I you know what I'm saying? Like, so therefore, like my mentality of understanding things is deeper. But the problem is the average human being, in case you ain't noticed on YouTube here recently, they've been questioning Gen Z on the street and they think that there's like 10 moons on Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, motherfuckers is retarded at this point.
Mo,
you know
these
what I mean?
people think there's more than two genders. So come on.
Yo, they think there's 4 eggs in 2 dozen. All right, they're dumb. All right, these human beings are ridiculous. Okay, so like the point, but here's the thing, right? Like, my problem comes down to like, look, you have to understand that like the argument that we're having right now between like what you call evil, right, and what I call corporatism, right, is really an argument of, do you want to have like technology and advancement and motherfucking the ability to gain wealth, or do you want to have the ability to have community, family, and love and culture, right? And like the issue is these are mutually exclusive, right? You can't have both of them. You had both for about like 10 minutes, and then you destroyed the culture side of it by like divorcing everybody and putting women into the workforce, giving females rights, and like having, like the destruction of the black community and black, like families and actual economic systems that they had, right, and folding them into the white one, and then bringing in all these immigrants and destroying everything that had been, right? So it's basically the premise of, if you want to continue to have advancement, they need more people, and they want people to fit together. That's why it is you have these people who think that there are more than 2 genders, right? It's because like, they want everybody to be able to be fluid so that they'll all fit into their corporate offices, and they can sit here and advertise to everybody the same exact way and sell twice as many goods and continue to have advancements, right? That's what this shit's about. We're running out of people because like, when you move everybody into cities, they stop having kids, right? Like, everybody thinks it's about like females' rights, or they're putting stuff in the food. It's not. This has happened in Rome. It happened in Babylon. It happened in Cairo. It happened to many a times before now, right?
Yes, but that don't mean something ain't evil. Babylon was evil.
Yo, look, man, it's not about it being evil. It's about the fact that, like, when you move on, when you're on the farm, kids are farm equipment. When you move to the city, kids become expensive furniture. The problem is, it's over now. It's all over. Everything's over.
Let's have a vote, right? Everybody that's watching this show and everybody that's listening. So let me put my question to you, and you're going to tell me no. So I know the answer because I already asked you this once. So a board of directors of one of these big pharmaceutical companies know that millions of people are going to die from a magic potion, but they don't care because the bottom line is they're going to make billions of dollars. Now you're telling me those 10 or 20 people that make up the board of directors that vote that in and know the consequences are not evil demon bastards. They're just greedy people.
No, their responsibility isn't to those millions of people who die. It's to the millions of people who hold shares.
But I say those people are evil, and you say they're not.
I got things to do. I just wanted to come bring you this information real quick, man. I'm gonna holler at you.
All right. See, because he knows they're evil, but he'll tell you it's only about the money. Listen, there comes a point in life.
It's greed.
I didn't even get to say what's up, bro.
Greed is not an excuse for being evil. It's like saying that Charlie Chaplin in Germany during World War II was not an evil man.
We got
greed causes evil.
Yeah, okay, I won't doubt that, but they're still evil.
We got a six-man stream limit here, bro.
Yeah, because I don't pay for the service because I haven't been doing a lot of shows.
Fuck that shit, Spumoni, bro.
No, I will pay for the better service on StreamYard once I start doing a lot more shows, but I haven't been doing any, so why give them
bro,
$25 a month?
You enjoy the show, you know what I'm saying? Send Pops money. I don't know how to do that.
Listen, exactly. I tried that. Forget about that. It costs $25 a month. $25 a month for like the better service where you can have 10 people and I don't care about the $25 anyway. It's just that I wasn't making a lot of videos. I was making like one every 2 weeks, like the last couple of months. Now,
Pops hasn't made not
but now I got my own
shows, bro.
No, now
somebody needs to make Pops some donations, bro. Pops
listen, I tried that already. Listen, I told my son one time.
I never made a dollar either, bro.
I had a thing like buy me a cup of coffee thing, and I had a couple of things. I couldn't get one person to donate $1. I thought it was broken. I said, Mike, just send me $1. I want to see if this thing even works. All right, that's how. Listen, I don't want nobody's money.
Yo,
I wanted to see if even I can make $25 a month to pay for StreamYard. I couldn't even get that, so I gave up on that shit.
No, you got to do it for a while, Pop.
Yeah,
I mean,
Pops,
I
you've only just
deleted.
come on.
I've been doing this for quite a while. You ever see how many videos?
I deleted over 100 live streams. Each of those live streams were at least 5 hours or more.
Oh,
yeah, you know what, Pops? You're crazy. You've only just started, and MD, I've only just discovered you in the last like 8 months, Mosh.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's gonna take. Like if somebody looks at my channel, they're gonna think it's easy.
It takes a while to absorb all that shit.
Yeah,
I'm still a
exactly.
student, mate, of all the other stuff that you get into. All this.
Yeah.
Yo, you got to do it every day, dude. You have to live stream every day at the same time and build a following, and then motherfucking promote your shit while you're doing it. You know what I mean? And like, yo, like have
But
motherfuckers who are loyal.
Tommy, you've been doing this for a long time, and you haven't made no money either.
Yeah, I made like $3,000 or $4,000 before I got like demonetized and like my producer left.
I've been doing this for about 9 months.
You've been doing this for about 3 years now.
When I did it, right? I did it every Saturday. I didn't miss a Saturday for a year and a half.
Right.
And then kept going on, started Wisdom Radio, left, and then came back. Scribe was the one that brought me back to
your Red Sox is great, bro.
See, you know what the hardest problem is of Smash TV Smash?
Red Sox is
if it's basically the same exact topic every week.
Same
and
shit.
It does get like, but after a while,
I told Scribe that.
I can't take it. I went on your show the other night. I had to leave. I was getting a headache from the bullshit.
Yeah, I told him. I said it's got to be more than the dating. I told him I'm at the point where it's like, yeah, it's hard, man. I told him. I said you got to have. You know, he wants like other people to come on and stuff. Like I guess Bulldog came on the other day. I wasn't there. He went on Alex's show. I told him honestly at the point, sometimes I just, you know, I can't do both. I can't do the show and the book. Like
mate, you should have read the comments.
What do you cover? What do you cover on your channel?
We cover dating relationships.
So like you do like MGTOW shit, or is it all just like you know what I mean, like red pill stuff?
We've argued with those guys. So you know, it's like what somebody would consider the black pill just the truth, you know, not the black pill as far as some people get nihilistic or depressed because of the truth, but it's the truth about dating, relationships. I mean, we get into a couple of other subjects, but like lately, I told Scribe, I said, if you go back to like looks theory, I said, there's an audience that I don't know why, but they just want to hear that shit. They want to see the comparisons of jaw lines and eye width and forehead and all this shit, which, okay.
Well, like you got to remember, man, like, all right, so I come out of Turd Flinging Monkey and fucking Stardust. Like I have live streams on my channel with like Turd Flinging Monkey from like 3 and 4 years ago and shit to have like 30,000 views on it or whatever, right? Like I was deep into that type of community. These guys like, yo, all right. So with the dating app data that came out, you know how it works, man. 80-20 or, you know what I mean, 85-15 or 90-10 or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like the vast majority of people online right now are part of that fucking 80% who don't get looks from females. You know what I mean? And they're all trying to get to that fucking level to where like they can get female attention. And if they can't, they want to be able to like, you know what I mean, villainize females for what the fuck it is that they do. And they want an excuse for like why it is they're not successful. You know what I mean?
Yep. But here's the thing. Yeah. There's way more important shit right now going on in this world than worried about getting a piece of ass.
I mean,
I think that's the thing. Even though
I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong.
No. Right now, man. Both of you guys are right. The thing is Pop is right in the sense of they're important, and that's it. They're important. Appalachia is right in the sense of people don't give a fuck about that when they want to smash. You know what I'm saying? So they don't care if there's
well, no. All right. Let me put it this way, right? So like the basic premise of society, right? The whole basic fundamental ideology is that like you can have a wife and a kids and motherfucking house and a life if you participate in our economy and you know what I mean, like stand here and like provide a service to somebody else. And if you take that away,
was saying that they can't even have that anymore.
Yeah. But if you take that away, everything falls apart. None of this works at all.
But
you're
I
destroying
don't come on to YouTube for relationships or sex. I come on to YouTube for a social structure.
I have no idea what you're talking about, man. Like I'll tell you what, man. I don't know what you said, little nigga, but like you touched my heart, man. You know what I mean? Like
hey, I'd love to have companionship, trust me, but the outside world matters more to me than finding a companion on YouTube.
Look, I'm an Appalachian, all right? Like, I live outdoors, all right? I fish, I hike, I hunt, I fucking, I live outside, Like, I live in the real world. Like, I have 2 women in my house right now, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not one of the 80% of people, okay? But what I'm saying is like, I meet these people all the time, and, like, legitimately, they're in bad shape, right? And so when I start talking, like I've been talking like these corporate guys recently, right? These big fucking, like guys who are running companies, like multinational conglomerate companies, and they're telling me that like their budgets have expanded like 600% or 600-fold in like the past like 5 years on automation, and they're going to eliminate the fucking worker and hand out UBI. Right. And they're going to motherfucking force, they're going to take all these people who, we don't have any way to really, like make a living anymore because like they're not part of like once you get rid of the lower workers, the middle class workers just get destroyed too. Right. Because like they're the management, like the supervisors, human resources, they're all gone too. So you're talking about eliminating 2/3 of like the fucking actual workforce. And when you do this, what ends up happening is you create a lower class that's a permanent lower class that are going to fucking go into the pod and play video games all day long in virtual reality.
You're talking to the lower class.
I started the white trash no state. All right. You know what I mean? Like, get nothing misunderstood. Okay.
No,
like,
hey, I live in the heart of Detroit City. It's 80% black. I am white.
I'm from Harrisburg. It's 98%. I'm from Harrisburg, a city that's 98% black. All right. I'm from an area that's like Appalachian and part of the Rust Belt. So you can imagine how our past 30 years has been. I got shot at 8 years old. Like, It's fucking bad here. They were selling children to placements in private prisons.
I can't walk out down the street without fearing being shot. Tonight.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm out in the woods now. You know what I mean? But like, I can't walk on my neighbor's property without fearing being shot. But like, it's again, I'm part of the permanent lower class, and I'm fine with that. My grandmother had 14 kids. I have 8 children to 5 moms. All right. I am permanently impoverished by child support. It is what it is. But again, we get back to literally you will be handed a $2,000 UBI a month, and the people will pay that because they're making, like fucking $36,000 a year off of the goddamn fucking robot, right? In productivity. You know what I mean?
Why
and saving 12 grand.
Shot?
What?
Why are you guys scared of getting shot?
I'm not scared of getting shot. I'm just saying like it happens.
You gotta carry that jammy, bro. Flat back, bro. You carry it from magazines.
Somebody's echoing. Who's echoing? Probably Tommy as usual.
Yeah, man. Like my phone's retarded, but like I'm trying to mute out.
It's not me because I mute it.
You give me $2,000 a month, I'll move to the DR and live like a king on $2,000 a month. So give it to me. I don't.
Yeah, see that's the problem with you fucking boomers. Right, legit. Like that's the goddamn problem with you fucking boomers.
I'm not a boomer. Legit. I'm a Generation X.
Boomer, as I said.
I'm a Generation X.
Pop is Boomer Deluxe, bro.
What boomer? I'm born in the middle of December of the borderline of being a Generation X in 1964. So
Pops just doesn't like the fact that they got an okay boomer.
I'm 66 and you're 66. So
I'll never collect Social Security, so I ain't no boomer.
You don't want to be a boomer.
I ain't got no freaking Social Security hope.
I think you got boomer traits, Pops, because you're still supporting Trump.
There's nothing wrong with Trump.
Yes,
he's better than Biden. That's all I can tell you.
I was just approved for my SSI.
What do you think, Tom? You think Trump is better than this potato head Biden?
Trump was fine, bro.
Yeah, I think we could elect a cat and it wouldn't change shit.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think Trump ran America like a business. That's the way you're supposed to run a country.
I don't think Trump ran
business.
anything. He told them to motherfucking like bring their troops the fuck home, and what happened? Oh yeah, that's right. We were still there.
Yeah.
No, we brought men home.
Trump
Yo,
did
Biden
180
was worse,
on the
bro.
fucking
Well,
on
we got
the
too many Trump
shot.
haters on this show.
Fact. Look, Biden was worse, but Trump
I
was
hate
bad at the end when he started standing up for the jungle juice. But that has nothing to do with what he did.
He still did some good shit.
But I can't stand by anyone who takes $1 million payouts from jungle juice manufacturers.
Well, the guy didn't even take a salary. He's the only president that didn't even take a salary.
Well, he took $1 million from
bullshit. He didn't take no money.
Yeah,
Do you think 300,000 would have benefited Trump anyways?
Trump's net
that's a
worth
salary
went
that
down,
he gave up.
Trump's net worth went down $1 billion since he was
Bro,
president.
he took $1 million from a jungle juice manufacturer.
He did
I
not.
don't think
Yes,
the
he
president
did.
runs the country,
Yes, he
man.
did, bro.
No,
I
he
really
didn't.
don't think that.
Show me
Did
the
it, bro.
website. Get, I'll share the screen.
How do you
Yo, look. Do you really?
.com.
Do you really think that like legitimately like fucking Trump was actually the fucking charge?
Was he in charge?
I don't think the president ever ran the country. Any of them.
No, they're just pencil pushers.
Okay, wait. I have a question. I have a question for the whole panel, right? This is an important question, right? This is a very simple thing. Would we be better off if we split this country into different sections and started new governments?
It already is. That's what the states are.
Not the states. I mean, literally redrawing the maps on like geographic borders so we could form cultures.
Of course,
No, if we did that,
Bro,
not gonna happen.
bro, you just want to redraw the map so you can make the Appalachia into a penis.
I don't care.
I'll tell you what, if we redrew the map like that, let's say 5 or 6 different areas, like provinces or whatever, we would just cause wars here in America, like there is over in Europe and Asia.
You'd end up with the same problems as we've got in Europe, where everyone's fighting each other, all got different borders.
Yeah, because everybody's got their own opinion, and then they're not going to work.
So it's better to have the federal government ruling over us and having Californians dictate policy where everybody else lives. Thank you. It's appreciated. It's appreciated. It's appreciated that all of y'all have had some thought about this
before you got here. That both sides, I think, are corrupt. It doesn't matter what side's in power. Each side has their own agenda, it doesn't matter to what we think.
Again, like, yo, you could end the duopoly, like the whole like Republican Democrat thing, the whole nine, if you simply, just like fucking had a different country altogether and no longer had this and had people who you had shared cultural, ethnic, and values background with, rather than having California be part of the same country.
But you hear what you're saying? if you had isn't gonna happen. So you have to find a way to beat them at their own game.
Our best bet, no. Our best bet is literally to leave. That's our best bet, is to claim.
Leave where? I don't see you fucking packing up leaving.
No. I don't mean leaving the country. I mean literally dissolving this government. Like saying you no longer have power. You no longer are in charge. We're doing our own thing. That's our best bet.
Right,
we need to spread this type of word.
Are you doing it?
Literally, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to get the word out.
Oh, you're going to get the word out. People are going to wake up tomorrow and go, I'm not participating in this government. We can't
again, stop being a negative Nancy. If you believe in the idea, pass it forward.
Fucking real. It's not real. Like, give me a real solution.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. See, what we don't realize is
you're in fucking fantasy land. I always told you this.
There isn't a choice.
Yo, Texas can't even get enough people to just take away Texas alone.
Smash. They're interrupting you. I'm sorry.
The government is forcing this. There isn't. I don't want to do it. If you don't do it, you already know the punishment is there.
Look at
Pops, if you got somebody in the basement, put them up because I got to go get coffee.
Oh, all right.
Yo, literally, real shit, man. Like, I'll be honest with you. I think our motherfucking best bet is to, you know what I mean, like actually like wake people up and go, hey, look, you know, we could do a whole lot better if we just break this bitch into pieces and stop fucking standing here thinking that this is the only way it can be done.
This is why I was writing
you can't even get people to stop buying shit at Walmart. You're going to get people to do what you're saying? This is what I'm trying to get in your brain.
Yeah,
they're not going to do it. It ain't going to happen.
I'm telling you.
Don't buy shit at Walmart. They still go to fucking Walmart.
I got a plan. You know what I mean? Like, yo, legit. I would have a map. You know what I mean? Like, yo, we could at least have the conversation. At minimum, just have a basic conversation.
Have the conversation of unrealistic fucking goals. Go ahead.
No. I'm saying, like, yo, get the conversation started to where, like, we are no longer fucking tied to the idea that things have to continue the way they are right now.
People in society are idiots, man. It's hard to have a conversation with anyone, man. It's Zombieville. This is what drove me back in 2006 to start writing the zombie book. These people George Carlin was right. Think of the most dumbest person you know, right? The average person in society is twice as stupid as that. So the dumbest.
Do you think that's true, MD, or do you think it's more of a case they're in deep fear and being conditioned?
No, it's a total zombification.
Yo, it's corporatism. Yo, it's not that. It's corporatism, right? Is what it is, right?
Hold on. The zombie book I'm working on, it talks. I had to break down the categories. Now, in writing the book, I came across something known as the laws of stupidity, and they make a very good point that a stupid person is much more dangerous than a maliciously evil person. The stupid motherfucker is the guy that when I was in the army, he's on your side and he drops a fucking grenade and kills himself and a drill sergeant. So the rest of us have to throw grenades without the supervision of somebody. So it's basically you throw 2 of these live grenades and that's part of your passing basic training, among other things like firing machine guns and shit like that. But the amount of stupid motherfuckers I saw in basic training that kill themselves and others, you would literally not believe. We all had to sign a contract when we went in. I was 18 for who you're going to leave the $50,000 to in case you die, your parents or whatever.
I would 100% believe you. I would 1,000% believe you.
Yeah. Real shit. Now, they've actually made it different now. Like now it's a whole different game. It's even worse. But the fact that I remember them saying that drill sergeants have to take 12 days off after every cycle, after every 2 months of training troops, and have a psych eval because working with dumb motherfuckers pushes your mentality. You almost want to go fucking insane.
Look, believe me. All right, here's the thing. Again, I completely understand what you're saying. All right, 100%, and I 100% agree with you. Right. So now here's the problem that we have. All right. The premise is that it takes 10% of the population having a need for something to change the way shit happens. Right. And instead of trying to aim at like the 50% of dumb motherfuckers, because the people who watch us are at least aware that there's a problem, right? Yep. The vast majority of human beings on this fucking planet can name all 5 Kardashian sisters, but can't name the president and vice president. All right. This is where we are.
I couldn't name all of them.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
All 5 previous presidents then.
I don't know anyone but one of them, Kim Kardashian. The rest of them, I don't give a shit.
I mean, like, you need to go. I'm gonna do a video on this here soon. Like, I'm gonna stand here and break that shit down, right? Because there's a bitch who literally, like, she guesses that, you know what I'm saying, that the United States started in 1995, and then, you know what I'm saying, she thought that's when it was founded, right? And then she proceeds to stand here, right, and say that the Civil War was between Germany and the Nazis, and then she sings the 5 Kardashian sisters. All right.
People, you ask most kids today how many states there are in the United States, they don't know.
No one has any idea about anything, all right? But that's the whole point. We're not aiming at them. We're aiming at people who are smart, critically thinking individuals, all right? And that's why stop thinking about we're talking to dumb people, because dumb people are too stupid to even have the most basic of conversations, all right?
But I don't
I looked at a bitch today. All right, I looked at a bitch today, all right? I was at the grocery store, right? And I go to my local grocery store, you know what I'm saying, which is privately owned, whole nine, right? You know what I'm saying? Fresh meat from the local farmers, whole deal, right? And I go up there and I'm talking to this chicken. We're talking about chicken Popeye, right? And like, she goes, man, I thought we were supposed to put it inside of a shell, right? Like, you know what I mean? Because like that's how it's, because it's called a pie. And I was like, no. That's the way like the rest of the world does. And in Pennsylvania, we make noodles, you know what I'm saying, on our own, and we make chicken Popeye a different way, right? I go, that's a Pennsylvania thing. That's the way it's supposed to be done here in Appalachia, right? You're an Appalachian. You do realize that. She said, what? I said, yeah, we live in the Appalachian Mountains. This is why the fuck it is you're surrounded by these big green things around you that have rocks sticking out of them. She goes, really? I said, yeah, you're an Appalachian. You have more in common with an Iranian than you do a Californian, believe it or not, right? And like, yo, you break it down to people on a basic fucking level, they get it just a little bit, right? Just a little bit. But if you break it down to smart motherfuckers like us, we can have these conversations and go, well, this might work. This is why I say, legitimately, we need to form new cultures in America, because culture is what protects you from the bullshit. All right?
Well, they're destroying our culture as we speak. They're destroying our culture as we speak.
You sold it, old man.
Yo, my culture's fucked up, bro. It's just baseball bats and kneecaps, bro. And
We all had to give up our culture to be American, man.
Bro.
And we don't
No, you didn't have to. You chose to because it was profitable.
Well, it's not profitable. If you look at the fact that everybody's ancestry has a culture that is not American, you have to give that up to be American. And
why do you have to be American? It's not even a thing. What, you want macaroni and cheese and hot dogs to be your culture?
It's not being American is against the law.
Look at all immigrant families. I'm talking going back from the beginning, right? Look at Irish immigrants when they came here, right? They assimilated. They
didn't. They fucking settled in the Appalachian Mountains and ended up becoming mountain people.
Those are the outliers. The main ones in New York. You know, there's more Irish people in New York City than there are in Dublin, Ireland. There's more Jewish people in New York City than there is in Tel Aviv, Israel. There's more.
Your point being what? Your point being what? You don't sell out your culture.
My point being that all of these people that are here in New York that are from that descent do not follow that culture. They are from that descent. They may have little remnants of it, but in essence, they have lost that to be what is known as American, which there is no America. It's kind of a hollow thing because the government dictates that policy.
No, corporations dictate that policy.
You know what American culture is? It's the lie. Look at baseball and all of this shit to distract us and all. I used to play baseball. Look at all of the sports. Look at America. If you look at the rest of the world, America has got the most dumbest motherfuckers in the world by per capita, man. The few of us that have happened to escape this. I told a girl today, I said, look, there ain't no fucking going and teaching people. We only can find the other survivors and get to fucking safety. That's how bad it is. That's how fucking bad
it is. To that
point. Can I ask you a question then in that case?
Yeah.
If I'd have said to you when you were a kid playing baseball that really what you're doing is enacting a ritual to Baal, the fucking some god, the demon god that worships the elite and everything that they were doing, what would your reaction have been then?
I wouldn't have understood exactly, but I would have definitely understood if you told me, hey, come off, stop, because we didn't play baseball in a professional field, of course. We played in the park. So if they would have said, look, come, we're going to take you to the library to read, because I always rather read.
Sports are important. Sports are the most important thing you can do for children.
Let me finish answering the question. I was the type of kid that might have been looked at as a nerd because I liked science experiments. I liked reading. I liked writing. I liked drawing, right? Other kids fit the program. I also liked cutting school. And I used to like going and getting high and smoking weed. So I was a rule breaker but I was kind of a nerd in a way. And I wasn't athletic in school.
All right. Here, wait. Look. Hang on.
Hold on a second.
Tommy, let him finish.
I had to realize, right? Like what Jamer Funk is saying. I might have looked at it as, okay, Baal, I don't understand what it is. They would have to explain to me what Baal was as a kid, all of that. But the thing is I would have understood like simple kid terms. Hey, kid, we got something better to do. Come off the field and let's play chess. Let's look at this. I wanted to learn. Take me to the museum. All kids want.
Yo, Jesus Christ, man. Listen. Yo, seriously. Like, yo, dude, real shit. Yo, you're literally perpetuating their bullshit.
I'm trying to.
You are perpetuating their bullshit.
I'm trying to explain the answer. And what I'm saying is that I would have understood something. I wouldn't have clung to baseball. My friend that used to play it, he was playing it and clinging to it due to trauma.
Okay, let me just add this to the mix.
I play baseball.
Would you consider yourself to be the same as every other kid out there, the average kids?
Yo, wait a minute. Yo, hang on. Yo, look, wait a minute. Yo, look. Athletics and motherfucking like physical activity for kids is literally the most important thing they do. Studying and reading is not. Being a nerd is a terrible thing.
I didn't say no, but this is where you misinterpret. I didn't say that studying was better than athletics. I'm just saying that something like baseball, I would have rather exercised. I would have rather
no one would have rather exercise. That's why, like, when you exercise now, it's more fun to go play ball at the park than it is to go run on the fucking treadmill.
Exercise. Not everybody's like you.
No one wants to run on the treadmill.
No kid wants to run on
I'm not talking about the treadmill. I'd rather lift weights.
That's exercise. Yo, lifting weights as a kid destroys your growth plates and fucks up and stunts your growth.
Calisthenics.
Again, literally playing sports is more fun. No. The athletics is a good thing. Every society that has ever existed had games that had physical games that their children played.
You said something about weights messing you up. Sports fucks you up more than weights.
No, it doesn't.
Sports injuries?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Not for children.
Now you're delusional.
It doesn't. Literally, like, the repeat. All right. Here's the thing. All right, so it's wait a minute. Here's the thing. Like, it's about chance, right? The chances of you getting injured are much lower than the chances of you guaranteeing an injury by lifting weights. You will guarantee, it is guaranteed, if you are 9 years old lifting weights, by the time you're 13, you will have damaged your fucking growth plates. 100% of the chance. 100%. But your chances of playing baseball from 9 to 13, your chances are maybe like fucking 0.2%. I never got injured playing baseball, ever. I got injured playing football.
Me and my friends used to lift weights. Me and my friends used to lift weights. We played football. We played baseball. And my buddy Tony, my next door neighbor, he had a scholarship for football. He was going to be a defensive man. And his career ended before it started when I broke his collarbone when I slammed him on his head.
Bro, I broke my collarbone one time in football preseason, right? And I went to a football camp with a big bottle of Vicodin. I was just popping Vicodin, fucking people up, bro, as a linebacker. Broken collarbone, bro. I just hit him with the other side, bro. It was all good.
Football is based on war. Football is a war sport, man.
Yeah, combat.
It subliminally fucks with people. And if you watch football on TV, I don't want to watch a bunch of men in tight pants fucking touching each other.
But Jammer Funk brought a good point with baseball.
Yo, I broke my collarbone doing wedge breaking in the football kickoff.
But Mike, didn't the Masons make baseball?
Yeah, 100%.
The Masons designed it.
Yeah, it's a baseball diamond
and all that shit.
The baseball diamond is a fucking square and compass.
If you look at the Ohio State, it's the football stadium. It's actually the entrance is shaped like a church. Wow. It's literally like a church.
In general, Jam, little 10-year-old kids don't play baseball and think about their worshiping Baal.
Well, no. Well, no, that's their new place of worship, whether it's Baal or not. That's the same reason why department stores have very high ceilings, because it imitates cathedrals. I remember a German woman.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's a mockery of the people.
But we do so many satanic rituals that we don't even know we're doing by doing things like, let's say, playing baseball or doing other things. There's a lot of things.
When you look at the layout of the field, the baseball diamond and the I can understand what Jamer Funk is saying. There's something very 100%. Weird. Yeah, there's something very weird about that shit.
It's very deep. There's a guy who goes into it on YouTube called Russ Ben. He's done a few talks at Free Your Mind conference and
Wasn't soccer a satanic thing that the Aztecs used to play?
I think that ball was really somebody's head.
They used to use some crazy shit. But you can't look at it like that, because if you have a birthday cake, that's satanic. Did you know blowing out candles and all that shit is satanic? Like, you're warding off demons and shit. Do you know the whole birthday,
pagan, bro?
The whole birthday ritual is pagan.
Comes from paganism.
Oh, I didn't know that actually, Pops. That's very interesting. Wow.
You're actually worshiping yourself on your birthday. Like, it's all satanic shit.
You only have one birthday.
Where I can learn about that.
Yeah, when you light those candles years ago, they used to light candles on a cake during the pagan days. The water of demons.
Yo, the first person.
So have you got a link to any videos we can learn about that?
First person to ever celebrate their birthday was Nimrod.
I don't have any videos. I know that from just like with reading the Bible and studying the Bible. It's not good.
Really, I didn't know that about birthday. That's very interesting, because I had a download years ago about birthdays and Christmas, and I kind of detested it anyway. But it's kind of as a control thing from your family. You know, it's like you feel obligated, and you also have to spend a huge. When I was young, just first started work, I never had any money, but I was expected to spend all the money that I did have on my family and giving them presents. I was fucking broke for about 3 months. I'm not kidding. You know, every fucking year, it just seemed like a continuous stream of unnecessary expenses that were.
That's what Christmas became.
Social pressure, and if you didn't comply, you'd be ostracized and find yourself on your own.
Well, corporations
which is what kind of
love
fucking happened anyway. But
look at they invented all these holidays: Valentine's Day, Halloween.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Money. It's endless. Mother's Day, Father's Day, fucking Granny's Day, Gay Day.
Well, there isn't. I think Christmas was one of the biggest ones because half the country fucking takes January and February to recuperate after Christmas because they spent so goddamn much money on one fucking day.
Yep.
You know what, Pops? The reason I asked MD the question was to highlight a different point, and that was that. Do you not think that all the normie people out there that you consider zombies and stupid, and I do appreciate what you're saying, believe me, I want to kill them just as much as the elite sometimes, but do you think it's just because of the programming and they've been taught the wrong things and they really just need a chance to discover what the truth is? And like you said, MD, to be led into a library and to someone to hold your hand and say, look, let me show you how to play chess. Let me show you some really interesting, probably much more fun than physical exercise in the academic realm and in the mental realm. And I hear that 100%. And I think that we're all missing out on that one. But it just depends whether you're led there.
I don't teach these people anymore. They're unteachable.
Well, you know what it is? There's a point where you're sitting behind the desk where you want to get up and you want to stretch and you want to go. And that's where you go and you exercise. There was a lady. She was a teacher, an English teacher, Grace Llewellyn. She wrote a book, How to Quit High School and Get a Real Life in Education. And I was shocked at the title. I bought the book right off the strength of the title at a seminar. And she was a 6th grade English teacher. And she said so many things in that book that were genius. She said a 3rd grader is 1 year smarter than a 4th grader because he has 1 less year schooling. She said that one day she would come in and teach her class and she was a wonderful teacher. The next day she would be a monster. She said that a classroom teaches kids subliminally that dictatorship is what it is about because you're sitting with one dictator at the front of the classroom.
Yes.
And I can agree with that.
It really, I mean, it woke me up. I used to do videos about this on YouTube back in 07, 08, 09. That was my first thing when I came on here.
Wow, you're an OG, man.
Yeah. One of my friends.
15 years, bro. That's the same as me.
Oh yeah, and I
wasn't putting videos out then, though. Yeah, that's before me.
Yeah, I mean, I still have some of the videos. I still have the channel, and the channel has over 2,000 subscribers, and that was I started it on Christmas in 2006. The oldest upload I had was like 07. And what I noticed is that there was a following. This is before Google owned it, so it was the wild.
Those were the days then, mate.
Oh, it was beautiful. I loved YouTube. I left because in 2012, I think, or 2013, Google bought it, and they
2010 they bought it.
Yeah, they fucked it. I mean, it became like it was like the difference between MySpace and Facebook. MySpace, you could customize your background, you could put music on your page. Facebook is a bland, dead page. It's like the states page, like dictatorship. YouTube used to be.
If you don't do it right, we're gonna cut you from it.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. I saw Facebook. I mean, it just got worse. And I don't have Instagram or anything like that. I never really was into the social media thing. YouTube was what I liked because I said, wow, this is great. You can make videos, you can, talk about stuff, you can learn. Now I have to admit, YouTube, one of the best things about YouTube is you can type something in and you can find it out. Like the birthday cake thing, I find that very interesting, just like Jamer Funk.
You should do some videos about that, Pops. That's fucking wicked, that shit. I want to hear about that.
I find that very interesting, Pops.
Really go into that. Do a video on that. You'll be probably one of the first to do it.
On what?
On the birthday
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear. Okay, the birthday cake.
On the birthday, the demon shit and all of that.
Yeah. See, that would have people checking your shit out a lot.
Yeah, mate.
I could do that.
That's actually that's the first time I heard it, and it makes total fucking sense.
I think I will do it.
You got a cake, and you got to put another candle on every freaking year.
My son and me, I think we'll do it together. Because
I remember when I was a kid, I didn't want the cake in the candle. I'm like, give me my fucking present.
Even Thanksgiving, my son did a video on Thanksgiving, how evil it is. He broke it all down.
I took all my shit down, bro. You know what I mean? I don't really care about YouTube like that, bro. I'm sick of teaching.
The other thing, that song that they sing, "Happy Birthday to You" and all that shit, it's like very patronizing, isn't it? I hated people singing that song to me on my birthday.
I think I'll do one on the birthday cake. I'll do it.
It was kind of like, it was very morbid. It was ritualistic. Yeah.
Yeah, I got tired of the birthday thing because I only had one birthday. All the rest are just an anniversary.
If you really follow the Bible and everything, you're not supposed to basically worship yourself to begin with.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to pay homage like you worship your birthday like. You're just not supposed to do it. But there's a lot more behind that birthday cake.
It's an intention grab.
Yeah.
But hey, it's a good idea. I think maybe I'm gonna look into it. I'll do one on the birthday cake.
Yeah, if you can get like all of the info and
put together like a whole little
why you make the cake and why you put the candles on there.
Have pictures and stuff.
Can I say this to you, like you guys? You might find this interesting. I decoded Humpty Dumpty. I don't know whether any of you have done that. Have you done that one?
I heard of something about Humpty Dumpty.
I heard of
what did you decode?
There's a video that it's about dark fairy tales, and they talked about the Hansel and Gretel, where it was cannibalism and shit. And then
really specifically Humpty Dumpty.
Tell us.
I'm trying to remember. I don't
look into that.
Right, I'll decode it for you. This because I got the decode on this myself from the universe. Right. So this is Humpty Dumpty is, and remember this is thousands of years old. That rhyme. Humpty Dumpty is the prime minister, the president, the fucking pope, the emperor, the demon, the tyrant. The wall is all the lies that are told to support that tyrant and his rule over you. And his fall is the truth getting out to the people. And not all the horses nor all the king's men can put Humpty. In other words, they can't put truth back in the bottle again. Once the truth gets out, that's what destroyed the Roman Empire. It wasn't the swords and the shields. It was the realization that Caesar was not a god.
Yeah.
And then Rome lost all of its power and illustriousness.
A few seconds here. Pops, I really like your shows and everything. Can be chaotic at times, but we express ourselves, get our minds, and we sometimes come together. Sometimes we disagree. I appreciate, you let me up here. Jamer, Smash TV. Didn't see your name. But thank you guys for the discussion. I got to run. You have a
I
wonderful
appreciate
night.
you coming. Come by anytime.
Yeah, thank you,
Thanks.
man.
Nice
Thanks,
one,
guys.
Motor City. Yeah, nice
Got
one.
Robin's buys and DIYs in the house. How are you, Robin?
I just thought I'd say that one about Humpty Dumpty because that's that's thousands of years old. That's from our ancestors, and they've given us a message to say to us that it was exactly the same for us back then as it is for you here today.
Yeah,
and that's the only way that they could transmit that through time is through a rhyme like that, and that's very clever because it hides it from the tyrants who would literally wipe out entire cultures of people to suppress that kind of knowledge from spreading.
If we had the knowledge we were supposed to have, this would be a totally different
look for
world.
it in the rhymes and the myths and things like that, because they contain a lot more than what we would think they do.
And they hide it in plain sight.
They're not just idle poems, and nursery rhymes. They're there for a reason.
Right. I mean, but they hide everything in plain sight, right in your face.
Well, that's not them hiding. That's not our enemies hiding it. That's our ancestors, our family, our friends trying to warn us. But they have to hide the truth of that nursery rhyme.
Oh, I got you now.
So that it can be allowed to be transmitted. Otherwise, these people will just wipe out the entire culture, the entire village, to stop that nursery rhyme from spreading and being transmitted
It was
through
like
time
a secret,
down the generations.
decoded, right?
Because back then there wasn't, they didn't even have writing implements back then.
They even said
not
Jesus
in the poor
Christ,
households.
They even said Jesus had to speak sometimes in like riddles, so they didn't understand what he was really talking about because they were going to kill him. Like,
right.
Right. So sometimes you have to talk in riddles.
But that's a real nursery rhyme today. That's not a miracle. That's science, if you ask me. It's like I've heard people talk about the ancients. That apparently they didn't have books and things, but they knew a huge amount more information than we do today, just through oral transmission of information.
Yep.
From father to son, from teacher to student.
That's true.
And back in the days of Egypt, teachers used to earn 350 to £500,000 a year as a salary.
Really?
Well, they were real teachers. They taught you metaphysics and the laws of the universe. They didn't teach you how to be a good little slave and to undermine your confidence and confuse you and to leave you lacking self-esteem and all the rest of the things that you need to to fight your way through this world.
Could you imagine how far we would be as a civilization if, let's say, for the past 200 years, our children were taught things to excel them, not to just keep them enslaved? Absolutely, we'd be so much more advanced as a society.
What they do really, they break our mental legs. So it's like the elite. Really, these people, they want to race us in a 100-yard dash. But first of all, they'll break our legs so that we're in a wheelchair and they're not. And then they'll race us. And that's what they do mentally to the entire world, is they break our mental legs. So it's like Arrested Development, the pop group. That was, as soon as I heard the name, I knew instantly, way back then in the 80s when they came out on it. Everyday People, Arrested Development. I mean, it's a classic track.
Yeah. I remember Another Brick in the Wall when I was in school, and I was amazed that they were saying, we don't need no education.
I know, I was as well, actually.
I mean, and I wonder about that. All in all, is just another brick in the wall. Is that the brick of a lie, like the Humpty Dumpty tale, or is it a brick that the person who follows the government or the status quo becomes another brick in the wall that imprisons the free people? That we are the ones that are trying to get outside of the wall, And that album was amazing. I mean, when I look at some of the music that was actually making people think, as opposed to now, the music is the opposite. It just makes them go to sleep into a trance. And what did he even call it? They call it trance music. I mean, video games, I had posted on Wisdom Radio, where you play Pac-Man, you're munching dots in a dark background, listening to repetitive music. 10 years later, what are people doing? Munching pills, listening to repetitive music in the dark. It's like something, there's some correlation there. You know, people say video games don't brainwash people. Oh, really? Combine that with music and television, and it is hitting and drug foods, you know, because most of the foods are not really food. You know? So yeah, it's ridiculous.
But you know what's even
I would
more
say
crazy?
one thing about the music though, MD, is that they may try and corrupt it and insult it with things like that, but you know, there is a magic in the music that can liberate people when it's done properly.
Yeah.
You know, when an artist performs and delivers a stunning performance and it's not there to mind control the people.
Well,
it can be a liberating people for, you know, for thousands of people at the same time. They can have an experience that will last them for the rest of their lives.
Well, it makes me wonder also, has anybody ever been liberated? Like, has a revolution ever freed anyone? Because we always see some type of governmental control. It's like, are we?
I've actually had that at a rave. I've had that experience at a rave of, you know, like 20,000 people all on the same wavelength. And, you know, the only thing that really floored me was at the end of the rave, everyone just fucked off and went home. I was like, really?
Yeah.
We're obviously not on the same wavelength because I'm talking about freedom and overthrowing a government. I mean, this was way back.
All governments do is take our stuff. They take our land and they give us rules. You know, when I was 20 years old, now you can imagine right now, so many people still think we're free. Go back, I'm 57. Go back 37 years ago, okay, 1984. And I was telling people, we're not free. And they go, well, what do you mean? Yeah. I go, there's a million fucking laws.
Yeah.
Don't you understand? You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do this. Do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. So how am I free? Like, I got to the point, then all of a sudden, all these laws started coming. Wear your seatbelt. You can't smoke cigarettes in the restaurant. You can't smoke in bar. I mean, it got to the point where they're almost telling you, like, you got to walk and do exactly this, and that's it. Like, and everybody wants to be like kind of a boss. I pulled into a gas station today, right? I got my window closed. I tell the guy, give me $10. I have my window, and I'm smoking a cigarette. He comes and knocks on my window. Oh, you can't smoke in the gas station. I'm like, I understand. But first of all, a cigarette can't light a fucking gas station on fire. I don't care what you do with the cigarette. It cannot make spark gasoline up, okay? But it's just the point. He didn't want to tell me because he really gave a shit about safety. He told me because he wanted to give me an order.
Yeah,
everybody's into giving orders now.
Yeah,
you walk into when the mask mandate was out. As soon as I walked in the store, there was an 18-year-old kid that wanted to tell me, "You got to wear your mask."
Yeah, all the little Hitlers and Whitlers.
Yeah, it's out of control. But here's what I'm saying: could you imagine 35 years ago when there was some type of freedom, and somebody's telling everybody we're not free? They thought I was crazy. I said, we are not free. We are robots. We are told what to do, and that's it. And it got worse. And I kept telling everybody, this shit's going to escalate, get worse and worse and worse. And it kept getting worse. There's so many laws that I don't even know how many. I think they said there's over like a couple of million laws.
Yeah, there's over 5 million federal laws.
I mean, how the fuck do you even invent 5 million laws?
No, I remember when I was in the Army, a sergeant first class told me one day, he said, listen, man, when you wake up, you're wrong. He goes, whatever the fuck you do. He goes, well, we tell you when we want you to be wrong. You know, you could be the most righteous person, whatever, you're still wrong. So it's like, is the situation, see, this is the problem. It's like when I talked to this girl and I told her, I said, she's like, oh, we need to get a place and we teach and all that. I'm like, fuck that. Listen, you can only find the survivors. I said, and if you don't think that's true, then you're a fucking zombie. And I got to stay away from you too. And this is how bad it is.
Yeah.
This is how fucking bad it is. It is where, like in that movie Kill Bill, we are the worm trying to fight the eagle. It's like we're being armed, man. Yeah.
Everyone
like, I was watching a show in England, Jam, and you can relate to this. So this guy's on a show and he's talking about England. He goes, England is so bad now. He says, I walked into a bakery and I asked them to warm up my croissant. And they told them, we're not allowed to warm up your croissants no more. It's against the law. Some fucking Board of Health fucking thing probably.
Right, yeah.
Like, he said, are you serious? I'm been getting a croissant heated up for the last 40 fucking years. Now they can't heat up my croissant. This is because it's not because they really give a shit. It's just that they want to control. They want to control everything. The more shit they can tell you can do, the more control they have. They just keep inventing shit. They don't care.
It's interesting you say that. I went into the butcher this week, and he said that the health and safety people came in and told him he couldn't vacuum seal ham anymore in the same machine that he does all the other meats in because it was against health and safety. He said, well, I've been doing it like that for 25 years. I haven't had any problems. And they made up some shit that somebody said that it was smelly in there or something when they went in, which is a load of shit. He's always clean, or else I wouldn't go in there. So
they just keep making up.
They forced him to spend about, I don't know, 700 quid on a new fucking vacuum packing machine just for the ham.
Yeah. Did you ever see the thing with the cows in what country is that has the Dutch country there that has all the cows? Like the farmers are on strike. What the hell was it?
Holland.
So anyway, the farmers there have these giant bags and a tube up the cow's ass, and the cow farts into this bag. So not to do this, this climate bullshit with the cow farts. Yeah, you could go on YouTube and look at it. Well, they had giant bags on top of cows, and the cows were farting in a tube into the bags, and the government still wasn't happy with that. They said, no, you still got to kill 1/3 of your cows this year.
Yeah, that's bollocks, isn't it? Yeah, that's you know what, mate? That's just fucking war. That's open warfare by the government.
Right. Smash said it right, though. You're always wrong.
They said that they did that in England. They wiped out all of our cows over some fucking foot and mouth a few years ago.
Yeah,
that's what they said, or some fucking thing. And we found out that government went round. This is interesting, right? The government went round to all of these farms where this shit broke out, and they were the ones who were putting this stuff onto the ground so that they could then go send another team round to test it and say, we have to shut your farm down and kill all your animals. Now, apparently what they did was they wiped out 5 years of emergency supply for meat for the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
They just wiped it out because that's what they were, those cows. And it sounds like they're doing the same thing in Holland. And interestingly, I watched a video of Raging Dissident not the last one, the one before that. They got a live video on there of the Canadian government going into a fucking stream in Canada and poisoning the water. And then all of a sudden, there's thousands of dead fish in the fucking river. Oh, and it's all live on video. And there's police escorting these fucking people. They're in the fucking woods. It's like green and beautiful and the sun's out, and they're wearing full-on hazmat suits with fucking breathing apparatus on them with two cops in RCMP uniforms not wearing any fucking protective clothing.
They're
standing
doing
right
this
next
shit.
to them.
People don't believe it.
And it's just fucking unbelievable. And the next thing you see, they've put a fucking story together on the media saying, oh, look, we've got dead salmon in the river and this is due to global warming.
That people don't want to believe. It's not that they don't believe.
It's on video, you can't not believe it. I mean, I reckon that'll go viral, that shit.
All the chemtrails in the air. They think you're crazy when you talk about chemtrails. They tell you it ain't jet fuel. They're fucking poisoning us.
But the thing is, see, this is where I'm saying, I think they're in deep, deep fucking fear of they know what's going to happen to them if they say anything or rebel against the system. So they choose to not say anything, attack you because you're speaking the truth, because they don't want to face that kind of reality. Because if they do face it, their entire it's like what I'm saying to you, Pops. You asked me what I would do to change the system and why you're wrong for trusting in Trump. The thing is that I'm saying is you have to scrap that and start again from ground zero. But nobody wants to hear that, and that's what you say to the normals when you try and tell them the truth.
I agree with
you. They
don't
want to hear any of it because their entire social structure is going to collapse, and it seriously will, and they're not ready for it.
But I would love that to happen. You know that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
they're not going to give up power that easy. You know, we can when we start putting them in jail, then maybe that could happen. But until that time comes, we have to try to get people in power, not at maybe the level of the senators and congressmen up there, but if we start getting politicians, like let's say Florida, for a good example, there's a guy DeSantis there, right? He was against the magic potion. He's against a lot of the shit that the elites. Now, maybe he is one of them, but everything he's done was against them so far. Okay? There's no paper trail on him that he's a billionaire or nothing like that, the guy DeSantis from Florida. So if we get some more governors like him, we could start to change things. But if we only got one or two governors like that and the other 48 are evil or corrupt or bribed or leveraged, we can't change. Because each state here is like its own country up to a point. The president really has no power over Florida, only very limited. So they can't really fuck with DeSantis in Florida. Everybody's moving there. It's like the last hope of America. And if he becomes president, we'll see what happens. Is he a what do you want to call it? Like, is he somebody they put in there just to fool us and get him into the presidency? I don't know. Why would they do that? They could rig it anyway. They did it last time. There's no need for them to put somebody in power that's going to upset their system. See, that's what I don't understand. With Trump confuses me, because why would they put Trump in that position to actually expose them? Why would they want to be exposed, these evil people? Because Trump exposed them.
It's interesting because the fact that they did put him in there and speak about all the topics that they spoke about, I think if he was controlled and that was all a setup, they are definitely frightened of all the information that's on the internet about them.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't understand.
I think there's a lot more people out there who agree with us. I think we're in the majority. Just because we don't see that, it's because the numbers are suppressed.
I mean, Kennedy, right? They killed Kennedy. Why did they kill Kennedy? Because he was exposing them. And he wanted to change the currency. That was the real reason.
That was probably the main reason,
to do with the gold back. Okay, he wanted to back the dollar. Now, if Trump wanted to back out, Trump wanted to get rid of the Federal Reserve. And they tried to kill Trump many times. So, see, Trump is I'm not sure. I've said this 100 times. I'm 50-50 with Trump. Either Trump is real or he's, a troll that they're putting in there. But I can't understand why they would put Trump in there to expose them. Because before Trump, we really were, a lot of people were blind.
See, I don't think that's the case, Pops, because they dialed him into the consciousness of the public way before he became president.
Yeah, but
I mean, he was always on TV.
Have any? There was no MAGA before Trump. There was no 70, 80 million people that were all patriotic for the country. They didn't exist. Why would they put him in there to do that?
Well, everyone's desperate for a savior, aren't they? That's the thing.
No, but why would the elites, globalists, want their apple cart upset? They could have just put Hillary in there, and she would have just went with the flow, just like Obama did.
So, my big question with Trump is, why did he do a 180 on the shot?
Well, I think he was
because he originally.
I've
seen it on videos. Him saying that he was against it, and then he literally about faced and started going on with it, and then he came out with that mescaline shit that was a cure for it, and then they banned that, so he couldn't use that anymore. So then they had to go along with the fucking.
I think either one or two scenarios. If Trump's with them, then it's all misdirection and planned. But let's say Trump ain't with these globalists. He was kind of tricked. Like, they told him one thing and he believed it, I guess. And this is the other scenario.
Why would he believe him? I mean, doesn't he have common sense to realize it was a fucking scam to begin with? I mean,
nobody really. Up until this, most people were pro-vaccine. Even me, myself, didn't believe vaccines were harmful. Now, my son used to tell me years ago, no, vaccines are no good for you, this and that. And I didn't believe him. So I'm the average guy, and I'm not easy to get over on, but I believe that, our doctors were not corrupted. I mean, the average doctor now is scared shit to go against them because he'll lose his license. So I believe
they're quite happy to go along with the fucking narrative and harm their patients.
But the one thing Trump did is he did recommend the magic potion, but he never told people that you have to have it, like mandated it. Okay, he always said it's your choice. Now, maybe he didn't have knowledge of it. That's the one thing that turned me on Trump.
Yeah, but the thing is, if he was for protecting the American economy, why would he have allowed the fucking federal agencies to shut the entire economy down, which is what they did? Apart from the globalist superstores.
I don't think he had enough power to stop it. That's the problem. I don't think he had enough. You know, all presidents only have so much power, even Biden. It's more or less the Congress and the Senate that run the show. The Congress and Senate can override the president anytime they want. So I think the president's just the person that speaks to the people and can change the opinion of the people, but the Congress and Senate really run the country. So
I think
Trump was exposing all of it.
I think the Congress and the Senate just hand out the orders from the fucking Bilderberg conference.
Of course, they hand out from the Davos group, from the Committee of 300 really runs the planet. But there's actually one bloodline, I think it's Pervos or something like this. They say he's like a 11-foot reptilian that lives in a castle in France.
It probably is.
They say he runs the world. Maybe it's the devil itself, but they say this person runs the Committee of 300. And actually, who was in charge of the Committee of 300? Like, who was the head leader? The Queen of England. Right. She was the head honcho in the Committee of 300. And the Committee of 300 is run by that one guy. They say this guy is like a 10, 11-foot reptilian, draconian guy that lives in a castle up in France somewhere, and nobody sees him. And he's running everything. Maybe it's the devil itself running the show from there. Or the alien, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. All I know is I got confused with Trump when it came to the magic potion. He was telling people, oh, it's safe, go get it. He was. I heard him, and I was like, holy shit. That's it. I can't believe this guy anymore.
There was a few people a few years ago talking about getting our own country, all the truthers getting into a place and starting our own nation, which is probably the best idea.
Where could you do it?
I don't think the systems are so entrenched where we are. The culture, you're not going to change the culture in all the different
right. But where do you buy a piece of land and start your own country? Where do you start your own country?
Well, we have to get together and get some fucking money and
buy an island or something like that.
Well, we need more than an island. We need about 50 million people if we're going to have a
We need something the size of Texas.
Yeah, something like that.
We can get some, but you can't find it. Nothing's available to buy.
I'll be interested to see what happens to Zimbabwe. They've gone onto a gold-backed currency. So they've gone off the fiat gold reserve. So it'd be interesting to see if they get invaded and their president gets executed.
Right. Well, the ruble has went up a lot, 300% since.
Has it really? Wow, that's interesting. Yeah.
So Russia is
apparently there's videos of there's this guy on Russia in Russia, and he's sitting there with a gas fire on his video on YouTube, and he's saying, we're lovely and warm over here in Russia, but we know in Europe you're going to be really cold this winter.
Oh, Germany's going to be Germany's screwed.
The piss.
I think Germany, they'll be burning their furniture to keep warm.
I mean, when they're making decisions like that to cut the fucking fuel supplies off and go to war with the country that supplies you energy, and to kill all the fucking food reserves that that the nation has got. I mean, which part of that does the generals and the army and the leaders of the army not get, that they need to overthrow the government? The political class has lost its fucking mind.
Yeah, they can't. They can't. It's like somebody said before, oh, why don't get the soldiers to turn? I was a soldier. You just, until you understand, when you're standing around 120 men, all with machine guns as well, and they will all turn on you in an instant. So even if 15 of you guys try to do that shit, the other 85 will turn. There were soldiers, right? Funk. There was a story where I think it was at the early 1900s, where black soldiers, right, I think it was in Texas or Oklahoma, there was a very bad racial incident where I think one of them were killed in town, and a whole bunch of the black soldiers went and fucking got revenge. And I think the federal government came in, and in the end, it was over. Like there was like 90 black soldiers that were hung for that. And you look at it and you start to say, what is this giant force that has the ability to sway the minds of men? You look at the Civil War. How the fuck can a war be civil? To treat each other with civility is passion, right? You see what I'm saying?
Well, it's like what the motor fucking maniac was saying about the Patriot Act. What's patriotic about the Patriot Act?
Yeah, exactly. It's
what's
totally
about a civil war. Yeah,
right. Americans are so ignorant. Like when I have aunts that still live in London, and they're from there. And you know, when I went to Holland,
what, London, England.
Yes, exactly. I was there when I was a young child. I remember when I was there.
So London, you know what a shithole it is over here then?
Well, you know, I was so young. You're looking at the late 70s. I was a real young child. And I remember the
70s over here, mate. It was fucking grim, let me tell you.
Yeah, it was. It was, you know, I mean, we still make a joke today. Like on cloudy days here in New York, we say, oh, today's like a bright day in London, you know?
Yeah, right.
But I remember the 3-wheeled cars. I remember seeing that. I don't know if London has those anymore.
No, not for a long time. There weren't too many of them.
I remember the double-decker bus. And I remember I had like a little toy model. And yeah, you know, I mean, when I went back as a grown man, I remember meeting 2 people from England in a cafe in Holland, and they spoke Welsh, and I asked them if, you know, to speak it to see if I could make out any of it, and I couldn't. It was just too different for me.
Yeah, Welsh is not easy.
Yeah, I was like, there's no way. And I think they respected me, or they tolerated me more because I was one of the few Americans that would tell them like, okay, it's good to hear English being spoke properly. You know, now most Americans might say, oh, well, what do you mean? You know, we speak, you know, English proper as well. It's like, no, we don't. English comes from England, you idiot. It's like, that's where it's just like Spanish people. There's no Latin American. I don't give a fuck. Colombian, Argentine. They speak good, proper Spanish, but it's not the Spain. You know, some of them do speak Castilian, but there is, you know, there's a difference. There's something.
Portuguese? That's different, isn't it?
Oh, big time. Like in Portugal, they'll say, I think for the color red, it's vermelho, like vermilion, which is red. In Portuguese, they say vermelho. So they have more of a vech, and it's a difference because I have friends from both
countries. That's a bit Dutch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like I wouldn't say a slang, but it's a different type of Portuguese as just like Spanish is throughout Latin America, because Mexican Spanish is different from Puerto Rican and Dominican Spanish. And so is in Panama, where scribe is. Spanish has a little bit of a different twist. And my friend
Spanish down there, right? Okay.
Yeah, well, all from Mexico.
So
all
what
the way
about
down.
Brazil? Is that Portuguese Spanish?
Yeah, well, no, Brazil is straight Portuguese. Brazil, if you take Mexico and you go all the way down to Argentina, the majority of countries speak Spanish, with the exception of Guyana, which speaks English, French Guyana speaks French, and Brazil speaks Portuguese. Every other country speaks Spanish. I mean, in Paraguay and stuff, they still have a dialect Guarani, which is like a Native American, you know, from Bible there. But it's not the original, like the Spanish is not the Spanish from Spain. The Portuguese is not the Portuguese from Portugal. And even, you know, to say it, it's really said Portugal or something like that. That's another problem with English, that it just, it needs to, like, Spain. That's Spain. It's not Spain. It's Spain. Thailand. That's Siam.
That's interesting, yeah, because in French they say Espanol.
Yeah, and that's what we say in even in English. We'll say Espanol, like for certain things that we talk about, but mostly we just say Spanish. And that, you know, when you think about it, it really is. It's like creates a disrespectful, I don't even know if it's a disdain, but it's in a way it's saying, okay, we know you call yourself this, but we're going to call you something else. Like Finland is Suomia. So that's their country's name, Suomia, but we'll call you Finland. The Siamese cats come from Siam, but we call that place Thailand. Why? You know, it's really, really messed up.
What about Smash? What about like New Yorker? How you doing? What kind of language is that? I speak New Yorker. Like, hey, Tony, get over here. Three times I told you.
You know, I think we've been so isolated in New York. Or like, it's something, man, that it developed in its own. Because there's Brooklyn accent is different from Manhattan and Staten Island. 100%. Yeah, it's just like, but it's still 100% English, American English, basically. So it's not proper English, but you know, and Canadians speak some weird shit too, but it's English. I'm like, holy shit, this is some. And of course, the West Coast,
how about the Australians?
You know, they have a lot of the dude in there, and then the South. When I lived in the South, it was actually beautiful. People were friendly, you know, and you know, it just, I love the Southern accent, the differences of, you know, it's just like, wow, you know, certain words, you know, actually a lot of Southern accents, right? They say come from Southern England, and I think Southwest England.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, like they say that Black American slang is actually Southern white slang. That Southern white generals would not say, I am going to do this, or they would say, I be doing this, just the way that you hear in the ghetto. And they think that, of course, they would try to say, oh, well, this is Black origin. No, that's from white. They're imitating white slave masters from the 17 and 1800s. And that moved up north. And that's what Black slang culture, what they try to say is Ebonics. That's actually, if you listen to Southerners speak, you say, no, that actually came from Western, Southwestern, and South. I forgot the exact parts of English, but it was the very poor that were shipped over here. And, you know, there were laws made to say, look, if you stole food to eat, you're a criminal. Now we either put you in a dungeon or you get on the boat and go to Australia or Canada or America. Well, usually it was Canada or Australia afterwards. And that's how, you know, they say, oh, Australia was started with penal colonies. I dated a girl from New Zealand and Australia. And I remember she felt kind of funny when I mentioned that to her. And I said, well, where the fuck do you think the people came from? What do you think they drew there or some shit?
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I said, you know, yeah, I'm saying, look, I'm not calling you that. I'm just saying, look, this is some brutal.
You're right.
You know, and it just, what is that force, man? There's just something.
You upset our worldview, mate. That's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, I've studied history. I had to study it out of one. It was interesting, but two, out of seeing, you know, the rest of people to learn to just say, hey, man,
you know, some history is a lie, right?
Definitely, most history. What Voltaire say? He said, history is the lie we agree upon. You know, it's his story. Yeah, it's his story. But now there's something else. You got his story, and then you have real accounts of the past. Now that's what we want to know. The real account. We don't want to know his story, her story. We want to know as much of the whole story as we can get. You're never going to know the whole.
They're hiding it. They're hiding it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Like Egypt. Egypt was way more advanced than they say.
Yeah.
You think they built those pyramids with fucking pieces of wood picking up brick? Get out of here.
Crazy.
They had cranes. They had to have all kinds of shit to build those pyramids.
Yeah, something much higher technology, like, or it could be like, I think there's an archaeologist, Davidovich. He was showing that how a geopolymer could have been used, where you used limestone, sand, some other chemical reactions, and actually turn these crumbled sand and rocks into a solid piece of rock through a type of a geopolymerization. And it could be true.
I've seen videos on YouTube saying that they had cement back in those days, and that's how they built all those columns and that.
Well, yeah. Well, he's saying it's a form of.
I don't know whether to believe it or not. To be honest, I don't.
Yeah, no. Well, you see, the geopolymers on some of them, I could understand it. But the one thing that disproves that is that they found what looked to be like saw marks in certain parts of granite. So it's like, wait a minute. One of them shows a curvature of the saw. So it was a circular saw. And from the curve, they extrapolated through angles and mathematics that the saw blade had to have been at least 35 feet in diameter. Now you're looking at a gigantic saw blade, but it was cutting something that was a millimeter thin. There is no really metal that we know or substance that it would break at that thinness. And
I think those pyramids were there way before the Egyptians, and they just
definitely,
because they show one of the like history channels, they show these like coffins.
Sarcophagi.
Yeah,
sarcophagi.
They were perfectly like polished and machine cut. And then they say, why would they chisel it with a hammer and a?
No, you can't chisel that with a hammer. There's no fucking way.
Yeah, they tried to put markings on
next level tech. Stuff.
That's where anybody who's worked in machining and carpentry will know. When you plane something, you have to have some type of mechanical device to get a finish, right? A 2x4, something as simple as a 2x4 cannot be made with a hammer and a chisel because it's pressure treated. You're not going to get that effect from anything but a machine.
No, what I was saying is they put writing in these beautiful things that you're talking with a chisel, like they put their writing, their symbols.
Exactly. And you can see
that wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like you could tell the writing did not come from the same people that made the sarcophagus. Yeah,
right, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, and I have pictures. I actually have pictures of the two different types of hieroglyphs, and you can see where it's like, no, this looks more like somebody from a later date inscribed on this thing. And the funniest thing is in Chernobyl, when Chernobyl melted down and they created a containment unit for it, they called it a sarcophagi, because that's the singular term for a sarcophagus. So I'm saying to myself, okay, why would they call a sarcophagus a sarcophagus? It seems to something that holds radiation or something. There's a guy, Christopher Dunn, he wrote a book called The Giza Power Plant, because he suspects that.
I've heard about that, yeah.
Yeah, he was amazing. I used to speak with him online a few times. He's an amazing guy, Christopher Dunn. I have his book somewhere, the Lost Technologies of Ancient Egypt. It's an amazing book. I mean, he shows, because he's a tool maker and he works with machines, and he shows cuts where he says this cut right here cannot be made by hand. You need a machine to get these three angles. And that can be seen on many stoneworks, even the circular columns. If you look at them good, that's like a type of a beveling machine and also a lathe, and then you think, well, how big was this lathe? You got columns in Egypt that are 40 feet tall. I've seen statues in the museum here in Manhattan that are 30 feet tall.
There's supposed to be about 2.5 million stones on that Great Pyramid, isn't there? I think.
I think so. I'm not sure, but yeah, I know it's a lot.
You think 2.5 million anything would be a lot, but those fucking blocks, the way that they've laid it out, I mean, it's so beautiful the way they've constructed it as well, even today.
Yeah, the biggest blocks are like 200 tons. I mean, when you look at not only the pyramids, it looks as if the bedrock, there's like a bedrock foundation that looks not to be natural. So, I mean, if that is true, it's saying, whoa. So somebody placed that. The weirdest thing is the footprint of that Great Pyramid, right, is the same size as the footprint of the Great Pyramid in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
How really? Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, how can that be a coincidence?
Right.
There's no way. You know what I'm saying? There's just too many things.
How did they get to Mexico to build that one? Right, because they had to have transport.
MD, you know that the stuff in Mexico with the Aztecs. Are you in agreement with the fact that they were committing all of those atrocities over there, or would you believe that was just tyrants took over the culture and destroyed it by committing all those atrocities?
Honestly, I'm not really sure, but when I look at the literature, when I look at the archaeology, right, the weirdest thing is I noticed when cultures invade another culture, the culture that they invade, the invaded culture tends to put some of its culture into the invader. An example would be when Muslims invaded through India and Indonesia and stuff. If you look at the crescent moon, which is something to do with the Hindu god Shiva, so you see that has been incorporated somehow. The Taj Mahal, built by Hindus, but said to be built by Muslims. But when you look into it, you say, wow, no, it seems to predate that very much. Right. The same thing with the Aztec thing I noticed. Like, there's pictures of Christ with his
do you know, just a side note, that Taj Mahal, apparently there was supposed to be an equivalent building built in black marble right opposite it.
Real? Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is, yeah. It just, they
that
say
would be fucking stunning, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would have been amazing. I mean, just looking at just the pictures of that architecture.
Yeah.
You look at it and you say, wait a second, this was high, sophisticated artisans. This is just unbelievable work with the reflection of the pool in front of it, the linear. Yeah. I'm just like, this is amazing, Yeah, and then they try to say, oh, it's a tomb, right? It's a tomb.
It's really awe-inspiring, yeah.
Yeah, the same way they try to lie and say that was a tomb is the same way they try to lie and say the Great Pyramids are tombs. You notice they always use that.
That's crap, isn't it? Yeah.
Same thing with the ones in the Aztecs. The Aztecs, part of me says, okay, I don't know for sure. Now, some of the artifacts definitely seem to have like hieroglyphs and shit with some.
Well, I think the Mayan glyphs are they're on an equivalent scale of, because of the caricatures of the faces are so they're so warming to the soul. When you see them, they're so childlike, but they have a grown up sort of field vibe to them as well. So they're on equivalent level to the Egyptian glyphs as well. But that's like a completely different level. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. The hieroglyphs of Egypt, but the weirdest thing with the hieroglyphs of Egypt, they look stamped. So the hieroglyphs in the Mayan and the Aztec and even the Inca all look like they could have been chiseled, or it's more of, like you said, it's more of a kind of a cartoony or playful. The hieroglyphs in Egypt look like there was a stamp and it stamped them in somehow, because I have like very close up pictures of many hieroglyphs from the museum. And I noticed on some of them, it looked as if it was a rotary device that had to make like the tail of some of these swooshes and stuff. And I got very close up pictures where it's just very hard to explain it. It's like, wait, one thing for sure, it wasn't made by a chisel. And they're trying to say that, okay, this was during the Bronze Age. Now,
right.
You can't carve. Granite is a 6.5 on the Mohs scale of hardness.
What time period are we talking about?
We're talking 3,000 years ago. So 1,000
right back.
to 2,000 BC. So you're looking at 2,000 BC, 2,500 BC even. So between 3,000 to 4,500 years ago. Now, there's a picture of a sarcophagus that I took that's approximately 3,300 years old, right? And the walls of this box is 11 inches thick. So it's a stone box with walls that are 11 inches thick. And it's carved out of one piece. And it just, I look at these things and I say to myself, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, I'm a mechanic by trade, so I was taught growing, and I work with extremely fine tolerances of, 2 pieces of metal that's got to seal properly and stuff. So we're talking thousandths of an inch. And when I saw all the stuff in Egypt on the stone pyramids, it's just the skill level that they're using for that masonry work is just, we don't possess that today.
Yeah, it goes beyond, and that's just the skill for that. They say that each side of the pyramid faces northeast, west, and south more accurately than the Greenwich building in London. and also Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., I think, is 1/500th of a degree away from true north. The pyramids are 1/2500th of a degree. So it's actually 5 times more accurate towards true north than, you say to yourself, how the heck do this is, it brings up the question, like with the Christmas solstice, right? With the sun standing still on 3 days, right?
Right.
It doesn't get longer, until that third day. Now it starts getting longer until June 21st. And then the days start getting shorter back until the winter solstice, where it stays still. The sun, of God basically stands still, which is where the word solstice comes from, right? So we have the how did they know that, right? We found that out, or modern man finds that out with naval ships that have like laser detection devices to know for sure exactly, to the second, if the day is longer or shorter. And that's how we measure it. So how did they measure it? You wonder, you say, wait a second, if we need this type of technology to figure this out, how did they know? How did they write things in religious books, just like the poems like Humpty Dumpty, to save knowledge that when you look at it today, you say, holy shit, and I'm not religious. He's talking about
Humpty Dumpty is not a religious nursery rhyme.
No, and that's why I compared it, because you have one example that's not religious, and then you have the religious example, right? So you have two different examples that are not from the same sources, that are holding knowledge in a form of art, which is one written literature, the other oral tradition, which is probably more accurate actually than some literature.
Well, I heard a guy speaking about, I can't remember who it was, but saying that the ancients were far more intelligent than we are. I mean, they mapped the entire sky.
Yeah, exactly. So
they obviously had a profound knowledge of the universe, and it went right down to what herbs to use when you were sick, and
and
where to go to get them, and what time of the year, and what have you.
The South American shamans said, when modern man asked them, how did you know? They said the plants told them.
Right.
And they dismissed it. So when you say, wait a second, how, ancient Michael Kreml wrote a book called Human De-Evolution. I met him in 2018 from writing his original book, Forbidden Archaeology. And that book had such an impact, he had to write a second book, Forbidden Archaeology's Impact.
Wow.
It was amazing because he kind of made me aware what they did.
Look, he's wearing a fucking t-shirt with a pyramid on it.
Yeah. Michael Kreml is holy
Pops, I just said you're wearing a t-shirt with a pyramid on it. We've just been speaking about pyramids.
Yeah. Wow. Now we definitely there is a big mystery when it comes to the pyramid thing. I have studied them for many years, over 2 decades, and I was fascinated to find out that they line up with certain constellations in the sky, Orion's belt in particular, that they actually have 8 sides instead of 4 sides. You can look it up.
I mean, something that they never spoke about that when before the internet came along. Whenever they show pictures of the pyramids on TV, on British television, which is probably, or in print magazines, you might occasionally find it in there, but very, very rarely, funny enough. They would never show the pyramids as they're laid out properly. They would always show them at a disjointed angle, so that you think that they're just stranded there in the desert, sort of like waste remnants of a forgotten past. But really, they're very important today, the way that they're laid out geometrically to the planet's center and what have you, so.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you knew that if you
it wasn't until I came on the internet and I saw them laid out properly, I was like, fucking hell, wow. And then you could suddenly see how you're being brainwashed by the television.
I think we could understand the pyramids better if we had actually a shot from space looking right at them. Well, they're probably aligned like an airport or something, like for ships to land or some shit.
Well, there's a map called the Piri-Reis map. It's supposedly from 1513, I think, right? Maybe
I heard of it.
Now that map, when you look at it, right, Eric von Daniken, he made a good point. He said the distortion in the map looks very close to the distortion from a map that would have been made from orbit. There are certain things that ancient cultures talk about that indicate that maybe some of the knowledge of where they were came from only viewing something from orbit, like the Native Americans of this continent, North America. When I spoke with this group back in 2003, they used to have a radio show called The Circle of Red Nations. And I remember I called in 2003, spoke with them here on Pacifica Radio in Manhattan. And I asked them, I said, hey, man, is there any name that America was called? Because we know it's not America, right? It was called something else. And they told me Turtle Island. So I'm thinking to myself for years, looking at the map, saying, I just can't find a resemblance of North America to a turtle, any species known. But then as Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson came out with their Younger Dryas research on how there was a big ice sheet on top of North America that came down to like possibly New York even, right? And a comet hit that. So I'm thinking a sheet, so a shell of ice. So if there was a shell of ice,
hit the ice sheet.
A turtle has a shell. You see what I'm saying? So if somebody was to see North America with an ice shell on it, they might call it Turtle Island.
Right, okay.
You know, so and it took me decades to find, because I bet
that was a fucking revelation when you found that out, right?
Oh yeah, because I was saying to myself, it's the same thing with Africa, because I'm like, okay, they know that Africa is not really Africa; it's just what we call it. They think it comes from the afara, something like that, some word for like a direction. Same thing with Asia, like I think it was Azu or something with the sun, and you know, so you look at these names and you start to say, when I look at ancient cultures that are living in a tribal society or something that would be considered primitive, my first thought is they seem to come from something advanced that was destroyed, and they've been hanging on for like 10,000 years living on the earth. Just as we would, if something destroyed this, the survivors would go right back to hunter-gatherer. So hunter-gatherer doesn't come from the ape to man. Hunter-gatherer is the fail-safe mechanism built into the human organism, which seems to have been created as either an experiment or a farm product or something. When we look at ourselves now, we really can see how we are being farmed. Yeah. Somehow, like, what are they getting from us?
That's a really interesting concept. I never thought of that like that before.
Thanks, man. I've been researching this for the past 20-something years.
I really like that. I think that sounds right to me.
Thanks. This is
because we've got too much intelligence to be, you know, resorting to hunter-gatherer.
Exactly. It's a fail-safe mechanism that if something happens, we can survive on the planet with that we are not native to. We really, if you look at us, we are more akin to a domesticated animal, which brings up the question, who domesticated us?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that brings up, when they say that, oh, man domesticated the wolf into a dog, that's impossible. You can't domesticate a wolf into a dog. There's no thousands of years and all of that shit. It's like, no, something domesticated these animals. Now, the Egyptians do have some clues where it seems that they understood how to domesticate the cat. You know, so you start to say, whoa, this is some serious stuff here.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of genetic stuff in the Egyptian hieroglyph.
Right.
You know, just another thing, in Zachariah Sitchin's book, he says that the Anunnaki took the top off the mountain at is it Kunakunku or somewhere? Where those big long the NASCAR lines, where the NASCAR lines are, the reason they're there, they took the mountain off the top of that lot.
Oh, okay, in Peru.
Yeah, sorry, in Peru.
I think was saying that they cut off the top of the mountain to make that runway, like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible.
I mean, that's a phenomenal engineering job if you think of the scale of it.
Oh, definitely. We couldn't even do it, I don't think.
I mean,
well, he attributes the pyramids being built by the Anunnaki as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, the one thing about the Anunnaki thing, now I'm not saying that,
but that's in a couple of places. That's coming from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think like because I've read, part of the War of Gods and Men by Sitchin, Genesis Revisited. I think I still have that book.
So Smash, you've read a lot of books. Would I be correct?
Oh yeah. Well,
how many books you think you have read in your life?
Well, not too many. Maybe like 40, maybe 50.
That's it?
I wouldn't say it could be 100, but there's a lot of books that I didn't read fully. Like if I look up on my bookshelf, I got a book called Flying Serpents and Dragons, right? By Robert A. Boulay. It's the story of mankind's reptilian past. Then I got Lost Civilizations of the Stone Age, The Return of the Serpents of Wisdom, The Secret Teachings of Plants, LSD.
Oh, I've got that book. That's brilliant, that book.
Oh, yeah, that book is amazing.
No, I would think you've read like a few hundred books in your life, the way you...
I mean, I wouldn't say a few, maybe 100, it could be more than 100, but there's just so many that I haven't read. Like I have one called The Virus of the Mind by Richard Brody, which he talks about all of the stuff like media is a virus of our mind. Other books like IBM and the Holocaust, because that's a book this girl gave me. I traded her Children of the Matrix from David Icke, and I think I gave her another book, and she lent me that one.
I'm going to show you a book. Hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got another book, Slow Death by Rubber Duck. So it talks about all of the chemicals in rubber duckies and toys that are very, detrimental to the health. How doctors think. That's another book I got.
That's a good heirloom to leave to your children, mate. All of that stuff.
Yeah, if I ever have them, yeah, I would.
Yeah, right.
I'll just leave it to the library.
I found this book, and I couldn't believe how much better books were made back in the day. Like, and this ain't that old. I don't even know what year it is because I can't. But this is Reader's Digest, Atlas of the Bible, right? And when you look at it, like, I mean, it's just so beautifully made. I basically had to keep this book. I told the library I lost it, and I paid them for it. So when you look at it, like, it's just made so beautiful, like everything and they show you all the different ancient civilizations. Like, look at this shit.
Yeah.
Like, they don't make books like this no more.
Yeah, they definitely don't. You have to pay big money for books like that these days.
Yeah, this book is it only costed $20 back. I don't know when, but Historical Atlas of Biblical Times, like they show you maps of the war. I mean, like, they really went all out. They show you ancient civilizations, but look at it. It's just a beautiful. I had to keep it just because I didn't even finish reading it, just because. But they talk about like the Renaissance of two kingdoms, divided monarchy, the mighty Assyrian. Like, it goes back into Egypt, and they show you how they lived. And they don't make books like this no more. The books today suck compared to the books from years ago.
Yeah.
MD, I was going to say to you, I don't know, I heard years ago on Gnostic Media, that's like coming from Jan Irvin.
I remember
he made a comment to, I can't remember who he was interviewing at the time, but they were talking about the pill for women.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that in Mexico, they would, when the girls didn't want to get pregnant, they would go to the shaman and he'd say, well, you've got to go and drink from that vine over there. Mm-hmm. And when they drank from that vine over there, they wouldn't get pregnant. So, like, when they decided 5 years later, now they wanted to have a baby, they go to the shaman and he says, right, you go and drink from that vine over there. And then she'd drink from that vine over there, and then she would be able to have a baby within a month.
Yep. Yeah.
All your
and it was done purely through the plants, and you didn't need the fucking the pill from the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Definitely correct.
Well, aspirin comes from a certain plant, right? And then they actually observed, I think it was either chimpanzees or apes eating certain plants that caused birth control. I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy smokes.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. There's I think it might be on YouTube. where I don't think it was gorillas. I think it was apes or chimps that knew which plant to eat that would cause non-pregnancy, and they also had a plant that they would eat. They would fold because they saw the chimp folding this plant in a certain way.
So would that be only the female chimps?
Yeah, that the female chimps were the only ones to eat the plant that would induce it. It said the plant had a birth control effect to it.
Wow.
So one thing is, how do they know this, right? So they bring back the omni type of intelligence, or intelligence coming from the outside instead of the inside, and that would also explain a lot of the insect world. I mean, when you look at something that, when people say, oh, evolution, something turns into something else, right? With no proof, right? But then I see these animals that mimic another animal. So if things turn into each other, well, why didn't this? It's mimicking it. So things really can't turn into each other. If you understand genetic sequences, you start to say, a bacteria. There is no bacteria that has ever turned into a different type of bacteria. There is no, you got the single cell organism, right? There's no such thing as a 2-cell, a 3-cell, a 4-cell, a 5-cell, 6, 7. It goes to thousands of cells, hundreds to thousands, to millions and trillions like us, So the other thing people don't talk about is the microbiota. It's called the forgotten organ of the human body, that we actually contain more bacteria than our own human cells. They thought it was 1-to-1, but now they think they've gotten data that says it's 1.3 to 1. So every one human cell, whether it be a bone cell, a heart cell, a brain cell, you have 1.3 bacteria to that cell. So you have more. We're made up of something that is not us, more of not us than us.
Wow, that's interesting.
I heard that with the bacteria. I heard something about that.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And that's just what we know. And that's just the physical. And then to find out that bacteria it definitely does influence the way we think. And the way we act. The way we think influences the way we act. Parasites, clearly, we know now scientifically, they influence the way a person acts, without a doubt. It's like, holy shit. How does a wasp figure out the chemical components to put a cockroach under mind control so it can lead it into a cavern and lay an egg on it so its baby can eat living food when it's born?
That's crazy. It's amazing.
Yeah. How does that evolve?
Well, that Aliens film.
Oh, which one?
The alien comes out of the stomach, doesn't it?
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
Well, the wasps, they took that from wasps. They actually do that. They inject an egg into the body of another creature, and then the new wasp actually grows inside the body and then bursts out the fucking stomach.
Yeah.
Killing the host. So yeah. Which is amazing because they made that film about it, but when they made the film, they didn't advertise that that's really got taken from a wasp that they'd seen on some nature program, I'm sorry, I'm sort of struggling for words because it's about it's 6:30 in the morning over here. So I'm really fucked.
Yeah, what time is it where you are, Smash?
1:36.
Where are you at?
I'm in New York.
Oh, all right, same time as me then. I'm in Jersey, so. What are you in, the Bronx? Manhattan? What part of New York?
Queens right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You ever eat Cross Bay Boulevard, the pizza there?
What, the bagels?
No, the pizzeria over there. I think it's called forgot the name. It's on Cross Bay Boulevard. It's a pizzeria. I forgot the name of it. They got great pizza, man.
New York,
man. Stop eating pizza, Pops. It ain't no good for you.
Oh, no, but listen, once in a while, you could cheat and have a slice. You only live one time. I mean, look, my grandfather, you know why we're fat? We're not fat from the food. We're fat from the chemicals that are in the food. Because your body...
It's wheat, Pops. You shouldn't be eating wheat.
No, I know wheat, too. I heard. I think I got a video. I think you told me about it.
Man, wheat's addictive, man.
What's that called? The wheat something. There was a video. I think you told me about
wheat belly, right?
William Davis, wheat is murder.
But they've always eaten wheat back in the day. It was different then.
No, it has a gluten. Wheat gives the
it's not just the gluten, it's wheat, and it's not just wheat, it's all grains. We're not supposed that's bird food. We're not birds. We're not supposed to eat that shit.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Honestly, the video is on YouTube. It's done by Jan Irvin back in 2007 or something. And that is a fucking head-banging interview if you haven't heard it.
But we're really supposed to eat, I think, meat and vegetables. What carnivores like?
You know, this is the craziest thing.
Absolutely, that's exactly right, Pops. That's what we should eat, and we shouldn't be eating anything else. And sugar is fucking
sugar's
really bad.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. We all know, but I don't know about you, Jamie. You're telling me you don't cheat at all?
I don't eat wheat anymore, and I do have a nibble on biscuits now and then because I need to fucking munch something, otherwise I get mad cravings. But then I'm smoking weed, so
I eat like one bag of junk food a month, maybe. See that bag I had? I haven't eaten cheese doodles. Like I'll buy one bag and I'll eat it once a month. I treat myself, you know, and I don't buy a giant bag. It's a little bag.
You're not treating yourself. You're poisoning yourself.
I don't care. You know what? A little poison ain't gonna kill me. A lot of poison will. But my grandfather ate everything under the bus, and he lived to 90. So if I lived to 90, I'll be happy. I don't care.
You know, it's something funny, right? There's something subconscious when you stop eating wheat. When you try and go back onto it again, you can't. Your body sort of takes over and says, no, you know the real information now. You're not putting that shit back into me anymore. And it really starts to give you a lot of pain. So that you actually have to stop eating that crap anymore.
Well, you know about it, honestly, do you eat any ice jam? Do you eat any ice cream at all?
No, I don't eat any of that shit anymore. I don't eat sugar. I only eat honey. I've changed all the sugar for honey.
Well, it's kind of hard to stay away from everything.
Pardon?
Do you eat pepperoni or no?
What's that?
Oh, it's like the sausage they put on pizza, like slices.
It's like salami, but it's pepperoni. It's called.
I don't eat pork, because I just find that a dirty meat. So I don't eat.
I don't think it's pork. Is pepperoni pork? It's like beef or something.
No, pepperoni's pork.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Yeah.
But you eat roast beef and stuff like that, right?
I did like some of that salami and stuff in France. They make some really nice sausage meat type stuff.
Prosciutto is good. You ever eat prosciutto?
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
It's dried. It's the leg of a pig, but it's dried. But you know they use it as cold cuts. They slice it, and it's real salty. And there's they cure it with salt, but it's called prosciutto. Yeah, it's probably the best cold cut you could eat because there's no chemicals.
I probably would like it, Pops. I mean, the thing is about the meat over here now. The reason I stopped eating pork was because they don't smoke the meat anymore or cure it. What they do is they inject it with chemicals, and since they started doing that, whenever I eat pork, it gives me fucking blisters on the roof of my mouth. There's like blood blisters hang down. They're fucking huge.
Because it's not cured.
And I'm like, well, there's something wrong with that shit because I get that same thing from some chocolate bars as well.
I don't eat pork anymore
either.
There's
acid in there that my body reacts to, and I can't eat it anymore.
Well, I don't eat pork because of just biblical. You know, my son got me. You know, reading
it's nothing
the Bible.
To do with biblical stuff. It's just unhealthy. It's like pigs eat shit off the floor, and you don't really want to be consuming that type of meat.
And you're not supposed to eat seafood either, because they're like the bottom dwellers. Like all
when you get into your health and you start picking what you eat, you'll find that you won't be able to eat pork because you will taste that it's not so good.
Yeah, pork is fucked up.
I don't eat pork anymore. Not because of health reasons. I don't eat it because of religious reasons.
Well, plus today they're factory farming it. They inject it with chemicals anyway, steroids to make it grow faster. And
pigs are nasty, though. They're nasty.
You know, and like the kids, apparently the kids at these farms where they raise these chickens in these big battery hen farms, they've got, 500,000 chickens in a barn.
Yes.
Can you imagine the smell and the fucking noise? I mean, and the chickens don't ever get any color on their feathers. They just stay white.
That's why they're going after the cows.
And they slaughter them at 6 weeks. They inject them with steroids. And apparently the people, when they've been feeding their children living on these farms with this chicken meat, they've been developing pubic hair at 4 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you don't want to be eating that kind of factor.
They're not. If you look at pictures online, they're not even raising them with feathers anymore. They actually now have featherless chickens that they have modified.
It's just obscene, isn't it? It's obscene.
It's an experiment. It's a science.
Kentucky Fried Chicken does it. They now, from what I understood, that's why they had to change the name to KFC.
Yeah.
They don't call it chicken. It's like mystery meat.
Yeah.
They grow these chickens without feathers.
Yeah.
Genetically modified.
They call it mystery meat.
It's really
Are you
mystery
kidding?
meat.
Yeah.
No,
They've got sweets over here on the shelves. They call it toxic waste. That's the name of the sweet.
Holy shit.
They call it toxic waste in this fucking yellow plastic container. It comes in wrapped in toxic waste as well. The most worst stuff.
Oh my God.
It's just all of this stuff is. You look at the kids' sweets next time you go into a store. I mean, I don't know what it's like over there, but over here they're quite big.
Oh, it's ridiculous. This is straight Willy Wonka fucking chocolate factory shit over here.
Even the fruit and vegetables, though, now, I mean, you know, I think they lie half the time. I don't even think half the shit is organic anyway. And they write non-GMO. I don't believe them. I think they lie.
It's organic because you pay twice the amount for it.
Yeah. Well, just the fact that and this is the backwardness again, how we see it in language, schooling. It's in the food thing, right? So you grow something without a pesticide, right? And you got to say it's organic. But when they spray some shit, there's no list of the pesticide that they sprayed it with. That's
right.
It would be simple as that. This was grown with no pesticides. Okay, that's what it is. This was grown with pesticides, and here's the list: DMT, DDT,
right?
You know, all of this shit that causes. You think if
Agent Orange, they used to spray that over the troops, but now they don't put it on your food.
Yeah, strawberries. One of the most sprayed foods that you could never eat.
I'm glad I don't eat that shit. I don't really like strawberries that much.
Grapes also. Grapes are bad.
I do like raspberries, fresh raspberries, but no, you said that.
You know what they do? And this is the crazy shit.
They blow them up with helium.
No, check this out. They outlaw the pesticide that's bad to spray grapes with in America. Chile grows grapes with that pesticide, and they import the grapes from Chile.
All that stuff,
Yes.
And that's why when you see, from Chile, now, I don't think they have to disclose the origin of the meats now in America. In 2008, they passed a law where it was legal to sell cloned meat. So you don't got to say this meat comes from Argentina or Texas or some shit or the lab.
That may not be true, though, because 3-4 months ago, when I was in Missouri, they had beef there, and it said from Mexico.
No, it can say that, but they're not required to.
Oh, I believe that.
Yeah, but Pops, the health standards in Mexico are a whole lot different than they would be required in the United States.
Oh, I didn't buy that beef.
Yeah, so McDonald's get all their beef from there, and they basically, the cows are terrified when they're murdered, and they shit themselves. So all of that shit gets packed up and sent off, and then everyone's literally eating shit burgers at McDonald's.
Yeah,
that's correct.
That's what's happening. Yeah.
Well,
I don't eat any of that fast food shit.
And that's just the shit from that way. There's a law that was passed. I was speaking with some farmers in Vermont back in 2010, and they said that they were buying tons of fucking chicken shit, mixing it in with the cow food because science declared that there was still protein in the chicken shit. And they were getting it was too much chicken shit being dumped into the river. It was clogging up and having overgrowth algae. Because when you think America slaughters 1 million animals, and that's a low figure, an hour, not a day.
I was waiting for you to say a week or a day. I was going to be oh my god, not
1 hour.
Really?
No, all right, we can do the math. We can do the math right now. The math is easy. No, the math is easy. 300 million, just to make the math easy, when it's really about 350 million.
It is
right?
350. It's 350.
All right, so we'll say 3, so we know we're underestimating, right? So let's make it even easier. 240 million people fits into 24 hours, right? So the math is easy there, right? So now 240 million, we know there's not 60 million vegetarians or even 110 million if there's 350 million.
Well, let's say the vegetarians are in the other figure of the.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Let's say 240 million.
240, right? So that means, right, 240 million, right? 240. So that means
10 million per hour.
Million. So that means there's what? 10 million people an hour, right? All right. So to feed 10 million people, if you take now, they're gonna eat chicken, right? They're gonna eat cattle and all of that shit. It's approximately 1 million animals. If it's chicken, right, and you're feeding 1 million, well, you're feeding 24 million people. So 24 people, one chicken can't feed 24 people.
Right.
So we're still underestimating. Okay.
Well, you got to kill a cow could feed.
Yeah, exactly. So it balances out. It balances out. Right. So when you look at it at a rough scale, it's approximately probably a little more than 1 million animals an hour. But at the least, it's because we're not calculating in the other 60 million people.
How about the imported food that we bring in too?
Yeah, well, we're only using 24 million. There's another 60 million. So we could easily say 1 million an hour. So wow. So where do you think all the shit from that chicken and cattle and pigs go? Into the water system, which causes overgrowths of algae, killing fish, all types of shit. So what do? Hey, we're going to sell this chicken shit to the cattle farmers and at least get some of it and mix it in with the feed. So you're getting shit burgers from them eating shit in the food. And then like Jamer Funk said, when you're killing them and they're shitting themselves, you're getting that fecal matter on it.
Wow.
So the only thing that a cow has an advantage over a chicken is it has 4 stomachs. Supposed to be eating meat. But a cow has 4 stomachs. So that helps.
But cows aren't supposed to eat their brothers and sisters.
No, they feed them their own people, like their own cows and shit, like cannibals.
Yeah, but they shouldn't do that. Yeah.
Imagine what that does to a person when they eat that shit. We don't even know.
There's the only way around it is you have to have your own cow to kill and shit.
Even that, like when you look at, if you got to kill your own animals, a lot of more people would probably be vegetarian.
Mm-hmm. I think we should run an experiment and take 1 million zombies and put them on an island with nothing, no infrastructure, just like naked virgin forest, and see if they can fucking survive.
I'll be honest, I couldn't kill, like if I had a pet cow, I couldn't kill it. Like I had a cow, I would like it, like a pet. I couldn't kill my own cow. I couldn't do it.
That's what the guy who wrote A Diet for a New America, he was the son of one of the Baskin and Robbins, I think, guys, right? What was his name again? Something Robbins, I think is his last name.
I've got to make a drink. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, he actually said that he when he went on a farm and interviewed people, he got so friendly with the cattle would run up to him, the little calves.
Yeah,
there's no way you could kill him. He's like it becomes like your pet.
Even the pigs are actually friendly.
Yeah, and speaking of cows, as Varun, man, I know you're fucking not killing no cows, right? You like Hindu beef, sacred, right?
They're vegetarians, the Indians. Yeah, they eat most of them are vegetarians, but they're fine.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is actually the reason why they had said that you shouldn't kill animals also to eat the meat is because it will be destructive for the it will destroy the economy of your country, because even if you breed an animal in the most hygienic conditions, give it water, food, and like you slaughter it and you give organic meat also, eventually in the long run the groundwater will get depleted, the fertility of the soil will get depleted, because to raise an animal for slaughter will take a lot of land, it will take a lot of water as well. Yeah, so the whole land will become barren in the long run. That's why they created that fear. Cows are like your mother, you shouldn't destroy them, so that people won't recklessly misuse the limited resources they have. If they eat meat continuously every single day, then eventually in the long run the whole land will suffer from famine. That's all.
But what about fish now? See, now fish, I think are fine to eat. I think if you eat fish, I mean, Jesus ate fish.
Yeah, but you know what? When you eat fish, right, you got to catch it and gut it immediately. Because if you don't gut it, right, this is why the law states for commercial fishing boats to have a freezer on deck, because when you catch a fish, if it's on deck, parasites come out from the stomach and go into the flesh.
Okay.
So you have to freeze it as soon as you pull it out the water. You got to throw it on ice, right?
Do they though?
Huh?
Do they really put it on ice?
Yeah, and that's why you gotta be careful eating fish because of the parasite. But if you eat it fresh, like if you catch it, that's cool. Or if it's like canned fish from a reputable factory, because they're shipped. Hopefully, like you said, you're right. How do we ever know? But
and the way they catch fish now, there's no way they're doing that. They put on them big nets.
But one thing about meat also is people will think that the more meat they eat, their bodies will grow strong. In a week, I think maybe if they eat 3 times at best, it's good. If they eat meat every single day 3 times, then their stomach is going to get hit, because I've seen how it goes. Like, let's say you'll have meat in the morning, then meat again in the afternoon, and meat again for dinner. In the morning, you'll get up and you'll crap out most of it, and most of it will not get absorbed. Like during the process of excretion, most of the food that you've eaten will come out as feces instead of getting absorbed. So it's very tough to absorb too much of meat also and consumed in excess, and it takes very long to digest. Then they'll say you should work out actually, but actually when you work out, I've noticed this, it doesn't increase the appetite, it actually reduces the appetite. There are other types of exercises that increase the appetite, which can make you absorb what you eat. When you work out, you feel more tired and your testosterone levels go down. So even when you eat a lot of meat after working out, you're bound to go to the bathroom and everything is going to come out as excreta. It's not so easy to absorb meat, especially in the night when they eat meat. When sunlight is actually like not present, the digestive system's ability to digest food comes down. So let's say they'll have steak or something like that at 6 o'clock. They're going to get up in the morning and most of it's going to go into the bathroom.
You see, the problem here, Asfaron, compared to your country, I think you guys got the vegetarian thing a lot down pat better than America. Well, most vegetarians I see in America look sick. Because they're not eating. The whole culture doesn't revolve like your whole culture revolves around no meat. So you have a lot of different options, and you eat the right foods to make up like the iron levels and all that different stuff.
You got like mad curry everywhere.
Yeah, like you got all kinds of stuff that we don't have here. So the vegetarians in America tend to look very sick all the time. Every time I see somebody that's a vegetarian, they look pale.
Yeah, they're all
they look because they don't have the proper diet. Your country has the proper diet for a vegetarian.
No, but not that. Like the thing is, I eat meat too, but you should eat meat in the right quantities, not like the way these carnivores prescribe, like only have meat like 24/7. That'll kill you actually. Like the right amount of meat, if you have, it's enough. And then you can get the rest amount of the proteins from vegetarian sources as well. Like 3-4 times in a week, if you eat meat, it gives you the strength that you need. Every single day, like for 3 meals, if you have meat, your stomach is going to get hit. That's all.
I agree.
It's not so easy to.
Yeah, man.
Tigers are meant to eat.
As for what kind of meat do you eat? Chicken, fish, what?
Yeah, chicken, mutton, fish, and I have eggs as well.
Mutton?
Yeah, mutton, sheep's meat.
Sheep, right?
Yeah, I know what mutton is.
Like lamb or some shit?
No, sheep.
Yeah, lamb.
It's lamb.
That's good, man. I thought you were like a vegetarian, man. I didn't know you.
I was a vegetarian, but then my body became very weak because, like if I tell this to people, they'll laugh at me. But actually, what happened was that my relatives, I told you, right, that performed black magic on me, that succubus came and damaged my body very badly. So I had no choice but to. Yeah, they wanted to usurp the property. So like they were sending that thing every night. There was a black magician. He was a monk actually in a monastery. They paid him to send the succubus. It kept depleting my body of strength and energy. Then I became so weak, I had to go on an omnivore diet. I used to only be a vegetarian before. Then I had to go back to the omnivore diet. I had to eat meat and vegetables as well.
You know what's good to eat too, I hear? It's very good to kill parasites in your stomach, like hot peppers.
Yeah, I heard that.
Like I heard you eat like hot chili peppers and shit like that. It kills all the parasites.
Yep. I heard it cleans out a lot of them, Yeah, like hot peppers. Yeah, definitely. I heard that.
Anything hot, like a hot pepper, even black pepper, I heard cleans parasites out.
Basically, like if the spicy food that you eat, like what happens is that when you eat like garlic and onion, it can strengthen the immune system, but you should eat it in limits. That's all.
Yeah.
Nowadays,
I think if you eat
actually,
everything in limits, it's good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Nowadays, actually, like you have too much of too much. Like everyone is now hooked onto this antioxidant phase. Like they'll think that, oh, green tea, it's got antioxidants. Anything that's rich in antioxidants, people consume it like crazy. But if you're a normal, healthy person, you consume antioxidants, it will strip all the nutrients out of your body. It's only given to people who are sick, people are overweight, fat, and obese. They should consume antioxidants. If a normal person does it, all the nutrients in his gut will be washed out. He'll become more sick.
I heard too. Also, I was watching a show with a doctor, and he treats pancreatic cancer. That's his specialty. And he said most of my patients that I get were taking like 10 to 20 supplements every day, vitamin supplements. Yeah. And he said that vitamin supplements, if you take 1 or 2 a day, is not too bad. He said, but people that take like 10, 15, 20, they take vitamin B, fish oil, this, that, and they take all these different supplements because the supplements are toxic. Okay? I mean, you ever sit there and wonder, how could they fit all these vitamins in this little pill? So he said that to stay away from the supplements as much as you can. He said, if you take 1 or 2, it ain't bad because you may have a deficiency in maybe something, like say vitamin C or iron. But not to take, an enormous amount, like Asheron's saying, they're taking an antioxidant pill. They're taking a pill for energy. They're taking a pill for vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin B12. And people are just taking like 20 supplements a day thinking they're healthy. And their pancreas can't fucking get rid of all this shit. And then we'll get pancreatic cancer.
Yeah, the best thing is actually, the right time to eat food is somewhere between 10 and 2 o'clock. So after 10 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, like the body's metabolic capacity starts dropping down. One should not eat food once evening comes up, because then like the digestive system becomes dull. Again, between 10 and 2, in the night, one should go and sleep on an empty stomach. So if someone eats food and goes and sleeps off, what will happen is that his liver, then his kidneys, and then his spleen will get hit actually, and his immune system will go down. He should go to bed on an empty stomach.
Well, they say when you go to bed, when you sleep, your body, the cells are repairing your body. Now, when you eat at night and you go to bed, your body can't repair itself. It's got to digest that food. Yeah. So all the blood and everything's rushing to your stomach instead of repairing your body. So you're hurting yourself from repairing. They say you should eat only once really a day or twice a day in like a 6-hour period. You shouldn't eat like all day.
Yeah. The other thing also is, like, if you've noticed, sleep doesn't rejuvenate the body properly, because when the man is sleeping, you should take a mirror and keep it next to his nostrils. Then you'll see moisture being...
Take a what?
Take a mirror. Yeah.
And put it
next to his nostrils. Yeah. Keep it next to his nostrils. His breathing will be very shallow. It'll be like this.
Right.
It'll be like that. Then the moisture will be formed on the surface of the mirror. Then what will happen is that his breath will be very shallow. Now, why a tortoise or a turtle lives very long is it can breathe continuously for a very long time, hold that breath, and then it exhales it gradually. That's why it lives very long. So actually, when you're sleeping, you don't repair yourself very correctly, because your breathing is very shallow. When you're awake and you take in deep breaths, hold that breath in your body for a long time, like for a minute, and then release it, you're actually doing much better. Sleep, it helps to rejuvenate to some extent, but it's not as good as...
You're saying meditation then?
No, not meditation. Meditation comes later. Breathing exercise. No, if you
sit up and they meditate and breathe deep and hold it in and let it out and all that.
Yeah, people who do deep breathing, they won't sleep, because like the body will be charged with the right amounts of oxygen, right? If they do deep breathing, like for at least, let's say, 6 to 8 hours, then what will happen is that the bodies will be so charged they won't need to sleep. I've seen it actually. Like when the person sleeps, his body isn't getting rejuvenated properly because his breaths are very shallow. You can notice his abdomen inflates. Then after that, he lets the breath out very quickly. So he's not like the vital energy that's present in the in air isn't going and nourishing his body properly as well.
Well, when you sleep, doesn't your heart slow down?
You can slow it down even more through meditation. There's something called Tumo meditation that Tibetans do. They can slow the heart rate down to an even lower extent than what you can do when you sleep.
Well,
that's why those guys.
How much do you sleep? As for Ron, do you sleep?
Yeah, I do sleep. I'm just saying these guys in Tibet, they were found to be sitting naked in the snow. So then the scientists wanted to know how they're doing it. Then they found out that it's because of this breathing technique. They can lower their metabolism down. They can increase their body temperature with that, and they can sit in very rigid conditions for a very long time. And even when it's hot, also they can lower their body temperature down, and they won't need to sweat. So if you learn that, you can run a marathon even in the desert as well when the temperatures are very high.
But let's be realistic. Most people can't do that. As for
I'm just saying the importance of
hypothetically, it's
all right. As for Ren, I haven't spoken to you for a while.
Yeah,
I got what you're saying, but what you're saying isn't practical.
I'm just saying. Actually, see, they'll say that you can build your cardiovascular muscles by running all the time, but by doing the right breathing exercises, you're actually like you'll be strengthening your cardiovascular muscles in a better way. When you go to the gym, you're tearing your body, you're lifting weights, then you're doing body weight exercises and cardio. You're sweating out, and your body is you feel more tired, and you need to eat food to recover from the injury. But actually, if you do the right breathing exercises, you won't be sweating at all, and you'll be strengthening every internal organ also in your body.
See, I find the best exercise swimming.
Swimming.
There's no resistance on your body at all, and you're not sweating.
Best exercise for the body is actually Tai Chi. The Chinese had made that system. Tai Chi actually it not only strengthens the skeletal muscles, it strengthens the smooth muscles as well. Smooth muscles, it regulates the function of your internal organs. When you go to the gym, they'll only make you strengthen your skeletal muscles by lifting weights and doing cardio and the body weight exercises. But there are no exercises in the gym to strengthen your smooth muscles, like muscles of the heart, the intestines, the kidneys. In Tai Chi, actually, they can strengthen all the internal organs and the external organs as well. That anyone can do.
That's good
to know.
They say that swimming, when you swim, after you swim for, I think it's 20 minutes, right? Then they check your blood, that the blood pulse is much smoother. So swimming may actually have, like, it seems like Pops was saying in the modern sense, to be the best exercise of the regular exercises, as opposed to lifting weights or something like that. Swimming is has a very beneficial and relaxing effect on the body. The water, it just
I don't know about that. I tried to go in the sea today and it was freezing, or yesterday.
No, you got to go to an indoor pool.
Yeah, outside. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I've always liked the pool, even though the beach is nice, but
But here's the problem with the indoor pool: you're absorbing chlorine in your body.
Chemicals, yeah.
You know what they have?
Chlorine.
So people have seawater pools. That would be good. Saltwater.
No, have you seen those freshwater pools that people have in their backyard? It's actually like really cool. It looks expensive, but
you need money.
yeah, it does look expensive, but it might not be as expensive as it looks, because it's basically they'll put some plants in there and shit, but it'd be like a fresh water. But the thing is that water, it does something. Like when you look at us, one lady, she wrote a book. I don't think her theory is correct, but she wrote a book called The Aquatic Ape, and she was showing how our link, seems to be, there's a water link with humans. The layer of blubber around of our body is much more reminiscent to a sea mammal than a land mammal. So when we go in the water, our hair flows as in like an aqualine direction as we swim. People that can swim good, you can see they glide through the water. We have we have a very like close. There's something with water in us. I mean, we don't really know. It should be a mystery to people, the fact that we don't know a lot about ourselves. We don't know what to eat. How could somebody tell me that, it's like somebody is hiding major knowledge from us. Major. We don't even know what to freaking eat.
You're right. Think about it. You're 100%.
To think that wheat and all of that shit ain't good for you, it does make sense, because I know that wheat causes like an allergic reaction. It puts some type of
it's under hundreds of medical problems for human beings, and one of them diabetes. The most serious type that's caused by wheat.
But wheat is delicious.
It's addictive.
It's fooling you.
I love pasta and I love
it's got MSG in there, which makes it taste good, so you constantly want to eat it. But really,
pasta is delicious.
It's making you tired and dopey. That's what it's doing.
I've heard it's a brain. I've heard that.
I don't know, man.
There's more sugar. Pasta. There's more sugar in one slice of bread than there is in a Mars bar.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Holy
one slice of bread.
Wow.
Yeah,
I did not know that. Thanks for
just feel the weight of a loaf of bread next time you pick it up.
What is really good for you? Dairy products? They're not.
No.
Pops already said it, Pops, earlier. He said meat and vegetables.
The basic meat and vegetables would not.
Asperon says you shouldn't eat meat every day.
No, definitely not every day.
I said you shouldn't eat meat every single day. Like 3-4 times will be enough.
Yeah, there's some days. You know what? I think there's some days where maybe you could. It makes sense not to eat a lot to clean the body out. Like maybe some days just eat some fruit and vegetables.
They should say you should fast once a week. At
least. Yeah, it's hard to fast, man. I tried.
I've tried it, man. It's
I'm not good with that fasting, because you need your energy up. In this Western society, it's very fast paced. You've got to keep your mental acuity. Fed properly with fuel.
My mother is calling me. I have to go. Actually, I'll.
You better go. She's going to kick your ass.
Before you go, Asperon, I got a bone to pick with you, and that is that on your last stream on Wisdom Radio. Oh, he's fucked off now.
Yeah.
So he said demons created the desert in the fucking Sahara. That's just not true. It was that they dammed the main rivers, and that's what caused the desert.
Yeah.
They did it thousands of years ago to control the population, so it's nothing new what they're doing today.
Yeah, he has a whole template. I noticed that.
So some of the things he says are really good, but he gets carried away sometimes.
Oh yeah. No,
actually, I used to think Asperon was super crazy, but after I did some investigating, some of the shit he says is true. Like, we don't believe in witchcraft and black magic, and that shit exists.
Yeah, no, he's only partially crazy. He makes a lot of sense. No,
but all that black magic and all that shit, I believe thousands of years ago they had knowledge of how to perform all this magical shit and all this black magic. I think the Masons actually know certain things, like the high levels.
No, there definitely is. It makes me wonder that everything that we might look at as black magic or whatever is kind of an undiscovered science. Like there's a way where we're like, okay, this is how it works, but it also brings things into what would be, I guess, the supernatural realm, because some things work in a way where it shows you that the world doesn't work the way you thought it worked.
Mm-hmm.
So for these things to work, you say, wait a minute, all this bullshit I've been told, nobody knows. It's like we're really all agnostic without even knowing. I mean, who the fuck really knows? And
like all these sheep.
Yeah, and then the experiment. When you look at what's going on, they're just experimenting on us openly.
Yes.
It's ridiculous, man.
I think people are actually in some type of spell. Like, you ever see there's so many sheep out there, you can't understand why people are just like so fucking in the box.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're under some type of like the television and video. I think they're putting spells on people.
Yeah, the television broadcasts, it broadly casts the spell, the program.
Yeah. I agree. I 100%. I just think certain people it don't work with though. Like me, you, and Shamma, no matter how much shit they throw at us, it don't work.
I don't know. Some in our DNA. I've been brainwashed by some things. I mean, the internet's done a lot to clean me up. I mean, I knew some things, but The internet's given me most of the information to get clarity on what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I always said a lot of things I've always said ended up coming true. And my son bugs out. He goes, Dad, you were right about so many different things. I go, I just knew there was something. You ever just look at something, you just notice something wrong. It does, like, shit don't make sense. There's something wrong. And I like what's going on with all these people. I can't, like, when I grew up, we were all, like, a lot of guys, we all grew up together. We were all on the same page almost. Now, I'm on a different page than like 99% of the people out there. I don't understand how the fuck that could be. I talk about shit with people and they look at me like, I mean, regular guys sitting at a bar, drinking, watching football. And I start talking about stuff and they're like, they can't deal with it. It's like they're in a fucking fog.
It's funny that, when 9/11 happened, for a few years after that, you couldn't talk about 9/11 to anybody.
Right.
But after about 10 years, certainly 15 years, there was a lot more talk about it. It was okay to, speak about these topics then. And then towards the end, after the sort of the 19-year period, it was like a free-for-all. And then it started again with the scammo virus when they launched that. I mean, you couldn't talk about it to anyone. You couldn't say anything regarding the truth because it was just an unspeakable topic. But I'm finding now it's only 3 years in now, and it's like everyone's talking about it.
Right, like when 9/11 first hit, like a year or two later, I did some investigating in it. Like I had a couple of shows out on it, Loose Change, all this shit. And I started realizing, holy shit, they did this. This is a setup.
Yeah.
And people thought I was mad crazy. They said, you're fucking nuts. 20 years later, a lot of people are going, yeah, you're right. They fucking blew up the buildings. It was all bullshit.
Don't you just love the zombies when you go and speak to them? They quote you back to you and think that they're giving you information.
Right.
And then they feel most upset when you tell them, I told you that about 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, you still can't have that conversation with a lot of people today in America. The 9/11 thing,
they still don't believe it.
Yeah, they are very, very brainwashed. I mean, they have a monument to worship. What is it? One World Trade Center now. It's like it just.
And you tell them logically, like, well, how did Building 7 go down?
The
building in the. I don't know. What do you mean?
Passport hit it. It's like, what the fuck? When they tell you.
Titanium engines vaporized, so we never found the engines or any parts of the planes that hit the towers. But what we did find is 2 passports.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. A freaking and not just anybody's passport, right? That's the craziest thing. Not just anybody's passport. The passport of one of the guys that hijacked. It's get the fuck out.
How about this? How about this? And the engineers that built the towers are on TV saying. No plane can take these towers down.
Exactly.
We built them to take impact of a plane.
Yeah, exactly.
And yet you got guys going, no, the jet fuel melted the fucking beams. Do you know how big the Twin Towers was? Like in width? Way bigger than a plane. Like a plane couldn't even have got to half of the Twin. Like it doesn't even make sense the way
in the UK they told us that Osama bin Laden had fucking organized it from a cave in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
While on kidney dialysis, it's just
it just makes me laugh though, because I mean, how did Osama bin laughing out loud at us say, how did he manage to script a Simpsons episode talking about 9/11 and mocking us with it before 9/11 even happened?
Yeah, once they know American military
and all the other stuff that they've done.
Yeah, there's no way somebody's going to breach a military defense of America that easily. You have
to get into the culture, to be able to go to Disney Studios and then script an entire Simpsons episode talking about it. I mean, before it happens.
Yeah.
And make a film. I think what was that film? Fucking just before 9/11, and it was actually they had it scripted. I think they'd done about 7 episodes.
I think we did a thing on
how about the George Bush when he's in the school?
Oh yeah,
and they show you the kids singing, like on the blackboard, repeating plane, bomb, like the kids are saying it.
They're saying hit, steal, all of that shit.
Hit,
I was like,
steal,
what the
plane,
wow, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, if you listen to what they're saying, it's crazy. He's like plane and steal and hit, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
They're shoving it right down your throat.
And then I think they found out that picture, that famous picture where the guy's whispering in George Bush's ear and he's got the book in his hand.
It's upside down, the book, isn't it?
No, the children's book I think was upside down in his hand. Yeah. So when you look at it,
Goat, it was called that book.
Yeah, My Pet Goat. So like with the goat deity and stuff like that, and it just, I mean, I knew
they were singing. That's unreal. That is. Do you know what? I knew it was a scam. When he goes to whisper in Bush's ear, the fact that Bush didn't immediately jump to his feet and fucking fly out the fucking room.
Yeah,
you know
he just calmly sat down and said, "Go ahead."
Yeah, I mean, he just carried the fuck on, didn't he? I mean, it was like as though nothing had happened. If someone had told me that and I was the president, I'd have been out there, man. I would have been fucking in the White House sorting out what the fuck was going on.
Yeah, I would have got up and said, "Children, the president has to leave. Bye," and I would have walked right out of the fucking room.
Absolutely.
It's a complete joke that they do all this shit right in our face, and 99% of the people still believe it's a coincidence that all this shit happened.
No, or even worse, they believe exactly what the government tells them. The 9/11 Commission report, they believe that. They wrote a book about it. And I remember when it happened, I knew when it happened. Like when I was at an appointment. I got at 7:30 in the morning. I got back, it was 9, and I had a message on my answer machine from my sister saying, "Turn the TV on." And I turned it on, and the first plane had already hit, and it was smoking. So I'm like, "What's that?" And then I see the second plane hit, and I knew right away. I said, "The government did this," because I already knew about David Icke and all of that shit, and Alex Jones and all of them. Wow. Even though I don't, believe everything they say.
I didn't know none of that stuff when 9/11 happened. I had 2 reactions. One was like a public egotistical thing. I said, "Yeah, they've got the fucking rich people, the bankers, and that," because I just figured that they started it. But then the fact that it was the Twin Towers, there was like a deeper feeling went through me that this wasn't normal and this was something else that I didn't understand. But I didn't have any other information. So,
and you tell people shit like that day, the Israeli consulate who was in the Twin Towers, all of them didn't go to work that day. The whole Israeli consulate. That's a fucking coincidence?
And then they knew on the same day that they're doing practice drills of like air raids and shit. It's like, what the fuck?
They were doing practice drills of exactly what was happening in Long Island.
With the Israelis, a lot of people get hung up about the Israelis dancing and that. That doesn't mean anything. I mean, even Aaron Russo knew that the towers were going to go down before they happened because David Rockefeller told him.
Yes.
And look at
that was going to happen. So you can't say that David, even though Rockefeller was in on it. I mean, he's not scripting the Simpsons episode and making that movie as well. That all ties in with 9/11 on an esoteric.
The owner of the Twin Towers doubled his insurance like 6 months prior.
All of that shit. Yeah. Who was that? Silverstein.
Yeah, Silverstein, Larry or something.
But this is how dumb people are. They just let it go. Just like 2020 with the fucking... they're still using Dominion machines.
I don't think it's that, Pops. I think that's too much for people to take in. I mean, I'm inquisitive. So when I heard the truth about 9/11, I was all ears,
All right, why is America still using Dominion voting machines? Think about it.
I think we might be using them over here as well now.
Yeah, well, what the fuck? Do you need more proof than you had in 2020? I mean... People should be walking in there, taking the machines and throwing them out the fucking window.
Well, in England, we live in a democratic dictatorship.
Well, America's getting there. Don't worry about it.
Oh no, we're here.
Pretty soon I won't be able to heat my croissant.
America dances to the tune of Britain.
We have exactly. We without a doubt. This is closer to.
I mean, every president goes and bows to the fucking Queen.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. Well, they bow to the Queen, but they also bang their head on the wall over there in Israel.
But do you know that nobody's badmouthing the Queen at all?
All of them pray to the wall.
Did you see the fucking Pope go into Canada a couple of weeks ago?
No, what happened?
I mean, the Trudeau's under a huge amount of political pressure to try and get him out of office. Because they tried to scrap it once he got elected. He tried to scrap elections in Canada. I mean, it's a total tyranny up there, One of the worst countries out there.
Britain, you know what it is?
And then to give him some moral support, the Pope's made a visit to Trudeau to try and give him some credibility on the world stage, because everyone just fucking ignores him. Even the world leaders don't want to talk to him.
I mean, the UK has a much like openly grip on Canada and Australia. Like the whole magic potion was really pushed and mandated. It's like I heard it's brutal in Australia, but Canada as well.
Yeah.
United States is like the rogue child, you know, because we definitely, I mean, we speak English. People don't realize that we are British, and it is ruled in secret. Like, you know, it's like the two people that voted for the invasion of Iraq. I think the two countries was I think it was Tony Blair and Bush. Yeah, they were pushing that hard, and
hardcore.
yeah, and nobody can deny it. I mean, David Icke had a good point when I read his book, and he said, you know, because he's from England, and he said, yeah, he always wondered how the heck could such a small country go to dominate the world. It had to have some type of, you know, backing or for something. And then
we've invaded 260 countries out of 264 that is out there.
And not just
the only
that,
ones we haven't invaded is the Vatican and Switzerland and places like that.
260, and we're successful. That's the thing. We're successful. Any defeat was always recovered. It was always, when you look at that, an idiot would only believe that is just, you know, from regular stuff. Like, it's like seeing a bodybuilder professionally and thinking he got there without using steroids.
Right.
Britain had the equivalent of some type of steroids, and Alan Watt made a good point that whatever ruled Rome came back up and decided to rule the world using Britain as the nucleus. And that's what it really does seem like, because Britain is the nucleus of whatever is ruling the world. And then there's something that seems to be ruling Britain. I wondered, like, you know, when people say, oh, you know, people are eating, you know, children, all this shit. And I wondered, okay, the Industrial Revolution, 500 years ago, maybe. Let's just even go back further than the Industrial Revolution. So you go back from Columbus until now, something had to be able to see that whole thing, past to the Industrial Revolution, to the Civil War, to the 1900s, to the flight, all of that. Humans passing that down through families somebody would have fucked it up. There's too many stupid motherfuckers in families. You could have Genghis Khan, great conqueror, whatever. Every other son, his grandson, nobody ever measured up to him. It has to be something that lives longer, hundreds, possibly thousands of years. And then when you look at the Sumerian king block, many kings' reigns were thousands of years. I think one reigned for like 18,000 on the Sumerian king block list.
Well, apparently, according to Sitchin, the Anunnaki used to live about 30,000 years, he estimated.
Yeah, so it could be that. But now, what if something lives longer than that? Like, there's other things, I think, where they were saying beings that live 200,000 years, 400,000 years, right? So, but the thing is humans, we know now, will use parts of fetuses as anti-aging agents, and it works.
They would use what? Sorry,
they use parts of fetuses.
Oh, fetuses, right? Okay.
Yeah. So in Barbados, there was a study that they were making a cream and all of this stuff, and they found out that people's babies were turning up missing at the hospital. Like the doctors say, "Oh, your child died in birth," and all this shit, but they can't show them the child. So people were complaining. Then they found out that they were buying babies from women in the Ukraine. I got to look for the article. I still have it. It's actually a PDF paper that was published. And they were saying that in Moscow, there are injections made from late. They pay women a month to 2 months salary, $200 to $300 in Ukraine, to carry a child to the 8th or 9th month where the organs are almost fully developed. Then abort the child, and they use the fetal cells from that child to make beauty products and anti-aging products and
Holy
shots
shit.
that are sold in Moscow for $10,000 to $20,000 each to reduce cellulite in women and certain things like this. So this, it's not that if it works, this works, right? What if other humans figured out how to go further when they say, oh, about the eating and all of that? What if they figured out something that not just removes the wrinkles, but does extend the life? If somebody is 70, put them back to say 40. If they're gobbling down like 3 or 4 kids.
Well, that's Nancy Pelosi, isn't it?
Well, it really, and I'm trying to just like
they're
the
gobbling
other
down. They're gobbling down.
You know, yeah, I mean, it's the only thing. It's just like I was thinking when Jamer was saying, you know, with the theory I had where I was saying, yeah, it seems, you know, humans seem to have come from this inside environment. Same thing with this. I had to sit there and think, and I'm saying, you know, and then there's all these stories about them gobbling down fucking.
They're gobbling down there
from thousands of years ago and shit, right? It's not even modern shit. You got the modern stories and conspiracies of it. Then you got this shit like, what was it, Zahak or Zohar? There's like some legend online, and he was fucking had 2 snakes coming out of each shoulder, demanding the brains of children, 2 brains every day. What the fuck type? Where do they get this shit? You
it's just unreal, isn't it?
Like this.
It's like
millions of babies go missing every year throughout the world. Millions. Where do they go?
Yeah.
Well, you know something, Pops. If you've seen the film, the new one, the King Arthur, the new British made one, there's a scene in that film where the Norwegian king, he says to King Arthur, he says, we still want 5,000 children every year from Britain.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they put it openly, and they say in the film, they show you blatantly, we've been selling your children for fucking centuries. It's clear as day since the time of King Arthur.
And they'll try to say, oh, it was for soldiers. No, it wasn't for soldiers.
Well, it's just for slaves and soldiers to fight their wars and shit, yeah.
No, they wanted 5,000 children to fucking eat.
Yeah, you wonder. Yeah, you know, it really made me wonder because I said, okay, if humans or whatever that serve these other things, whether it be the Anunnaki or, you know, the Anunnaki, they say had another breed in between humans and them called the Ajiji, which they said would carry out their experiments for them. And they think that that's what...
Is that the ones living on Mars?
I don't know if it was Mars, but I think
they're living in...
well, they weren't necessarily indigenous to Mars. They were sent there to work in the mines.
They may have. He said this is what Jason Martell was talking about them.
I don't know. Saying that as well.
I don't know who that guy is. Leave the West.
He has a YouTube video. He used to be on Ancient Aliens. You know, and I don't, you know, believe everything he says, but he definitely had some good info in saying that, yeah, you know, if you look at some of the stuff, it really has more than just one type of extraterrestrial, you know, like, you know, weird enough saying that one is actually being like the scientific, you know, experimenters for the other one, and then who is above the Anunnaki and who is above that? Now, of course, it keeps going. It's kind of like, you know,
I believe they live in Antarctica, MD. I believe there is a city. I don't know how big or small, and whether it's under the ground or in the background on an island. There's no other excuse for them basically saying nobody can explore Antarctica. There has to be something there that's real secretive.
MD, do you something you said earlier about the glyphs in Egypt being stamped on those walls?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that was technology brought here by a foreign civilization, a foreign entity? You know, off planet.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was brought here. Like some of it makes me think, okay, if it was stamped, was it stamped when the stone was hard? Was it stamped? Was it pressed into it? Because they do look pressed when the stone was soft. Is there an agent? Now, a lot of people think that maybe, I'm thinking maybe if it wasn't broad technology, somebody who knows, somebody who has the knowledge that, say, comes to Earth or say is already on Earth, say there's a lab underwater, because that You can have a laboratory. Say they don't come from Antarctica. Say there's a laboratory underwater in the middle of the Atlantic. How would anybody know, right?
They made a film about that, didn't they? What was The Abyss?
Oh yeah, The Abyss. Yeah, but that was with the bioluminescent creatures, right? So you're still looking at a physical creature that can withstand the environment without artificial means, right? So let's just say it is an artificially built structure. So it's beings that wouldn't naturally be able to endure that environment, but their technological capabilities enable them to, like us. We can breathe underwater because of technology of a self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, SCUBA, a scuba device. So they might, and I'm just saying they might be something like that there. If somebody, it's like if somebody that knows that, like a modern man going somewhere where somebody is very primitive and maybe he knows a little more about chemicals and stuff in the rocks and the trees and say, oh, look, if you take this rock here and you crumble this here, look, you make gunpowder. If you take this flint and you spark it against this, look, you got a flame. Instead of taking the wood and rubbing it back and forth with tinder to make the flame, which works as well, but he understands more things about the surrounding environment. So say somebody understood, hey, if you use this plant, it'll soften the rock. Now, rock seems to be able to be manipulated because we see plants doing it, like things growing through concrete and stuff like that. Does it secrete some type of compound that allows the concrete to be broken easier? How does it do that? So somebody that understands that process could possibly create something that softens the rock to press in the hieroglyph. Then it brings us to, what is the hieroglyph? Because Champollion himself didn't really decipher it. They still don't know what those hieroglyphs mean.
I heard someone recently saying that apparently the hieroglyphs are exactly what they look like on the actual picture. All the modern the recent interpretations of them trying to decipher the language, they'll never find it because the meaning is exactly what it says it is.
It could be that, or one person said it could be more like a computer icon, where one picture means like a whole amount of information.
Yeah, that's interesting. A different sort of computing technology.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, these are the conversations they don't want people to have, and most people don't want to have these. You got
I learned from you that they had laptops 5,000 years ago.
Yeah, they show you it inscripted on like the Egyptian pyramids of a guy holding a laptop, one guy on a cell phone.
It's
like
amazing, really. And it wasn't until I saw it on MD Stream, I was like, fucking hell.
Yeah, I think it was
changes the game, all of that shit.
Yeah, they have a Greek statue. They have other statues that I had pictures of in India. It's a temple. Somebody had put up the pictures of a woman carved into the rock wearing high heels, what appeared to be a cell phone, lipstick, and cosmetics and stuff.
Wow, really? Where's that? What, in Egypt?
No, it's in India. It's a temple called. Oh man, if you type in a woman in high heels carved into Indian temple, it might come up on Google.
Right, wow.
See pictures of it. And then cell phone, carved into Indian temple. I think there's something like that looks like a cell phone. There's a few other things too. There's a carving. I think it's called the Pushpaka Vimana. As Haroon would have probably known about this, where it looks like a jetpack. And actually, and this is one thing, you have the carving of the guy with something on his back that looks like a jetpack, right? And there's Hindu legends from thousands of years ago that talk about it being like a portable thing that can make you fly. So, I mean, you read some of this stuff and it's just right out of a science fiction movie. It's like, holy shit, how the fuck did this is what they just made this shit up now?
They show you them in astronaut uniforms. They show you the planes, like in the Egyptian. Like that one guy was wearing an astronaut uniform.
Yeah, Yeah, I've seen those in the museums myself, and I'm just like,
I mean, really? Like, what the fuck's going on?
They're
hiding this shit, man. They're hiding this shit.
Yeah, I asked the curator to explain it to me, and they couldn't do it. And I'm like, this is crazy. I had to decipher it myself and take pictures, and I'm like, this guy's clearly wearing a helmet here.
Right.
And it looks like a helmet with a facial glass covering that still shows his face, but protects the rest of his head. Then there's other hieroglyphs that took pictures of. And one thing is the hieroglyphs on the thing, but the stone itself, I'm like, the fabrication of it. And I'm looking at it and I'm saying, you got to be kidding me. There's no way this is done without machining.
With a chisel.
You'll have to get that picture, MD, because I can't find it. Porn sites come up when I
How
type
about
that
even
in.
the ones, MD, where they show you like a human much bigger than the Egyptians, like some kind of Anunnaki, like huge, and they're worshiping him, and that like the
well, they've got those giant skeletons, Pops, and
there's a lot of shit, man, that we don't know, and they're hiding all of it. But there's no way all the countries in the world signed up not to explore Antarctica. There's a lot of shit over there, minerals and stuff. So they're hiding something. I mean, it's plain and simple. What it is, we don't know, but they definitely are hiding something, which is bullshit. Why shouldn't we know what's over there?
Oh, that's the thing. That's when we realize, when we go back to when we were talking earlier, is it that situation? Is it that bad? Is it the worm trying to fight the eagle? Is it, like Alan Watts was saying, the world is it's an enormous organism that it will change us before we change it.
Yeah, isn't that the truth?
Yeah,
that's so true that is.
And even our technology, I don't believe
that's
that all of a sudden we made a computer chip. I don't believe that.
That's the young message you should pass on to particularly male children, innit? To kill your egos. Believe me, it doesn't matter how much you want to change the world is going to change you first.
Yeah, but look at even the technology we got. You're telling me out of nowhere we just snapped our fingers and we got Intel Pentium chips? Come on. You ever look at a fucking computer chip? Like, how could they even think of how did they make that fucking thing?
What you're talking about is what Tsarian argues is that's the technological revolution which has happened in the last 200 years. How did mankind? That's a question he asked. How did mankind produce all of this technology in the last 200 years? But for 500,000 years, he hasn't moved further than the horse and plow.
Right, but we really moved within like the last 50 years. With all the computer shit, like the chips got smaller and smaller. They had to either reverse engineer this shit, like they found it, like they found the spaceship buried, and or they were given the technology. There's no way any human being woke up. I don't care how smart they are. They invented that computer chip. They made that Pentium little fucking chip. What's in there? How did the wires transmit? Like I'm looking at it, and I go, no way, we made that. No way.
Well, they make it with acid and water.
Yeah,
they don't actually manufacture them. They're so small.
Yeah, but they had to be given that technology or reverse engineer it, I believe. Because it happened like this. It wasn't like we went from almost making a computer chip and then, no, it was like, boom, here you go. Intel Pentium, boom.
Well, until I saw MDs talking about it, it was quite simple. I was just blaming the aliens. They gave it to us, so. But now he's come along and says 5,000 years old. It's like, wow, well, maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why there wouldn't be different types of beings. Like I'm thinking, okay, what if there are like the jinn and stuff like this, right? So say the genie or whatever it is. What if it's something that can't take physical form, right? But it can tell a human how to make something to free it from its cage or from its, its container, or even just
wasn't the jinn trying to keep us in the container?
Well, no, or keep itself. Like say the jinn is trapped. It's like say the jinn is trapped, like in the bottle. Say the genie's trying to get you to open the bottle, because once you open the bottle, okay, maybe it has to give you 3 wishes, but then it's free. And most of the time, the wishes, from what certain ancient, like stories say, always come back to befall the wisher bad. So you have to be.
Yeah, they backfired, didn't they?
Yeah, you have to be extremely careful in what you say, because it will twist it, like a trickster or the joke. And this is crazy to think that, wait a minute. So there's these legends of these things that are not corporeal. So there's no physical part to it. Maybe if there's a spiritual thing, but something that could teach a human, because we could teach somebody who didn't know how to develop something that will destroy them. Well, we could teach somebody how to, there's the chemical formula to make certain drugs, right? And all it takes is that one point when the person does it, and now they're hooked on it, or teaching a person how to make a weapon that they can accidentally kill themselves with. So what if there's these non-corporeal beings that can instruct whoever they reveal themselves to how to make computer chips, how to make weapons in general? Like if you look back to the whole legend of steel, and iron, and I said, okay, is there any ancient stories about metallurgy? And there's a story from Africa about a king learning how to make steel from a demigod, iron, really. And it wasn't to make pots and pans to eat. It was to make swords to fight other people. So I'm saying, look at this. There's something that's teaching men how to make these physical weapons to kill other men. Could it be that this thing can't kill us? So its main power is to get us to kill each other. You see, and this is why, it keeps this, because the world seems to be in a perpetual state of war. So you think about something that can't kill us, but it has the intelligence how to make steel and all these other things, that it says, hey, I'll kind of show you this if you hey, you know what, you can gain power through this. So it gets to us through those 7 deadly sins or vices or whatever. If we don't have our greed,
does that not defy?
It's like the fallen angels they claim taught mankind how to do all this shit.
Yeah. But for that one, I'd like to see some kind of evidence to prove that they are in existence, rather than, just as you were speaking, you kind of had a moment of clarity about.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
The technology. I think the technology is alien to us, and I think it is alien technology.
I mean, it could be. It could be. But look at it. I'm trying to put it in an example. All right, it could be that what you're saying, but I'm saying, okay, what if, like, we know right now, right? I could say I know how to mix cement. I know how to mix cement, and you don't. I can teach you how to. Now, say no human on earth knew how to do that. How the hell did humans figure that out? I could teach it to you, right? And you could learn it. How did I figure that out? Right now, who knows? You see what I'm saying? So, aliens.
I don't think making cement is a strong enough challenge, because I mean, a native in the jungle could watch rain falling on the clay and see that it turns it to mud, and then you could add certain materials to it. I mean, there's a guy on YouTube you can watch. I can't remember what his name is now, but he builds everything from the earth.
How long will it last? Because modern cement usually lasts about 150 years, what they say. You'll see it crumbling on buildings. Roman cement lasts till today.
Right.
So they haven't figured that out. So wait a minute. So
some of it does. It doesn't look too great today, though.
It doesn't look too great, but it's lasted longer than any modern cement is.
Correct.
Well, look at the pyramids. They haven't got any cement, and they've lasted probably 400. Well, at least 50,000 years. They look about 50,000 years damaged to me.
Well, it's a lot. Look at the ones in Peru. They're almost unrecognizable, but they're pyramids, and they're not pyramids of massive blocks. They're small blocks.
Have you seen Ian Lungold's The Mayan Calendar Comes North?
No. What is that?
That's a really good. He made a lot of predictions in that, and it turned out to be not correct from a certain perspective, but he explains all the Mayan calendar, the evolution of consciousness, which is what they were tracking, which is why they built the pyramids in the first place. And that's of the entire global civilization. That's what they were mapping. And each level means, so like in the Bible, where you get the 7 days of creation, they really took that from the Mayan
from the mind. I could. If you type in, I found the thing. If you type in Indian temple ancient technology into Google, it'll pop up all these pictures, and you'll see the one with the cell phone and all of this shit carved into the rock.
MD, have you ever seen the original Stargate with Russell?
Kurt Russell. Yeah.
How about the pyramids?
Say that title again, MD.
Indian temple ancient technology.
Now you've seen Hollywood sometimes gives you little clues, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you see how the spaceship landed like on the pyramid in Stargate.
Yes, yeah, I remember.
And then they had those like parasites that went inside people.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe that's what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
There's these like fucking parasites that are in these people.
The parasites
that need a host.
The parasites make a lot of sense. It really does. It's like that really makes sense, especially when we see how the wasp can do the chemical, the control, the cockroach and stuff like that. It's just like, how?
Biden's probably got a parasite in him.
I was like,
see all of them.
Yeah, Weekend at Bernie's, man. That guy's like, I don't even know if he's alive, man. It's just
he's playing dumb. I think nobody could be. I've seen Biden in that. Like prior to him being the president, he was sharp as a whistle. All of a sudden, he became dumb. Kamala Harris, sharp as she was a prosecutor. She was sharp. Now all of a sudden, she's retarded. She's heckling. She can't even say a complete sentence without saying something stupid like,
you're right. Man. You're definitely right. It is kind of weird because you look at their old videos, because I did see one of Biden when he was
definitely Kamala. She was
I love it when you call him Biden.
Kamala Harris was super sharp.
And that's another thing. Biden. When I saw that after what they would try to say Osama bin Laden, and then I'm saying, wait a minute. And you got a guy running for president. His name is Obama and Biden. And you got Obama. And I'm saying to myself, what the fuck? Nobody saw that shit. And I'm saying, you got it. And then not only that, his middle name is Hussein, Saddam Hussein. So you got Obama. I'm like, I couldn't. And nobody sees it.
It's not a coincidence.
That's not a coincidence. I reckon that's
not a coincidence. I looked at that and I said, you got to be kidding me. So right after with this shit that happens, 8 years after Bush, now we got this guy and his name is, I said, you got to be fucking kidding me. Obama? What the fuck type of fucking name?
You can't make this shit up.
You can't make this shit up. I'm like, Barack.
When Bush got into the White House, someone commented online that there was, and Cheney was his understudy. There was a Dick and a Bush in the White House.
Oh, yeah. Bush. Yeah, he was a son of a Bush. He was also a son of a Bush. Yeah, he just
Dick Cheney.
And then you got not only that, you had Dick Cheney, you had a Dick, a Bush, and a Colin Powell. So you had all three.
You can't make this shit up,
man.
Condoleezza, I don't know what that is sexually. They probably mean something to them.
Condoleezza.
It's probably high-level porn. You have to pay extra for that.
Yes. I remember people protested when they found her name painted on an oil tanker. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, these people it's some crazy shit. That was a show. That was an 8 year show.
That was about $1 billion, that oil tanker or something. I don't know. That's a big motherfucker, that was.
Oh, yeah. That was her reward for doing the deed,
You can't make this shit up.
How fragile is the ego, MD?
MD, they found this painting in Epstein's house. You can't make this up.
Oh my! In Epstein's
what's he eating? A pizza? Hang on a second.
He's flying a plane and he's got those blocks. What are they called?
The Django block.
They're supposed to be the Twin Towers.
Holy shit. I get it. And there's two planes. There's two planes, one on the ground and one in the air.
There you go. You can't make this shit up.
Holy shit.
in our faces day and night. They throw.
I'll tell you what, Pops. If this stream gets banged, I mean, the stuff we spoke about in here tonight has just been off the scale. So
yeah, I think it should be kind of safe. Just just kind of.
You can't make this shit up.
It's not because of the fucking bots picking up the words. It's just the whole topic. It's been cool.
I mean, this is really some deep shit, Pops. I didn't know about this. This is a serious picture, man.
Well,
yeah,
this is
take
real.
it to a whole
This
nother
ain't
level, don't they?
This ain't no joke. You can look this shit up.
I didn't know about this, man. You're really hitting on some uncharted territory. And the birthday cake shit. This is
painting
good.
of George W. Bush reenacting 9/11 found in Jeffrey Epstein.
I'd like to know when they painted this and who painted it.
Don't know. They're not going to find that part out here. And they found this one in Epstein.
That's Clinton, isn't it?
They found this shit in Epstein Island too.
That's some crazy fucking. And
this ain't Photoshop shit.
You know what, mate?
Real.
I could see him in that. That's true, that isn't it?
And multiple guests who visited Epstein's mansion have spoken about seeing painting hung on his wall.
WF. Fucking.
This is some sick.
That's in Punch. This
is sick shit right here.
That's a mainstream magazine. That's owned by the New World Order. Punch.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge publication. They've been going for decades.
They do this shit to throw it in your face. They're like,
you know something, Pops. They're not throwing it in our face. They're throwing it in the faces of the upper class of the.
Yeah, they want to just show. Look,
the Western power structure. Yeah.
There you go. Look at that.
They're throwing it in the face of the upper class and saying, "Look how stupid you are. We can paint this shit in our magazines, and you lap it up."
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what they're saying. They're mocking. I mean, do you know what? I reckon they figured out how to. I know how to take power in this world now. I figured it out. You just got to become a good actor and have a good uniform.
That's it, and act like the other ones. That's
all you need, and then you convince them to do anything.
Yeah, no.
Look at even the Central Intelligence symbol, the sun.
You can convince them to poison their own air that they breathe.
Mm-hmm. Yep, totally. It just the air, the land. The
best. How about this? They invaded Mar-a-Lago, right? Trump's thing. The same date that Watergate was stopped.
Wow. Oh,
same exact date. They do a lot of the elites have like a demented sense of humor. They like to do this shit. That's why I think the Simpsons, they do a lot of shit on the Simpsons. It's just like the guy that makes the Simpsons. I think he's a 33-degree Mason. He's up there and he gets all this information.
Cohen or something. Groening or something like that. The Simpsons. I think it's the longest running syndicated cartoon.
Yes, but they show you them like in different shit. Like you said with Trump, they show him coming down the escalator. When he was going to win the vote, they show you them all getting around the table planning the pandemic of a big virus and shit. Mm-hmm. Like, Mo, you can't make this shit up.
Yeah. Have you seen that painting of Propagandison's got in his study of like I think there's 4 little boys kneeling down holding their backsides?
No.
Have you seen that one?
No.
Yeah, that's in the Vanderbilt mansion.
Yes, I seen it. The Vanderbilt mansion. They're in a pool and they're slapping them.
Cooper.
Yep.
What's he on CNN every day?
This shit's been going on forever.
Is he Fox TV or CNN or something?
I don't know.
And the Propagandist Cooper.
I doubt it was on CNN.
Wow.
What channel's Anderson Cooper on?
He's on CNN.
Well, CNN then, yeah, Propagandist, yeah. Well, he's a Vanderbilt, so that's.
Oh yeah,
yes. He is a Vanderbilt. Yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Got his fourth one.
Because he's every day spewing out the bullshit for the system.
Yep.
And that's how they got him.
And he's super rich. He don't need to be doing that.
Yeah.
He just likes doing it.
That's when you know something's up. When somebody,
If you notice with all of these pedophiles, there's never an investigation by the authorities into the paintings and the material that these people have got on their fucking mansions.
Yeah.
Come on, are you kidding me? They didn't investigate Biden's laptop. They didn't investigate Hillary's emails. They didn't investigate Epstein's flight journal. But yet they're invading Mar-a-Lago there, Trump's house. Give me a break.
Crazy.
Is this like a game they're playing with us? What are they doing? They're trying to accomplish something. Piss us the fuck off. That's what they're trying to do.
It's a double mind fuck when they throw it back in your face like that in publications and on the news and in the movies.
And nobody pays attention anymore. People are zombified, like Smash says.
Well, MD, I'm not letting you off the hook earlier, what you said about the military not doing anything about this. I mean, what happens if one of the generals was to stand up there and say, right, man, this is what we're going to fucking do today. We're going to take over our own government and put it back on.
All right.
You need more than one general.
The general of the
maybe
army.
A group of maybe 100 generals get together and,
100 generals get together.
Well, now we got to think, okay, is that realistic? 100 generals?
I mean, there are quite a few generals who have spoken out, and there's been quite a few in the States and Canada talking about doing something.
Actually,
I heard they've been hounded, and yes, they've been fired, and everything else.
That's what the movie Apocalypse Now was about. It was about a colonel that went over to Vietnam and he changed sides, and played by Marlon Brando, and then the guys sent to get him, I think, were like Martin Sheen and Robert Duvall and those other guys.
That wasn't Marlon Brando who played the nutball, was it?
Yeah, he played the nutball colonel.
Oh, really? Wow, yeah. When
yeah,
he was,
I think that was
in
Brando.
that film, they portrayed him as being like a fucking mass murderer.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that I think they made that movie to kind of show people in a way that there were, people that defected, but look at, the troops, the amount of troops that are going to come in that they can send after those guys. It's just a matter of time. It's kind of like Mark Antony turning against Caesar for Cleopatra and getting crushed.
Right.
And then when Caesar hits Egypt, he fucking falls under her spell, and she turns him, and they stab him to death back in fucking Greece or Rome. It's some crazy. When you look at this shit, you can't. It's shocking. I tell people, read the Bible, read the Quran, read the Torah and the Bhagavad. It's fascinating. It's the best. It's better than any.
Yeah, you know what? I've hated religions because I was brainwashed when I was a kid. With
the brainwashing alone, if you look at it from a psychological standpoint,
yeah, I'm in agreement with you now, mate. They're the best books out there.
Your whole family and everything. I look at my family members and all of that, and I look at them like an experiment. Like whatever it is has done an experiment, and it caught a lot of them in that religious thing. And I'm like, we should use it as an example to say, holy shit. And then you see the pastors out there selling that bullshit. It's very similar to the dating coach shit and the get rich quick shit. It's the same template. It's a scumbag that lies to the audience.
Right. And everybody loves the liars, and they don't want to hear the truth people, because the truth people ain't got nothing good to tell them as far as
there's no profit in it. The only reason somebody will pay you for the truth is to hide it, like evidence or something. They'll pay you for that truth, to hide that. The truth, a lie is a work of art. Shit, some lies cost millions of dollars to make.
Let me see who this is. This guy, Leave the West. Hold on. He keeps trying to come on. I don't know who he is.
I think I've heard of him. I've heard him before.
Yeah, if it's the same guy, he's been on the show. I've seen him with Scribe and other guys.
Let me see. I got to see what I can put on here.
Damn, he left a lot of comments. Holy shit.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, let me. Who are you?
I'm Leave the West.
I know.
Who are you, man?
I need to see you though. What do you look? What do you look?
New York, man.
What do you look like? I need to see you.
No, I can't do that, man. I can't show my face.
I can't put you on. I don't know if you're gonna flash me or some shit.
No, I won't. I've been on MD's show before. He knows me.
MD?
It sounds like him. I hope he doesn't flash, but it sounds like
that's gay shit.
All right. I think I remember seeing you on. I seen you on MD show.
Yeah, he's been there with Scribe a few times. I think I've seen him like once or twice.
But I heard MD and Jam. I heard. I watched the show and they said there's a lot of military brass right now rebelling against the higher.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
There's a lot of generals right now getting together, and they're not. I heard there's it was something like 40 generals are getting together.
Right,
and they're disgusted with what's going on right now.
Colin Powell, he used to be a general, And then what they make him Secretary of Defense. And I think
he's a traitor though.
I think he left the post during Bush's administration. There was the bullshit got so thick that I think he resigned.
That I believe.
And so for somebody that full of it, you know, to resign, it really shows you that there is some internal. I mean,
maybe there's some hope.
Look at the crew. Condoleezza Rice. You know, who's the other one? Rumsfeld. What a character.
Do you know what? When I saw Colin Powell get up with fucking George Bush, there was always a little bit, because I'm white and I've always like respected the black man's struggle against the white oppression. But when I saw Colin Powell get into bed with George Bush, I was like, a little bit of me died. Do you know what I mean? A little bit of humanity just died that way. I was like, no, not the soul brother.
Yeah, but Gemma,
you guys that are very honest, hold the truth. He said it best to me once. He said, "You know why black people don't want to go to Africa? Because there's not enough white people there." And we laughed. And I'm like, it's so true. There is such a hypocritical bullshit here. Yes, the black man has went through extreme oppression and still does. But that is the first person that will sell out the black man.
Listen, we have to go back to the origins, okay, with slavery. Look, black people were enslaved by their own people. You can even watch this on the TV show Roots.
The African kings.
The African kings were putting the black slaves on the beach in cages. Now, Britain outlawed slavery, right? But they still allowed slavery to get transported with their shipping companies to America. Okay? But it originated, the origin is from the African countries.
Well, we don't know if it also is other countries too. You had slavery,
but the African
Arabic,
the African country. Oh yeah, how about Egypt? I mean,
you had slavery in China.
We had slavery everywhere.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like we can't say that and it's not to say that it wasn't in Africa, but it's
that's where the origin started.
Well, if you go back even further, like see, we don't have something.
Yeah, it really did.
This is, you know what I mean? This is the
start
worldwide.
You know, the black kings had to sell out their own people.
Well,
there's no way they were going to invade Africa and kidnap everybody.
There were black Africans enslaving white people as well.
Yes,
from Europe.
Yeah, so look at the Moors. Look at the Moors.
The Moors, exactly.
I know. I'm Sicilian. They were invading Italy all the time.
Yeah, but it you know, it doesn't give us, you know, like. Everybody wants to be first. Everybody wants to be original.
Italians, and you can look this up. Sicilians, when they came to America, were paid less than black people, and you can look it up. San Francisco has a museum.
Well, you know why, right?
And there's a sign. It says white people 20 cents an hour, black people 15 cents an hour, and Dagos, which was Italians, 10 cents an hour.
Mm-hmm.
We were hung on trees, Sicilians, and we were treated like shit. So I want compensation too.
Well, you see, this is the thing. Italians came over to Italians weren't enslaved in America. They came over as workers. Right.
But
so they were oppressed, but they were oppressed, but they weren't enslaved.
That's true.
Yes, with the Irish.
They weren't, you know, and it's not to say that what happened to them was right, but if you look at again what the scientific, the pseudoscientific evolution model does, it classifies Italians and Irish as lower class whites. You guys are not going to. If you look at what Kingsley wrote, he said the Irish were white chimpanzees. He said the only thing that ailed him was that they looked white like him. You know, if they were black, he wouldn't have cared.
Who's that? Charles Darwin.
Smash. What's the percentage?
No, that was it was Charles Kingsley, who was an Anglican preacher. I think he was from England, who worshipped Darwin because the scientists, when they heard Darwin's theory, they said, "This shit is stupid. Get the fuck out of here." Shit turns and then you know who supported him was the preachers. So now you got religious preachers supporting an unscientific theory when it should have been the scientists. And then who was Charles Darwin's cousin? Francis Galton, the guy with the eugenics movement.
Wow.
So, and people don't know that Darwin married his cousin, his grandfather's niece.
Right.
The Darwin theory is so upside down, it's retarded.
His kids, I think, 3 or 4 died at birth because of the inbreeding, because the genes are going to be fucked up. I think only 3 of his sons really survived into adulthood, and one of them became one of the members on the board of the eugenics movement. So these guys were really Hitler wrote praising Darwin. Hitler told FDR, I think it was, that he got the model for his concentration camps by looking at the black neighborhoods in America.
Yeah.
So, when you look at these things, you start to say, this is some crazy shit. This is better than freaking any soap opera ever produced.
But I don't understand
was
Darwin's
funded
theory.
by both sides of the war.
Yeah, well, nobody's innocent. I mean, that's the thing. Somebody tries to act innocent, it's not going to happen. But
what was that book Darwin wrote?
But do you understand Darwin's theory is ridiculous?
It's, the origin of species of the favored races in the struggle. No, I think it's the origin of species in the natural selection in the struggle for preservation of the favored races. It's something like that. That was the whole title, and they shortened it to the origin of species.
But
apparently,
I call it the origin of feces because it's Charles Darwin.
I think there's a quote by Darwin that says that if we ever allow the Irish to take the lead, civilization will evolve backwards into a dawnless past.
Oh shit! Yeah, there was so much fucking hate between them.
He didn't like the Irish.
Oh yeah, no, the Irish or the Scottish. There was always, and you think about that. What Ike was saying, not only to conquer the 2 people from the top and the bottom or the north or the south of their island, but to conquer the rest of the world and to still keep Irish subjugated. I'm like, how the fuck? When you look at what Britain has done, it just doesn't seem like it would. It's not possible. It seems that it was just Britain alone that did
Spanish
that.
too. The Spanish were the worst. They were evil. What they did to the Native Americans were evil. Well, genocide them.
I mean, it's just shit they did. I mean, but it's definitely not. Again, it's not all Spanish, but it was definitely during that time.
I mean the empires.
Yeah, the empire, the Inquisition. Shit, what they did to their own citizens during the Spanish Inquisition.
Yep.
Oh, forget about it.
They did to the Jews, to the Moors, to people in Spain who weren't if they weren't white passing, they were killed, basically.
But Darwin's theory, Smash, being that you were talking about, that basically was to make people not believe in the Almighty God. But the thing I got with it is, okay, we evolved from monkeys, apes. Then what happened to the apes we have now? They didn't evolve? Only certain apes evolved?
Yeah, no, it's so simple. When they say that only religious people kill people, right? Which religious people definitely have a very high track record for killing throughout history. But there are atheists that had millions of people murdered. Stalin was an atheist.
100%.
Yeah, and they forget that. They try to act like, atheism never did anything bad. It's like, wait a second. You got some serious, the Columbine shit. One of those kids, the shirt he was wearing was natural selection.
Maybe they're really Satanists in disguise.
Yeah, well, you never know, man. But yeah, man, it's been great. I gotta. It's 3:00, man. I'm out, man. I'll talk to you guys soon, man. Take care.
I hear you. How about you, Jammer? You tired?
Yeah, I'm tired.
All right, well, we're gonna end the show. And 6 hours deep, man. I'm passing out too. So
yeah, holy shit, I'm fucked as well, Pop. So cheers, everybody. Yeah,
hey,
cool.
I'll see you next time. And
cheers for doing the stream, Pops. Nice one, man.
Yep. Just want to thank everybody for coming.
Yeah, take care. Are you doing another one on a regular basis again, or
yeah, I'm gonna start pumping out more. Maybe I'll do one tomorrow night again. I don't know.
Well, don't do it too quickly. We'll leave it till next week, or leave it a couple of weeks or something. Don't burn yourself out.
Don't worry, I'll do a couple. I got the energy now. I got my own place.
Look at what happened to Scribe, because he started doing a stream like 3 times a week, and it just fucked him. So
Well, I'll
it's
do
a full-time job
few.
doing that. If you're doing a stream, you can't do anything else because it's full-time.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna do a few, and then I'll take whatever time off. I'll see how I feel. Probably tomorrow, I won't want to do one after. Even tonight, sometimes you're sitting there, you're going,
Yeah.
I could watch a movie. I don't have to deal with the bullshit.
Yeah, you don't need aggro on the stream. I did hear you earlier with what's his name, Joe Cool or whatever his name is.
I think he was out of line, to be honest.
I think he was just showboating to start with.
He was the first person I ever threw off my show.
Oh, really? Well, okay.
I've never thrown anybody off. Like, yeah. I actually threw one guy off, but he was just talking gibberish, going like, "Oh, the almighty," and I threw him off because he was just a clown. But I never threw a serious person off. But he was super disrespectful. Like, after a while, I let him get away with it, and then he wouldn't stop. Like, that guy hated Trump so much. I don't give two shits about Donald Trump. I'm trying to tell you, you got to pick your poison, right?
I think he was just worried that you were supporting the system, which you kind of are in a way.
No,
but I can see the logic in what you're saying. I mean, it's you and 60% of the other people out there are the same way, really. They're all trying to. That's what I mean. We've got 60% of the people on our side. Everyone wants basically the same thing, but. Yeah. You know, with the truth movement, we've kind of broken through all the shells and the barriers to what's really going on, and we can see that, and the normies can't. But
the only thing I can say about Trump is the one thing I do like about him is everything he promised in before he became president, he did. He said he was going to build the wall. He built the wall. He said he was going to bring America back again with industry. He opened up new car plants. So, like, a lot of the things
I think he did a lot of good, yeah. Yeah, I think he did do a lot of good.
His promises, his word was his thing. Now, what he did afterwards, a few things he did where we can't explain, like with the magic potion. But I'll still take a guy that at least brings us out of this bullshit tyranny.
Well, with Trump, you'd have to walk in his shoes to really understand what decisions he made and why he made them.
He ran the country like a business. No, he ran the country like a business.
Yeah.
And in reality, the only way to run America right now is like a business.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to have a government like that we have, he run it like a business. I don't know. I think when he was president, I was prospering. I was doing well. I didn't have to worry about all this bullshit.
The world felt a little bit safer when he was the president, that's for sure.
Oh, definitely the world was safer. Come on. When he left, look what happened.
Yeah. Anyway, Pops, it's 8:15 now. It's fucking ridiculous over here. Don't forget, Pops, do that. Do a video about those birthdays.
I'm gonna do it about the birthday cake and all that.
Yeah, well, not just the cake, the singing and all the shit that goes with it, the demonology, because you're the only one I've heard talk about that. But I've had a feeling about it for quite a long time. So years.
The candles,
so
the water of demons, and all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be wicked. Maybe really interesting.
I have to get where it originated from and bring it.
You will get a lot of views on that. Believe me, if you put that origins of Happy Birthday.
Yeah, origins of Happy Birthday.
For the video.
That's a good name. I'm going to use that.
Yeah.
Wicked. All right.
Nice one, Bob. Take care, man. Love you, man. Take care.
Okay. And I just want to thank everybody for coming on. And may the Almighty God bless you and your family. Pops out.